What's up, everyone? Remember to drop some feedback and enjoy the show. Our story ignites in Seoul, sometime in the 2000s. In the heart of the prestigious Gangnam district, Group D commands an entire building. At its very peak sits the training room for these professional gamers. In the world of a game called Roar, this team is ranked number 1. But tonight, they face a mysterious challenger known only as Dex. The battle begins. The champions are welcomed to the battle rift. 5 of them, united against a single opponent. An enigmatic player named Dex. The professional scene has been watching him for a long time, and now they plan to teach him a lesson in humility. Their avatars stormed towards Dex in a coordinated attack. Yet, this lone player remained perfectly calm. Before launching a simple counter, in a single move, their leader's character was obliterated. Fear rippled through the other 4. It was unbelievable. Their captain was defeated in an instant. The team's assassin vanished into the shadows, casting a deadly spell. But for Dex, the darkness offered no concealment. He pinpointed his location immediately, shattering the attempt. With another flawless counter, he erased the assassin from the battlefield. In moments, the team's main damage dealer and their tank were gone. Before they could even form a new strategy, Dex descended upon them. The so-called professionals were utterly annihilated by one lone warrior. Their reign as the top team was shattered in a single match. A new king now sat on the throne, a player known as Dex. He had single-handedly torn down every opponent in his path, leaving the entire community to wonder about his true identity. But behind the legend was just an ordinary young man enjoying himself at his computer. His name is Young, though his friends call him Dan. But in the game, he is known only as Dex. To him, this victory was nothing special. His only goal is to become number 1 in every game he plays. Defeating the professionals was just the final step to reclaim his top spot. With his name now shining in first place, his objective was complete. And so, Dex took action. The entire game was thrown into chaos by his next move, especially the pros. They could only watch in disbelief, feeling utterly mocked to the very end. The number 1 player in the game quit right after reaching the peak. The next day, a delivery truck was making its way across the city. The delivery crew was still buzzing about Dex and how he made a fool of everyone. But the man in the passenger seat, a fan of the team Dex crushed, was seething with irritation. In this world, the population of PC gamers was slowly shrinking, and there was only one reason for it. A game called Arcadia, forged in secret. 3 of the world's corporate giants, Aegon Electronics, Silic, and Argos Corporation, had collaborated to create a new reality. This was not a game you could play on a computer. To enter, players required a special device known as the Dreamer. This was the world's first true virtual reality machine, a gateway to Arcadia, a brand new world filled with infinite possibilities. A beautiful girl became the face of the game, her image appearing in every advertisement. Meanwhile, the truck was arriving at its destination to deliver the very last Dreamer. But the address led them to a rundown house, leaving them confused. The windows were even cracked. Inside this very house was our main character, ecstatic that he could finally play the new game. But first, he logged back into the old world one last time. The strongest character in the game was about to be erased. With a new journey ahead of him, our hero deleted his character without a moment's hesitation. Young had finally logged into Arcadia, his eyes opening to a new world that he would one day make his own. In our world, countless games have been created, and developers often hide secrets within them. They can be simple jokes and pranks, or sometimes they are game-breaking power-ups that can shatter the world's balance. These secrets are called Easter eggs, and the creator of Arcadia had hidden one of his own, a covert mission entrusted to an artificial intelligence named Alice. Their primary goal was to find the true heir to this game. Virtual reality technology works by simulating the senses, using a device connected directly to the user's brain. The Dreamer machine made this all possible, allowing people to live entirely new lives in new worlds. At last, our hero had logged in, awakening in the Arcadia universe. He was overwhelmed by the sheer number of players surrounding him. He immediately began checking the basics, like his status window. Young had taken his old name, Dex, and was starting over at level 1. He appreciated the game's simple and clean interface. Along with that, he received his first beginner quest: Eliminate 1 slime. This was the weakest, most fundamental monster in the game. But because it was virtual reality, players had to physically move their bodies to fight. The game offered some assistance through the use of skills. Our hero, however, needed no such help. His talent was on another level entirely, and he instantly understood the core mechanics. With ease, Dex dispatched his first slime. This meant his first quest was already complete. A new quest then appeared, and this one required him to read 100 books. Our hero was perplexed. He thought this quest design was frankly embarrassing, but as a true game addict, he headed straight for the library to complete his task. The Edeline Public Library was run by 2 young librarians. The one with purple hair took a special interest in something. She turned to look at Dex, who had been reading nonstop for days. She explained how strange it was, as most people just skimmed the books, but this player was taking the quest seriously, investing real time into it. The other librarian believed Dex would give up soon enough, but then he approached her and asked for the sequel to the book he was reading. The librarian was stunned, as this was the first time anyone had ever made that request. This meant he was actually reading them properly. Dex said he wanted to learn more, as he found parts of the book interesting. The book was titled History of Arcadia, the first indication at Edeline. Hearing this, the woman was at a loss for words. She immediately brought him the book he requested. As for why this book and its prequel were kept so secret, she revealed it was only bestowed upon those who truly sought it. As her expression toward Dex shifted, he simply returned to his seat. But as Dex prepared to open the tome, a strange feeling washed over him. She had noticed something within the game's central control, a realm governed by a powerful artificial intelligence. A hidden quest had been unlocked by a truly unique event. The character in question was none other than RNC, the very one who had triggered it. The book spoke of a legendary adventurer. He had concealed a great treasure in the beginner town near Lake Eldon. Though many speculated on what it could be, no one had ever managed to find it. However, one thing was certain: the first clue to a great darkness lay within that very treasure. Ezreal, the legendary explorer, had left it at the bottom of the lake. Reading this passage, Dex's interest was instantly piqued. There was only one lake in the beginner town, and it was known as Lake On. A short while later, RNC arrived at the location. He stood there, gazing out at the water, wondering how such a tranquil lake could possibly hold a fragment of darkness. However, just as he was about to give up, a series of notifications exploded into view. By merely stepping into the lake, Dex, a mere level 1, had triggered another quest. This quest was ranked B+. The flashing warnings nearly blinded RNC. Dex was officially tasked with exploring the ruins of darkness. The quest's impossible difficulty confused him. But instead of fear, a sudden thrill shot through his veins. And then, something began to glow with a violet light from the lake's depths. A silhouette lingered there, shrouded in a truly sinister atmosphere. After accepting the quest, Dex decided to survey the area first. To his surprise, he found nothing out of the ordinary. The lake itself was the only place left to explore. Steeling himself for the task ahead, RNC plunged directly into the water. He was shocked by the lake's depth compared to its size. He couldn't even see the bottom, which was lost in the abyss below. Meanwhile, at the Arcadia Korea branch, the main scenario's activation had been detected, throwing everyone into a state of panic. The general manager of the Arcadia Korea branch was this man, Kwon Monan. Their server had only been live for a week, so this development left him deeply concerned. According to his subordinate, a player had discovered a feature with the potential to completely overturn the game. But he decided to report the situation to his own boss first, as none of them understood the true circumstances. With the meeting concluded, they would all return to their duties. Monan compared the Korean server's progress to the United States server, where the main scenario was only uncovered after 3 months. The main scenario's name was Forgotten Shadows Germination. Back with RNC, he continued his relentless dive for the item at the bottom of the lake. His diving skill had already reached B rank, granting him additional stamina. Yet even after diving 200 meters, Dex still couldn't see the bottom. He was now seriously considering giving up. Normally, players progressed by leveling up and actively farming monsters. However, this reckless dive was the complete opposite of that strategy. With his gaming capsule costing 920,000 won per month, Dex was also on a tight schedule. That figure was equivalent to about $700 US. He had planned to sell items earned in-game to cover this massive expense. But if he continued this quest, he might fail to reach his monthly income goal of at least 1 million won. But as he stared at the quest log, the true gamer inside Dex awakened. He was the only one with access to this mission. That alone set him apart from every other player in the game. His resolve hardened. He would continue his search for this lost item. Meanwhile, at the Silikov headquarters in Silicon Valley, a girl was dozing off in her bed. She was Jenica Paul, the 15-year-old spokesperson for Silikov. The moment she learned of the situation, she shot awake. Jenica confirmed if the main scenario had truly been initiated by the Korean server, and it was horrifyingly true. The man on the other side of the screen had informed her. Now she wondered why the game's creator would place something so critical in a beginner town. She felt a wave of irritation toward whoever made that decision. Jenica then pulled up more details on the item from the database. She discovered it. The Poet of Chaos was the name of the hidden class. Reading its description, she wondered if anyone could actually win the game with it. This class was found to possess a unique ability. Despite having no concept of attacking or even leveling up, Jennifer continued browsing the database, and when she learned of this unique talent, She began to tremble. Her scream echoed throughout the entire building. 10 days later, at Arcadia, a pendant rested in the hand of someone who had just emerged from the lake. At long last, Dex had acquired the special item. His relentless pursuit had raised his diving skill all the way to A rank. He had also completed the quest to find the ruins of darkness. The reward was a necklace called the Necklace of Gloom. The system warned Dex not to use this item without careful thought, for it contained an ancient power. After the reminder, he hesitated on whether to use it. Next, the system asked for RNC's choice, and driven by curiosity, he naturally decided to use it. But he was then confused by another question that popped up. This process repeated, and Dex grew more irritated with the system's frequent warnings. Finally, after some time, the notification from the system changed, sounding more like a human voice. It turned out there was another man behind these messages. His amusement at Dex's persistence was obvious. This person hoped that Dex could also turn the entire world of Arcadia upside down. Dex was about to demand the man's identity. However, a brilliant light suddenly appeared before him. It was a notification that his class had been changed to Poet of Chaos. As a result, the leveling system was abolished, and Dex received a new stat called Plausibility. Along with it, an entirely new system was added to his status window. Dex received a new quest in the Edeline West pasture. At that moment, other players were busy hunting slimes. One player unleashed his power to slay a monster. The slime dropped a slime jewel worth 50 copper, making him and his companion rejoice. Even with a mock exam next week, this inspired him. A chilling question echoed in Dex's mind. Was the system truly forcing him to murder these children? He'd tried to delete his character an hour ago, but it was useless. The system itself had locked him in. He instantly regretted choosing this hidden class, for one simple, terrifying reason. His new class, the Bard of Anarchy, had a crippling restriction he was forbidden from ever leveling up his character. In any game, leveling up was the most fundamental mechanic. It is the very soul of a player's advancement. Without it, a character remains eternally weak. Dex knew this weakness wouldn't cripple him early on, but in the endgame, it would be a death sentence. He'd be left in the dust by every other skilled player. The mere thought of it plunged him into hopelessness. He remembered the man who offered him the class, the warnings he had ignored. He finally understood they were genuinely trying to stop him. Every single notification had been a critical warning. Dex finally stopped struggling against this intractable fate. He had to accept it. There was simply nothing he could do. Resigned to his destiny, he began to study the details of this cursed class. That's when he found it a unique statistic known as plausibility. This was a power capable of affecting the world itself, of bending the rules of reality with ease. But there was a catch once used. The stat would vanish forever. As confusion set in, his first class quest finally appeared. His mission eliminate the novices who had yet to choose a class. He was now confined to this hunting ground, spying on these children. With a 7-day time limit, he hesitated, knowing that completing this quest would ruin the game for these kids. But trapped as he was, there was no other option. After all, he was just trying to play the game, too. Just as Dex steeled himself to rush in, the scene suddenly changed. A trio of players were bearing down on a group of newcomers. They declared themselves the landowners, proclaiming that no one else was permitted to hunt here. From his hiding spot, Dex couldn't understand who these players were. Their claim to this public hunting ground was completely illogical. A woman tried to defend their rights, arguing the location was open to all novices, but the leader of the group violently cut her off. A player named Crazy Monkey was now threatening them all. His name glowed a menacing red, the mark of a player who had killed many others. The woman began to tremble as another man threatened to expose her real-world identity. The situation was about to turn ugly. He then ordered them all to get lost. The woman began to scream for help, but every other player nearby simply hid, refusing to do a thing. Then, one man finally mustered the courage to approach these thugs. He pleaded with them, explaining that it was only a game, a place where everyone should have fun. The thugs were dumbfounded by his naive words, then burst into cruel laughter. Crazy Monkey began to explain the harsh reality of their world. This wasn't a game, it was reality, where power determined everything. Just as another player voiced his agreement, an attack struck Crazy Monkey from out of nowhere. It was Dex, and he was kicking himself for not finishing the job with a single blow. He immediately lunged toward the group, and they were vanquished in an instant. The color of his own in-game name began to bleed into a crimson red. Our hero's dark adventure in Arcadia had only just begun. For each player he had slain, he received 1 plausibility point. While Dex was still learning how to wield this strange new stat, he knew earning more points would be a bloody affair. A voice then called out, "Thank you." It was 2 novices, who asked our hero how they could possibly repay him for his help. Dex's response was ice cold. "Don't thank me," he warned, "because I'm going to kill you next." The two players were paralyzed with shock. He added, "Since this is only a game, you shouldn't hold a grudge against me." The man satte the dead-end look in Dex's eyes, but before he could respond, he was cut down. After gaining 2 more plausibility points, Dex went searching for more victims. His eyes set on those who had merely watched the scene unfold. When they realized his intentions, these people froze in their tracks. Moments later, a wave of screams echoed from the hunting grounds. On that very day, a dark rumor began to spread on Arcadia's homepage. Every newcomer told the same story that night. The true insane person had made his appearance. Later, as he was skulking through the shadows, an owl noticed a man fleeing for his life, crying and begging for help. He suddenly stumbled over a rock. The player was now injured and suffering from a status ailment. His movements became sluggish. He looked back and saw a pair of red eyes closing in on him. A man wearing a dark cloak approached him at a leisurely, terrifying pace. It was our hero, and he had an ominous, predatory look on his face. The man desperately tried to reason with Dex. He told him there was no reason for his death, but Dex was already on the verge of drawing his sword. Our hero was about to lose his patience when the man began threatening to report Dex's actions to the game's management. Dex then offered the player one final clarification. The game itself was forcing him to act this way. The player was left perplexed, right before he was split in two. Dex received another point for his efforts. He had been eliminating players all day, and now, finally, he was bone-tired. The Arcadia game has a penalty for every player death, preventing them from logging in for a full day. This rule was put in place to stop people from becoming addicted to the game. But now, legions of players were demanding that this penalty be lifted. Arcadia's customer service department was being flooded with calls about the very same issue. When the general manager saw what was happening, he discovered it was all related to PKs occurring within the game. He became irritated. One player had just created another massive problem. They were already preoccupied with handling the main scenario issue. It was later verified that the entire department worked overtime that night because of this incident. Meanwhile, this was Dex's current status window. 125 players had already been killed. He had accomplished this after 2 days of nonstop playing. Dex's body had already reached its breaking point, and his sanity was being eroded by the constant yelling and begging. He began to question if this quest was actually necessary at all. But in that moment, Dex realized they weren't a threat at all. In fact, he could hear soft noises coming from the slimes, as if they were approaching him. These creatures were expressing their gratitude, thanking our hero for saving them from the players who relentlessly hunted them. This act solidified Dex's bond with the entire slime race. The slimes gathered around Dex, showering him with what could only be described as affection. A warm feeling spread through him. His efforts hadn't gone unnoticed. He had truly helped these slimes. But as he enjoyed the moment with his new friends, another sound shattered the peace. This time, it was accompanied by flames. Dex knew what that meant. He gave his slime friends a final farewell. Just as he suspected, the flames belonged to the torches of an approaching player party. One of them spotted Dex and immediately froze. With a roar, he gave the order for everyone to chase him down. Dex didn't hesitate. He bolted into the woods. He was about to escape the forest when the path abruptly ended at a massive cliff. He was cornered. The leader of the mob began to gloat, savoring the moment he'd finally captured the infamous killer, but Dex just smirked, without a single trace of fear in his eyes. In a move that shocked everyone, he willingly leaped off the edge of the precipice, plunging into the open air. The other players thought he was completely insane. But as Dex fell through the sky, he pulled off the ultimate escape. He simply logged out of the game. After that shocking incident, videos of our hero's daring escape flooded the web. His legend grew, and the comment sections exploded with theories and awe. The very player Dex had first killed obsessively watched the clips, noticing a pattern. Dex was always lurking near the slime hunting grounds. This led him to a single conclusion. The mysterious player must be incredibly low level. And with that thought, a wicked scheme for revenge began to form. His plan was simple: get stronger, gather a party, and crush this player. The very next day, a crowd of players gathered in the main plaza. Their leader, a man with green hair, thanked every player for answering his call. Their one and only goal was to hunt down the player who had been terrorizing all the newbies. This player-driven event reminded everyone of what made Arcadia so special. The scenarios they created became the foundation of the game's world. Every action gave birth to a new story. An AI named Dallas was the master architect of this process. And right now, Dallas had identified the personal quest created by Dex's vengeful victims. She then elevated their desire for revenge into an official, system-wide quest. A notification appeared for everyone. The quest's name: Catch the Beginner Serial Killer. They had to capture the enigmatic player causing so much chaos. The appearance of this quest immediately threw the Korean branch of the game's company into a red alert. They were in a full-blown panic. having no idea a quest like this could even be generated. A man named Kang Tae-hyun berated his team for underestimating the situation. The team could only accept the blame and wait for the urgent analysis to be completed. The fact that the higher-ups were now involved meant this was a crisis. Moments later, a worker rushed in, informing his supervisor that this incident was somehow connected to the main scenario questline. The player had somehow started the main scenario just 2 days after finding the initial clue. There was a massive gap between the production phase and the start phase. The production phase was like planting a seed. It needed to absorb enough nutrients before it could finally begin to grow and blossom. That blossom was the start phase, a process that should have taken months. But in this unbelievable case, both stages were triggered in just 2 days. Their predictions had been shattered. The director immediately dove into the data to find out why. That's when he stumbled upon a video of the beginner killer. He discovered that one player had been single-handedly slaughtering all the newcomers at the slime hunting colony. And this player was the very same person who was somehow linked to the main plot. The team tried to run a background check, but their access was denied by headquarters itself. The director's curiosity was now piqued. Who was this player that even the main headquarters was protecting? As he continued digging through the data, he noticed something chilling. In only 2 days, the director saw that this single player had already killed 1,025 other players. And while this storm raged on, the culprit himself was simply sleeping. After a deep rest, Dex finally woke up. He booted up his computer, only to be greeted by a massive banner created by the game itself. It was a special event, designed for the sole purpose of hunting down the novice killer. He instantly knew this was about him. The post already had a staggering 2,000 comments. Dex found the whole situation annoying and almost decided to just quit the game. But then he remembered the monthly payments for his gaming capsule. With a sigh, he logged back in, wondering what his next move should be. Dex was genuinely surprised the game would create an official quest just for him. He found himself back at the now empty slime colony hunting grounds. It seemed the incident had scared all the other players away from this area. Our main character was about to look for a new spot when he heard a familiar sound. A lone slime seemed to be trying to tell him something. It turns out, a couple of newbies were hunting just a short distance away. They were chasing the very slime that was trying to get Dex's attention. The 2 players saw Dex and immediately warned him not to interfere. Dex just stared silently at the frightened creature. And then, he made his decision. He began to walk slowly towards the 2 players. One of them felt a sense of familiarity as he looked at Dex's face, like he'd seen him in a video. But before he could place him, he threatened Dex to back off. Our main character just grinned. Then he suddenly took a deep breath, screamed, and pointed at the other guy, framing him as the infamous novice killer. Hearing those words, the eyes of nearby players turned red with greed. Their minds were already filled with visions of the rewards they'd get for completing the special quest. The framed player tried to explain himself, but it was too late. Dex and the slime had already started their escape. An explanation was useless now. As every player in the area began chasing the poor, confused guy, our main character had framed them both perfectly. In the chaos, Dex and the slime made a clean getaway, leaving him laughing at his own cleverness. The slime happily followed behind him, expressing its gratitude. With this act, Dex's affinity with the slime race grew even stronger. He was granted a new title, Friend of Slimes. He figured it was because he'd killed so many newbies that they could no longer hunt slimes in peace. The system acknowledged his progress, but flashed even more warnings. He had finally met the minimum reliability threshold, which meant the plausibility stat was now his to command, a stat designed to bolster his beloved slimes, born from the unbreakable bond they shared. He gazed at their current stats. They were merely level 1, and there it was, right below the status window, the plausibility stat itself. As Dex absorbed this game-changing information, a wicked grin spread across his face. This game was absolutely insane. He couldn't help but scream with excitement. The moment our main character activated the stat, a brilliant light erupted from the slimes. Success, the system prompted him one last time, asking if he was certain about these changes. Without a shred of doubt, our main character confirmed his choice. This was the true power of his hidden class, the chaotic poet. A colossal pillar of light descended from the heavens. As a system message declared, the slime's fundamental stats have been rewritten. Instantly, they skyrocketed to level 15, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. In the world of gaming, there is one constant rule. Players hunt monsters. It's a ritual in every role-playing game. Every new adventurer, eager to begin their journey, needs a way to test their mettle. These are the tutorial monsters, and the adorable, harmless creatures known as slimes are the most iconic starter mobs in gaming history. But what would happen if the weakest monster in the game suddenly evolved, becoming so powerful that new players stood no chance at all? On the streaming platform, Mew Countless guides on hunting these creatures already existed. There were even videos of famous players starting their legendary journeys. But one particular video was grabbing everyone's attention. It began with a player logging in for the first time, completely stunned by the game's breathtaking graphics. He started to explore his surroundings, eventually spotting one of those cute little slimes. The player moved in for an easy kill. But then, the unthinkable happened. The slime lunged right at him, and the video abruptly ended. The reason that player now faced a 24-hour login cooldown? He had been instantly killed. And his video went massively viral as a result. The starter zones descended into chaos, as countless others met the very same fate. This was the devastating result of pouring 1,250 plausibility points into the game's weakest monster. The new player experience, it was utterly shattered. These once innocent creatures had transformed. Now, even a scratch was impossible for a newbie to inflict. Meanwhile, our main character casually strolled through the carnage, observing the newcomers. He had to admit, the whole situation was absurd. Normally, slimes were completely passive unless attacked. They were gentle by nature. But now, they had evolved into something far more aggressive. Dex surmised that their very disposition had evolved along with their stats. This was the power of plausibility. It could fundamentally alter the game's reality. Dex was finally beginning to grasp this stat's true potential. Just then, he spotted the very same guys who'd given him that special hunting quest. The blue-haired man was screaming in terror. As his party was completely overwhelmed, a slime leaped towards his face, and he was too slow to react. A massive explosion ripped through the air nearby. The once harmless slimes had become true monsters. This superpowered slime delivered a devastating critical hit into the blue-haired man. The party was completely wiped out. They tried to flee for their lives, but with every player that fell, more slimes spawned to join the hunt. And with each kill, Dex's plausibility points climbed higher. This was a feature he could truly appreciate. After just 2 hours, his plausibility points soared to 3,924. That was more than he had accumulated over the past 2 days combined. The slimes were doing all the work for him. The current kill count stood at 4,949 players, and he still had roughly 4 days left on the clock for his quest. Dex considered buffing the slimes even further, but a system message informed him they had reached their maximum potential. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Still, this was far better than nothing. Besides, he now had an army of these adorable little creatures by his side. They puffed up with confidence as our main character told them that he was counting on them. Meanwhile, at the game's Korean branch, the general manager was absolutely furious. He demanded an immediate report on the situation. From his operations team, an employee reported a sudden massive spike in the slime's stats at precisely 1320 hours, resulting in mass casualties among new players. They'd heard nothing from the main headquarters, and the incident was still ongoing. The director cut to the chase, asking just how powerful these slimes had become. The man revealed their power had increased tenfold. The staff, who knew their boss as an intimidating figure, saw a flicker of genuine shock on his face. As he processed this unbelievable information, he then asked his employee for the base HP of a brand new player. The answer came back, exactly 100 HP. The implication was staggering, and could only mean one thing. These slimes could one-shot a level 1 player. Without another word, the director stormed out of the room. He refused to believe Arcadia's system could make such a colossal error. He had to see this for himself, right now. The director headed straight for the login pod room. He was going in to assess the situation personally. The system granted him Level 3, Administrator access. Instantly, he was transported to a virtual space, coming face to face with the artificial intelligence who managed every aspect of the game. Alice simply stared back at him in silence. Back in the game, Dex arrived at the newbie hunting grounds, only to find it completely deserted. Much to his confusion, he checked the status of his personal quest. With 2 days remaining on the timer, he had already eliminated 9,640 players. He figured the kill rate had slowed because word had gotten out. But since there was good experience to be farmed, higher-level players were now flocking to the area. This made it much harder for his slimes to hold their ground. Dex knew that for the time being. There wasn't much he could do to solve this new problem. The kill count only slowed. It never stopped completely. And finally, the number ticked over to 10,000. A new achievement popped up from the system. For eliminating 10,000 players, he was granted the title Newbie Destroyer and received an intermediate grade reward for his accomplishment. Seeing this, Dex was ecstatic and claimed his prize, as he accepted. A blinding flash of black lightning erupted right in front of him. He instantly wondered if this was some kind of trap. An object then descended from the light, revealing a mysterious black orb. Our main character guessed this must be his reward, though it looked more like an egg. Cracks spiderwebbed across the black object before it shattered open moments later. A system window appeared. Your reward has been successfully delivered. A strange sense of familiarity washed over Dex. An ominous voice echoed from within. Who dares to summon me? But at that moment, Dex was ecstatic to see his newest familiar. A tremendous pressure, enough to crush mountains, radiated from it. Dex's triumphant grin froze the moment he read its name. This was no mere demon. This was the monarch of chaos, the satanic king himself. The familiar smirked, knowing a full summoning was impossible here. So he reverted to a more manageable form. This was the Demon King's current vessel. But the form mattered little. Even with this limited power, it was enough to annihilate every last angel. After that grand introduction, Dex could only stare at his new companion. Satan was being far too humble. His shock wasn't from the title, but from this tiny new form. After a moment, the demon focused his intense gaze on Dex. Dex quickly explained what had transpired. He told Satan that he had been won as a prize. A system message confirmed it. Satan has become your familiar. The Demon King was utterly dumbfounded. He raged internally that no one could command him. Besides, there was no negotiation, no pact to call this a contract. Unaware of Satan's inner turmoil, Dex just thought his new familiar was a bit strange. Dex continued to size up the Demon King. He imagined his true form, a being of absolute terror. Yet here he was, looking like a small child. Satan finally conceded to his new reality. It seems, he sighed, that you and I will be spending much time together. He then flew up and perched comfortably on Dex's head. I hope we can get along, he said with a grin. Dex felt a little uneasy having the King of Chaos sitting on his head. But then, Satan sensed something profound. He realized that this human possessed an incredible amount of latent power. A system window then flashed before Dex. You can unlock your familiar's true potential. The method was to use the power of plausibility. But it came with a dire warning. Your familiar is a demon, and may try to tempt or deceive you. The moment Satan realized his new master could grant him the power to destroy the heavens, his entire demeanor changed. He looked down at Dex. Can you grant me a taste of that authority? He was asking for the power to shatter the world itself. Dex knew immediately what he was after. Plausibility. And so began the Demon King's silver-tongued temptation. Give me that power, Satan whispered. And in return, I will grant you anything your heart desires. Dex had about 9,000 plausibility points. He met Satan's gaze. And what will you offer in return for such a price? He knew this stat was something special in this world. His new companion simply grinned and summoned a sinister magic circle. From its depths, an object emerged. En's Lament. It was a unique grade cloak for players level 150 and above. Its defensive stats were off the charts. But for Dex, level 150 felt a lifetime away. Only about 50 players on the entire US server had reached that peak. Dex shook his head. I don't really need this cloak. Satan's grin only widened, knowing a simple item wouldn't sway his master. Then tell me, what is it you truly desire? For a second, Dex's mind went blank. But then, an audacious idea sparked to life. Dex asked, can you use your power to strengthen other monsters? Specifically, the slimes. The Demon King was completely floored by this request. He stared in utter disbelief before bursting into wild laughter. This human was far too amusing to ignore. Strengthen slimes. Satan chuckled. For you, master, that is a simple task. How much plausibility will you give me? He asked. Dex replied without a second thought. You can have all of it. Satan was overjoyed with this deal. The transaction was completed in an instant as he invoked his magic circle once more. Their contract was officially sealed. As black lightning tore across the sky, the slimes in the forest were being farmed without mercy. High-level players had descended upon the area, exploiting the slimes for their massive experience point rewards. It had become the server's most popular spot for power leveling, a shortcut to unrivaled strength. But suddenly, the ground began to tremble. A strange voice echoed, resonating deep within the souls of the slime race. As the voice grew louder, dark lightning rained from the sky. A sinister aura enveloped every slime, awakening a thirst for vengeance. Uncontrollable rage consumed them. The pressure on the players became suffocating. This man was frozen, unable to even scream. He was witnessing an absolute nightmare. The slimes all around him began to float into the air. He was certain he was about to die. But when he dared to open his eyes, he saw every slime moving as one, converging on a single point. He couldn't believe what was happening. They were merging together, forming a single colossal creature. A world notification then flashed before every player in the area. The peaceful slimes have channeled their rage into vengeance. A new being was born from their hatred. The Slime Queen, a level 100 monster. She let out a deafening roar that shattered the landscape. The pressure alone could crush most players. The man was frozen, facing a disaster. The tables had completely turned. Now, the slimes were hunting the players. Even with their recent growth, the adventurers were hopelessly outmatched. In response to this world-shaking scenario, the system generated a linked quest, visible to every soul in the beginner village. The mission was clear: defend the town and subjugate the Slime Queen. The time limit was a grueling 7 days, and failure meant the destruction of their guardian crystal. That crystal stood right in the heart of the city. A chilling penalty was attached to this quest, sending waves of panic through the players. If they failed, the entire town would be annihilated. The village walls groaned under the relentless pressure of the slimes. Then, a colossal shadow fell upon them as a monstrous queen appeared on the horizon. While everyone was locked in desperate combat, Satan whispered to his master, asking for their next move. He even deviously suggested Dex destroy the crystal himself. From the shadows, it was a true devil's whisper, aimed at crushing the players' spirits. But Dex simply exited the area, telling his familiar he would do nothing. But watch, Satan smirked, believing his master would wait until the last possible second, only to shatter everyone's hope. He felt a surge of pride. His master was a true demon. Moments later, a flood of notifications confirmed his point total was skyrocketing. After Satan's suggestion, Dex knew he had to choose a side. A wicked grin spread across his face. He would choose whichever path gave him the greatest reward. The Slime Queen advanced, a walking catastrophe heading for the village. Her stats were off the charts, armed with terrifying skills like shared consciousness and rapid regeneration. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Korean branch of Arcadia watched this disaster unfold on their monitors. The director observed in silence, anticipating the outcome. Suddenly, the department head shot up, ordering him to shut the server down immediately. His name was Kang Tun. He argued that a level 100 monster could not be allowed to roam freely in a zone meant for new players. Wang Ji, the team's lead designer, reluctantly agreed, still struggling to understand. She was certain she had never designed a monster like that. She wondered if headquarters had deployed it themselves. Responding to the recent flood of complaints, the pressure in the room was becoming unbearable. But the director said nothing, his mind piecing together the puzzle that led to this catastrophe. It all started with one man killing novices. And now, a colossal monster had emerged from nowhere. He was beginning to see the terrifying connection. The director then asked his team if they truly understood the core philosophy of Arcadia, a world of limitless freedom and endless possibility. He delivered a shocking revelation. This entire scenario was unplanned, unforeseen by anyone, not even headquarters. One player alone was the trigger for this entire incident. The novice killer, by manipulating the slime's stats, had birthed this world-ending catastrophe. A wave of commotion swept through the meeting room. They couldn't believe such a thing was even possible. Worse, they were powerless to intervene. The golden rule of Arcadia was absolute: never interfere with a player-driven event. Even with a devastating penalty on the line, they could only watch. If the players failed to protect their village, it would be erased from the world forever. And back in the game, the beginner village was already burning. Players desperately tried to repel the endless tide of slimes pouring past the walls. Now, even the non-player characters, the NPCs, had joined the defense. One guard wondered where this hellish swarm had come from. He never saw the purple slime coming. Just as he accepted his fate, a figure flashed before him, saving the old man from certain death. It was a player. He told the old guard to fall back, and the man instantly retreated. The two had narrowly escaped a deadly fate. The old man, a security trooper named Baron, profusely thanked the player for saving his life. The player, humble and dependable, simply tried to shrug it off. But the old man insisted, saying what he did was an act of true righteousness, one that demanded a reward. Baron told the player to find him after this crisis was over. In that moment, a new, unique quest window materialized before the player. The quest offered him a hidden class change to Saber. The player stood in stunned silence. He had only ever heard rumors of such a thing. Knowing this was a legendary opportunity, he accepted without hesitation. The old man then brought him back to reality. They still had a village to save. The bloody struggle against the monster raged on for 3 brutal days. For most of that time, the players were being completely overwhelmed. But the players of the Korean server were legendary for one thing: their unyielding refusal to accept defeat. Hearing of the crisis, elite players from all over began to flood the village, offering their strength. The novices also changed tactics, forming a new grand coalition. A new title was granted to any player who killed over 1,000 slimes, Slime Slaughterer. This title granted them a massive 40% damage boost and 30% defense against all slimes. This single buff began to turn the tide of the war. A new hope ignited within the players. They finally had a winning strategy. All the while, Dex watched the epic battle from just outside the quest zone. His previous actions had already netted him 32,000 killsteal points. Satan looked upon the carnage with glee, laughing as he praised his master's wicked genius. Dex had also accumulated over 22,000 plausibility points. His familiar then asked him what he planned to do now. Satan pointed out the obvious. The players were gaining ground, their forces growing stronger by the minute. Eventually, they were going to win. Dex paused, as if deep in thought. And then that same dark grin returned. As our hero stood cloaked in shadow, Satan noticed something on his master's robes. Blood. A horrifying realization dawned on him. Dex was about to make his choice. Satan's grin widened, already knowing what his master was about to do. They would side with the slimes. They would continue this tragic story. As this thought crossed his mind, we cut to the Arcadia Korea building, where the director stared at his screen. He confronted the woman, demanding she call off the current in-game raid. In this world, she was Lee Myung, the CEO of Arcadia. All players were given a 7-day deadline, a period both long and short. The beginner's village was now better known as a war zone, and the sun was finally rising on their struggle. As it stood, the raid was set to conclude in 10 minutes and 42 seconds. Now that the slimes were out of sight, the players began to let their guard down. They were convinced the creatures had finally given up. Though they had successfully defended the village, the battle was far from over. The clock was still ticking, and with 10 minutes left, something shifted. Suddenly, the sky bled a deep crimson the calm before a devastating storm. Everyone in the village knew this omen meant something terrible was about to unfold. Just then, our main character finally appeared, a wicked grin spreading across his face, standing atop a level 100 slime queen. He was here to get the real party started. This quest was nearly complete when one of the players began screaming at his comrades. But they were all frozen in fear, for the slime queen had begun to move once more. For too long, these players had slaughtered its kind. As a result, countless slime lives had been lost. They were the ones who had been relentlessly hunted. Now, it seemed this final boss was here to avenge every slime that had fallen. With 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining, this was destined to be the most grueling 10 minutes of these players' lives. The slime queen launched its assault. This time, all the slimes it deployed were a venomous purple. The players began to flee as the overwhelming force they faced became terrifyingly clear. It was too late, but some still hoped they could hold the line. At that very moment, the lead player felt a chilling presence above him. He was about to be crushed by a colossal hand. He immediately realized his mistake. There was no way to stop this monster now. He was certain Arcadia was just toying with them. But just then, a brilliant beam of light pierced the chaos, striking the slime queen. It came from this player, who rallied all the others in the village. Everyone froze in their tracks. He announced they had only 5 minutes left to protect the village crystal. He pointed toward their final objective, urging them to defend it with their very lives. Their pride as the world's top players was also on the line, and that was enough to ignite their fighting spirit. Every single one of them raised their weapons. The man was satisfied, having managed to bring order to the chaos. However, the slime queen had already reached the village walls. To stop it from reaching the crystal, the players formed a desperate human barricade. The seconds ticked away, bringing the final 10-second countdown to its climax. The intensity of the quest skyrocketed. Players charged forward, sacrificing themselves one by one. The man in the lead had fully charged his ultimate attack. He lunged toward the slime queen, but a single shield effortlessly blocked his blow. He smiled despite the failed attack, knowing he had fulfilled his role. He had bought them precious time, and now only a few seconds remained. Back at the Korean branch, the director was asked by the CEO if he wanted her to halt the slime raid. She told him there was nothing she could do. They were not, she explained, the gods of Arcadia. She made it clear their power was limited to managing the situation. They could only introduce countermeasures, not erase an incident entirely. That was their sole role in this game. The player who had given everyone a second wind was now dozing off by the crystal. He felt a sense of satisfaction, believing it was all over. However, the crystal suddenly began to crack. A system message then informed the players they had failed to protect the village. The crystal had been destroyed. Standing next to the crystal with his weapon plunged into its core was a single figure, our main character. He nonchalantly told the red-haired player that his hand had slipped. The player was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe what had just happened. It was now official the beginner's village would be annihilated. He was furious he didn't get any points for killing the red-haired player in the chaos, because they thought there was no way the slimes could have reached this area. The other players also rushed toward the village center. When they arrived, they witnessed the devastating truth. It wasn't a monster that shattered the crystal. In this case, our main character, a human, was a far better fit for that title. The players demanded to know why Dex did it. their faces contorted with rage. He had trolled them on a massive scale, and they began shouting his name. All the remaining players rushed toward the main character. Everyone was curious about his infamous nickname. However, Dex coolly informed them that now was not the time for chatter. An announcement appeared: the village would be permanently destroyed. The Slime Queen suddenly exploded. A brilliant purple light began to consume the sky. Then, something green began to ooze up from the ground. A few players guessed this was the creation of more slimes. And moments later, they were proven right. Suddenly, the green mass emitted a sound identical to the slimes. Once again, a blindingly brilliant light erupted. The slimes began to merge into one another. And in that moment, this is what they became: towering, giant purple slimes. The cornered newbies began to scream, realizing the monsters had won the battle. This was their fury, and they had succeeded in making everyone feel it. They were no longer the helpless monsters they were before. They even had a ruler to lead them. At this point, both Dex and Satan were quite surprised by the Slime Queen's latest evolution. In addition, the beginner's village had been transformed into slime territory. A notification was sent to every player still in this place. They were now in a hunting zone with a recommended level of 80. There was no way they could survive here. Slimes were everywhere, some even larger than the players themselves. This whole situation greatly amused Dex. Everything was in a state of utter pandemonium. A moment later, the media began to catch on to the incident. This woman reported that because of what happened in the beginner village, the world's most popular game was suddenly flooded with complaints. Our main character was just sleeping while all this was happening. This guy was a real menace for throwing the entire game into disarray. Finally, our main character woke up. According to the reporter, the beginner village has now been converted into a terrifying dungeon. Ya Young scrolled through the news on his phone, his expression unreadable. The incident had blown up, becoming a massive story. The article's comment section was a firestorm of outrage from Arcadia users. But our main character noticed a strange pattern. Someone out there knew. They were connecting the dots between the disaster and the novice murderer. The man was keenly aware of the chaos he'd unleashed. For now, he decided his best move was to lay low and stay silent. Some players had suffered catastrophic losses, like the man about to finish his advancement quest by helping an elderly village NPC. But in his mind, Yi Young had just been playing by the game's rules, the same as anyone else. Still, so many mysteries remained unanswered. What was the true purpose of his secret class? When would his familiar, the universe's most powerful demon, return? And who was the mysterious figure that granted him the title? Bane of Anarchy. Yi Young took a moment to process it all, but he soon realized that deep down, none of it truly bothered him. After all, the game developers were the ones who designed such a destructive quest. He decided to focus on the here and now. Our main character was, after all, still a college student. He was a computer engineering major at Simon University, and today was his freshman orientation. He found his way inside and took a seat. Despite being a hardcore gamer, he felt a spark of excitement for what college life might hold. That's when his eyes caught something. The guy sitting across from him was glued to a video on his phone. The exact moment he shattered the crystal. Yi Young's heart froze. He had no idea he was being filmed. The video already had over 2 million views. He couldn't understand why anyone would watch it, but his mind instantly calculated the fortune it must be generating. Just then, the man sitting next to him noticed Yi Young staring and asked if he was interested in the video too. He introduced himself as Yoon, his friendly energy catching Yi Young completely off guard. Still, Yi Young managed to introduce himself as well. Yoon immediately launched into a passionate discussion about the video, about Arcadia, about everything. Yi Young felt a wave of relief, assuming Un was just another diehard fan. But then, the man dropped a question that sent ice through his veins. He asked Yi Young what he knew about the novice murderer. The coincidences were piling up too high. Was it possible? Did this guy somehow know he was looking at the person from the video? Meanwhile, at Arcadia's Korean headquarters, Lee Mayan was reviewing footage from the beginner village. She confirmed that the entire village had been completely wiped off the map. She had expected the zone to become popular, but not like this. The company had contingency plans for in-game incidents. However, the scale of this event was unprecedented. Yet, a smile played on her lips. This was very good news. The incident had generated a massive amount of public interest. More people than ever were desperate to play the game now. This would be a valuable lesson for her company. What truly amazed her was that a single player was responsible for all of it. Now, she was intensely curious to see what this person looked like. Back at Simon University, our main character was still reeling from the question. As if on cue, Yoon clapped him on the shoulder. The guy started acting like an expert, assuming Yi Young knew nothing about Arcadia. He then proceeded to explain the entire situation to him. He was treating him like a total newbie. Yi Young made a mental note this man had sharp instincts, He would need to be on guard around him. Yoon just figured Yi Young was quiet because he was lost in thought. A moment later, their professor walked in. It was Kim Tae-hyun, the head of the computer engineering department. He was there to welcome the new students, but also to deliver a major announcement that would change everything. The professor began his speech by talking about virtual reality, the latest leap in technology. It hadn't just shaken up the media, it had rewritten the future. Our main character's interest peaked when the professor mentioned Arcadia. Anyone who'd played it knew that standard computer engineering couldn't even begin to cover its complexity. He revealed that after much deliberation, the university and faculty had reached a stunning conclusion. Their current curriculum was obsolete. Yi Young couldn't agree more. It was only a matter of time before virtual reality became the new center of the world. Then, Professor Kim Tae-hyun dropped the bombshell. The computer engineering course would be completely replaced by a virtual reality engineering course. The students were stunned into silence, but the professor insisted. To keep up with the world, this evolution was not just an option, it was necessary. After the shocking announcement, everyone headed to the cafeteria. Yi Young and Yoon ended up eating lunch together, though together meant Yoon did all the talking. This Arcadia fanatic just couldn't stop talking about the game. He eventually asked if our main character played, forcing him to think fast. Yi Young spun a believable excuse. He claimed he wanted to play, but the gaming capsule was far too expensive. He even told Yoon he wasn't very good at games. Then, he deftly changed the subject, turning the question back on Yoon. Of course, Yoon played. He immediately started boasting about how he was already a high-level player. He told Yi Young to look him up if he ever started playing. After all, with the beginner village gone, newbies were now spawning in random, dangerous locations. Yi Young decided Yoon was just a genuinely kind, if slightly overwhelming, person. After a long day at the university, our main character finally logged back into the game, greeted by Satan's endless whining. The demon was furious that his master had been gone for days. He had been so bored waiting that he was starting to feel like a common familiar. Suddenly, a noise echoed from nearby. They both snapped their heads toward the sound. Our main character was shocked as the slime queen herself rushed forward to embrace him. Following their leader's command, all the other slimes swarmed him. He was completely overwhelmed by the gelatinous creatures. Dex could barely breathe. Even Satan wasn't safe, getting squashed by the surprisingly forceful, affectionate slimes. After a few chaotic moments, they finally settled down. The slime queen bowed her head, showing Dex the utmost respect. A system window appeared, declaring that the slime race would forever be grateful for his kindness. Dex had become the eternal savior of the slimes. His title officially upgraded from Slime's friend to Slime's savior. A new notification hovered above him. He had received a special reward called the Slime's Crown, and for completing the Slime's Wrath quest. Dex's plausibility points had increased by another 10, 2,413 points. Dex was satisfied with the spoils he received. This new title granted him a massive boost in stats. Our hero now possessed 2 titles, both of which were impossible to reveal to others. The names Slime Savior and Beginner Killer would surely bring him trouble. With that, Satan advised they leave this place, declaring his business with these monsters was over. The Demon King had spoken, and our main character agreed. The Slime Queen then bid Dex a heartfelt farewell. Even after the slime rampage, her feelings remained unchanged. Dex was ready to embark on a new adventure. The next city wasn't far from the former location of the beginner village, and he knew this new place was hiding something strange. After the village was annihilated by the slime raid, players began searching for new destinations to start their journeys. And this particular location was uploaded online by someone. Its name was Mick Barney. The beginner village was merely 10 kilometers from that spot. Hearing this news spread like wildfire, players flooded into the new city. Everyone, including our main character, made their way to Mick Barney. The vibrant city welcomed him with open arms. As part of a routine check, a guard questioned Dex about his identity. The guards assumed any new faces must have come from the now destroyed beginner village. The man was curious about what truly happened there. All they had heard were rumors about some slimes going berserk. Dex then realized that rumors spreading in-game could also be picked up by NPCs. He felt he should be cautious with his answers. Our main character simply informed the guard that Edelane had transformed into a monster den, and level 85 was now the minimum requirement to enter that zone. At this, the NPC began to understand why so many people were flocking to their city. Dex expressed his gratitude for being allowed into the city. Meanwhile, Satan was busy searching for something. He felt a strange agitation in this area. He couldn't remember why, but the place felt deeply familiar. Satan was also annoyed that Dex kept calling him 10. He protested the nickname his master had given him. Our main character then explained that the name Satan might attract unwanted attention from other players. Realizing this, Satan became satisfied. The spirit beast then displayed his credibility stat once more. He asked Dex what he planned to do with all this power. Dex currently had about 33,000 credibility points. This meant his master had eliminated around 40,000 players. Satan practically started drooling. Dex knew he was about to beg for more credibility points, but he sharply refused. The little demon immediately started whining again. He tried to tempt his master into another deal. He even boasted that with one of his items, he could easily conquer an entire nation. Satan was irritated that our main character had zero interest in negotiating right now. In Dex's opinion, Satan's offers weren't bad at all, though they were incredibly tempting. He knew he couldn't just rely on his spirit beast and credibility stats. He was considering a much better way to use this power, a more critical factor. After all, playing a game with an overpowered item from the start just ruins the fun. When Dex finally entered the city, it was overflowing with people due to the sudden population boom. Inside the city walls, local businesses were thriving. Dex planned to spend some time exploring the area and finding a few interesting quests to tackle. Just as he was thinking about this, he overheard a conversation. It was coming from some men inside a bar. One man was in trouble because his supervisor had demanded an increase in ore production. However, even now, they were only getting 1 full day of sleep. This request was simply impossible. The other man agreed. They were in no position to complete such an impossible task. When Satan heard this, Dex flashed a strange smile that sent a shiver down his spine. Our main character found this scenario quite fascinating. Satan, on the other hand, was growing fearful of his own master, without another moment's delay. Dex called out to the 2 men. He approached them, saying he could solve their problem immediately. The NPCs' faces lit up with excitement at his words. This granted Dex access to a brand new quest, the Miner's Concern. To complete it, he had to mine 20 iron ores. Satan believed anyone could finish such a quest, and that it was incredibly boring. However, Dex sensed something unique about this mission. He ordered Satan to survey their surroundings. There were countless people here looking to buy weapons. The spirit beast assumed this was just a group of blacksmiths and saw nothing special. But Dex then revealed that these blacksmiths, who were selling and repairing weapons, weren't NPCs, they were actual players. This was most likely due to the massive number of people gathered in the city. The demand for weapons had outstripped the supply of iron from the NPC blacksmiths. And because mining quests were so monotonous, most players refused to do them. This quest was all about supply and demand, with the potential to cause massive ripple effects in the future. Dex assured Satan he would soon understand the importance of this idea. But first, they would prioritize making some money at the McBarney City office before focusing on anything else. This woman was Mikey, and she held a position of authority in this city. She appeared to be deep in thought, pondering many things. She was analyzing the sudden spike in the price of iron ore. They used to cost 10 copper each, but now they had soared to 15. Mickey predicted the blacksmiths would face serious problems, unable to make a profit. This could also trigger a chain reaction of other issues, and it would reduce the number of weapons produced in their city. She knew she had to find a solution to this problem, and fast. Meanwhile, at a place on Mount Fine called Mine Entrance 1, to ensure no one could see them, our hero descended to the very bottom of the cave. He ordered Satan to take care of him. The spirit beast asked his master just how okay this was. Dex simply reassured him that everything would be fine. Satan then began to weave his magic. For this transaction, Dex gave him 8,000 credibility points, and in return, our little devil Satan brought forth an item. This special drill was a mining tool known as the Cave Annihilator. It enhanced the gathering of high-grade materials and boasted incredible stats. Dex intended to use this powerful item inside the cave to amass a great fortune. Meanwhile, back in McBarney City, business was still booming. To complete the miner's quest, this girl was trying to buy 20 ores from other players. A man approached her. He informed her that this quest really wasn't worth it. Besides, she wouldn't gain much from maintaining a positive relationship. His advice was simple, yet brilliant. Forge a direct bond with the miners and sell the ore yourself. That was the true path to profit. But their conversation didn't go unheard. 2 local blacksmiths listened in, their faces grim with irritation. Adventurers had been buying up all the ore for dirt cheap, and now those same adventurers were flipping it for a profit of over 50%. Kazim could only nod, sharing his friend's burning resentment. These newcomers had suddenly hijacked their entire market. At this rate, their city's economy would surely crumble to dust. Their only hope was for the Baroness to intervene. After all, the world of Arad Zami wasn't so different from reality. The core principles of production and consumption were hard-coded into the game. Supply and demand were powerful forces, especially since each region specialized in different goods. This system encouraged trade and distribution between territories. And in the current economy, iron ore was the most vital and sought-after resource. But as iron ore became agonizingly scarce, players grew more and more frustrated. Many had chosen the blacksmith class, hoping to capitalize on the booming weapons market. With the explosion of new blacksmiths, the demand for their core ingredients skyrocketed. The price for a single piece of iron ore soared to insane new heights. This trend threatened to drive honest smiths out of business entirely. Across the servers, player complaints about the game's economy were growing louder. It was all a little too realistic for their taste. Why not just mine it ourselves, some suggested. But that idea was quickly dismissed as a fool's errand. For starters, the trip from the city to the mines was a grueling 2-hour trek. Then came the real challenge, the backbreaking labor of actually mining the ore. To make matters worse, their gear could break down at any moment. The advice from veteran players was always the same: just focus on your weapons and forget about mining. The time investment was simply not worth the reward. For everyone else, mining was a waste of time. But for one person, that couldn't be further from the truth. He was deep in the mines, waging a one-man war against the mountain. In a shockingly brief period, our hero had already amassed a massive collection of iron ore. He was even unearthing rare materials like silver ore. He'd already achieved a high rank in his mining profession. This rank up granted him a 10% stamina boost and a higher chance of finding precious materials. After the intense session, Dex was completely exhausted. His haul for the day was staggering a massive 1,024 iron ores, on top of several other rare materials. He'd spent a fortune in plausibility points to get that drill, but a haul like this made the investment more than worth it. Just then, Satan's voice echoed in his mind, greeting his master. After so long apart, Satan sensed his master was ready for something more, something far greater than just a simple tool. He channeled his demonic power, ready for another trade. This time, he offered an item called the Tears of Darkness. It required level 21 to wield, and its power was terrifying an infinite increase to the bearer's darkness attribute. It could help Dex perceive hidden enemies and even held 2 unique abilities. Yet, our hero flatly refused the offer. He was certain. He didn't need more power right now. He calmly began to explain his reasoning. With such a high-level requirement, no one could buy it from him anyway. Besides, using such an overpowered item would make the game incredibly boring. Worse, it would attract the wrong kind of attention. People would start digging into his identity, and they might uncover the truth he fought so hard to protect. Satan raised a hand, signaling that he understood. Changing the subject, Dex finally asked, "So, where have you been all this time?" Our hero was curious, sensing a devilish grin in Satan's tone. But to keep things thrilling, Satan decided to keep his master guessing. Instead, he praised his master's incredible achievements. Dex's plan was simple: sell the ore, make a profit, and repeat the process every single day. But his true goal was to strengthen his bond with the city's miners by selling his haul directly to each and every one of them. By cultivating this positive relationship, it was only a matter of time before he caught the eye of the Baroness herself. That was his true objective. In the meantime, Baroness Mikau was drowning in meetings. Her desk was flooded with letters and frantic concerns from the miners. They all pleaded for her to intervene, but at this moment, there was very little the woman could do. Her council had concluded the problem stemmed from the unexpected flood of new players, all of whom were flocking to their city to become blacksmiths. Since none of them were experienced, they burned through materials at an alarming rate, creating an insane demand for ore from those trying to reach the artisan or master level. Yet, because players found the mining process so difficult, the supply of miners hadn't increased to meet this explosive demand. They had even considered enforcing a minimum mining quota. Problems were bombarding them from all sides, and it seemed there was no way out. That is, until a guard suddenly burst into the room. He brought urgent news for the Baroness. A literal mountain of iron ore had appeared outside the mansion. Everyone who saw it realized it was all premium quality ore, and they all wanted to buy some. When the Baroness herself emerged, she was completely taken aback by the sight. Our hero, meanwhile, was just kicking back and waiting for his plan to unfold. From the ores he sold, he'd already made about 5 gold and 12 silver. After a quick calculation, he realized that translated to 512,000 won, nearly $400 in real-world currency. That profit alone could cover his tuition, rent, and even his capsule expenses. But Dex knew this was just the beginning. As he continued to strategize, a calm voice spoke to him. The source was Mikau, the Baroness of this very city. In that moment, she stood right before him. A system window appeared, informing our hero that the Baroness's interest and favorability toward him had already increased. The moment Dex recognized her, a confident grin spread across his face. The Baroness greeted him and extended an invitation for tea. Our hero was presented with a choice, one that could change his destiny. Inside the grand mansion, Dex sat across from me. The Countess concluded that iron ore was a nightmare to mine, and so she turned to Dex for his help. Nick explained that with all the players flooding their city, the economy was starting to collapse. Following her request, the system notified Dex of a new unique quest. His mission to mine about 100,000 iron ores. So far, he had gathered 32,140 ores. Dex was thrilled to finally receive a special quest. After accepting, He promised the Countess he could solve this problem for her. That evening, our main character sat in front of his computer. He was researching and evaluating potential solutions for the Countess's dilemma. He couldn't believe Arcadia would introduce a real economic problem into the game. However, he eventually discovered how to solve this quest. The main issue was that players believed mining was an incredibly boring job, and our hero planned to start his own YouTube channel to change their minds, calling it The Daily Life of a Destroyer. The next day at a high school in Seoul, a boy asked his classmate if he was playing Arcadia today. Choi Hong-tae, a 15-year-old boy, was the one in the blue jacket. He had quit playing Arcadia after suffering some in-game trauma. On his very first day, Hong-tae was killed by a beginner monster. Then, overpowered slimes killed him on the second day. His bad luck didn't stop there because the beginner's village was destroyed soon after. He lost his life many times just trying to escape. And after arriving in Mickey Barney, he ran into another problem. He was forced to learn non-combat skills and become a merchant. This rendered his character meaningless since he couldn't hunt a single monster by himself. This young boy had become completely demoralized. But then he received a message from a classmate. Hong-tae watched a video about mining in Arcadia. The video had already gained 540,000 views. Its goal was to generate revenue within the game. The video started from the creator's point of view, showing him inside a mine as he introduced the location. He knew that many were already familiar with it. The boy continued watching and learning about mining. The creator showed just how much gold he earned by doing this job. He knew, however, that all the viewers would believe it was just more hard work. Hong-tae was astonished by this since he didn't expect anything similar. The creator then began to describe the steps involved in the process. He also provided several sample calculations. He remarked that they had to upgrade their mining rank first to truly make money, and after that, rare ores would begin to appear, and they could start becoming rich. In addition, the creator revealed his mining rank and that he mines at least one magic crystal a day. Hong-tae was immediately drawn to this concept, since no one had really paid attention to this job so far. The video didn't just delve into the mining process. The story continued to the part where the creator sold all of his mining equipment. He even encouraged players to actively interact with the NPCs. He proved that he had made 1 gold and 82 silver in a single day. This boy was completely captivated. His sparkling eyes told us as much. He considered adopting this tactic for himself. This video, from the YouTube channel Daily Life of a Destroyer, became the most popular post of the day. The name of the channel was a perfect fit for its content because it contained a mountain of lies. The only way the creator could have obtained those ores was thanks to a cheat item. He had deliberately omitted these details to deceive his audience. And as a result of this act, many people had started to take an interest in mining. Every player in the city rushed to buy a pickaxe to enter the mines. Suddenly, a long line of people was queuing up to mine iron ore. This development was driving the Countess insane. She was surprised that so many people entered the mines so quickly. Currently, she and Dex were having a meeting. She asked how he had managed to do this. Meekle discovered that Dex had sparked the primal desires of human beings. Dex informed her that money was the main factor. As long as something can bring in money, people will gravitate towards it. This NPC was confused by the concept. However, as long as her problem was solved, she didn't really care about the things she didn't understand. Dex informed her that they were still carrying out their plan. He then suggested that Meekle should pay the miners 1% of the ore they mine, instead of the current fixed salary. This would encourage those who put in the effort and eliminate those who were just lazing around. This woman was beginning to understand the nature of the problem. She agreed immediately. Dex discovered that the Countess was completely ignorant of economic principles. Now he would take advantage of this and teach her a lesson or two about the harsh reality of the contemporary economy, since the iron ore was being sold for 20 copper apiece. Meekle asked about the price. She became even more confused when Dex told her to just leave it be. The income of the artisans was not significantly affected, and those who really needed this iron ore would continue to buy them. They call this a price adjustment. Pricing the iron ore within this range was intentional to increase their value, and those who continued to complain should just go and mine it themselves. Dex's teachings were starting to corrupt this Countess. She then offered him the position of her Minister of Finance, promising to pay him a handsome salary. Dex rejected this offer immediately. Because his adventure was far from over. Dex had solved the Countess's problem. Now it was time for him to receive his well-deserved reward. Meekle then asked about Dex's true desire in return for the help he had provided. This was the ideal opportunity our main character had been waiting for. He then held a piece of paper up in front of her. Dex informed her that his business proposal was on that piece of paper. The Countess reviewed the contents of the proposal. According to our hero, there were limits to how much a person could earn on their own. He began to consider methods to overcome these limitations and discovered the answer was to dominate others. This woman was about to receive some new knowledge about economics. In the world of Arcadia, thousands of years ago, A great war raged that would be forever etched in history. A holy demonic war between angels and demons. Two supreme beings, representing the pinnacle of their races, engaged in a battle that shook the very heavens. The clash continued until one was left gravely wounded. On one side was the main character's familiar, Satan, champion of the demon race. Opposing him, an angel wielding a divine spear known as Muspelheim. That angel's name was Archangel Michael, the blade of heaven itself. Armed with such a holy weapon, she held an overwhelming advantage, and Satan suffered a crushing defeat. As it turns out, this was a fragment of Satan's past life, a nightmare resurfacing as a dream. This new location was stirring something deep within his sealed memories. More pieces of his past were slowly returning to him. He remained perched on Dex's shoulder, observing the world as his master casually strolled through the streets. At this point, everyone in town had caught the mining fever. Seeing this, Satan finally asked his master about the grand business proposal he'd made to the Baroness. His master had laid out a simple condition for him. You are free to do as you please, but you cannot leave my side. He wore a chillingly sinister smile as he spoke. He then began to explain the genius behind his scheme. The truth was, mining was brutally difficult work. An ordinary player might only find 10 iron ores in an entire hour. The rare metals Dex himself had found were only due to the Den Destroyer title he'd received. For anyone else, the job was barely profitable. However, with his unique position, he could manipulate this feature of the game, a fact that greatly intrigued the Demon King himself. Dex wouldn't be mining anymore. Instead, he planned to use the Baroness to sell entry tickets into the mines. He was selling the right to dig. Those without money could even pay the fee later. But by the time they realized the job was worthless, it would be far too late to back out. Satan then questioned the price of these tickets. Dex paused to consider it. Since this would be a one-time score, he had to make it count. He finally revealed the price, and Satan was left utterly speechless. Each ticket would cost a staggering 1 gold. Even though he was unfamiliar with human currency, he knew that was an impossibly high price. But Dex was confident his leaked information would make the players fall right into his trap. This was the fastest path to unimaginable wealth. As the King of Demons listened to his master's devilish plan, a profound silence fell over him. He came to a startling conclusion. Dex was more of a demon than he was, willing to drain every last coin from the players without a shred of remorse. In that moment, the familiar's admiration for his master reached a whole new level. They were truly a perfect match. Satan then spoke with a newfound urgency, telling his master there was a place of great importance they needed to visit. He promised Dex that following him would lead to a reward far greater than he could imagine. Having set his plan in motion, Dex simply went with the flow. The two arrived before a massive, ancient door leading deep into the mines. Satan revealed this was why he had vanished while his master was busy mining ore. He had trusted his instincts the moment they entered this city. Now, he finally understood why this place felt so hauntingly familiar. Dex examined the door closely. It was clearly ancient, abandoned for ages. Yet something was off. There was not a trace of rust or decay on its surface. Perhaps some kind of powerful magic is protecting it, Dex mused. At Satan's urging, our main character decided to try and open the great door. He placed his hands upon its cold surface. Instantly, a system window appeared, warning him of a powerful seal. It stated that Dex had not yet met the conditions to break it. The system then recommended he report this discovery to the Baroness. Interestingly, the find also unlocked a brand new skill for him called relic excavation. When Dex told Satan about the seal, the Demon King flew into a rage. This place was the very reason he had brought his master here. Our main character was still completely in the dark about Satan's true goal. He simply told his familiar that he lacked the ability to open the door. Seeing how hopelessly dense his master was, Satan tried to offer another hint. He couldn't believe it was taking him this long to figure it out. Satan tried again, asking Dex about the nature of his unique power. Dex pondered the question of plausibility, and finally, the pieces started to click. This power existed outside the laws of providence. It granted its user absolute control over their own actions. Plausibility was the closest one could get to the power of a world's creator. After all that, Satan expected Dex to understand. But when his master still said no, he had to spell it out for him. Master, you can do anything you wish. After 10 more agonizing minutes, Dex finally grasped it. Plausibility was the very force that allowed transcendental beings like Satan to exist and move in this world. Satan explained that while this power normally accumulates over time, the rate was painfully slow. It would take him 500 years to gather the points his master now held. At last, Dex understood why his familiar so desperately craved those points. He also realized he could use that same power to open this door, but it was still sealed. So he asked Satan how he should proceed. The Demon King advised him to simply touch the door and will it to open. It was time for his master to learn to think like an absolute being. All that was required was his will to make it happen. As Dex reached for the door once more, a brilliant magic circle erupted across its surface. The seal was reacting to our main character's plausibility. The system then prompted him with a choice: open the door, at the cost of 15,000 points. The price was astronomical, but Dex didn't hesitate. With points to burn, he confirmed the command. The cost was instantly deducted from his total. And just like that, the ancient seal shattered. Dex had discovered the unknown heavenly altar. Satan revealed that behind this door lay the angel's lair, a place also known by another name, the High Heavens Stairway. This location was a relic of that ancient bloody conflict, the Great War of Holy Demonic Arcadia, a war where countless lives were lost, and death swept across the entire continent. Only the existence of the World Tree allowed the weaker realms to survive the catastrophe. Even 1,000 years after the war, its scars remained. The survivors left behind a warning for future generations, praying such a tragedy would never happen again. Just then, an alert about the discovery of the High Stairs of Heaven flashed across Arcadia's main database. A legendary grade quest had just been triggered, sending the entire operations team into emergency mode. A long-dormant quest had its seal broken. Director Kang Toon immediately called an emergency meeting. This was the scene that greeted him. The assembled prisoners had yet to recover from their previous ordeal. They thought they'd finally earned a moment of peace, but that hope was shattered. Toon briefed them on the incident at Mount Phi. The team assessed the gravity of this new crisis. The shocking truth was, this land was once the territory of angels, a fact the director had only recently discovered. Even though this knowledge was unknown to their branch, they managed to uncover its ancient origins. Mount Phi was where the first angels descended from the heavens. In the distant past, it was known as the gate to the celestial realm. The surrounding ores were a divine barrier, hiding the entrance from mortal eyes. They had named this place the Hidden Sanctuary. The director grew intrigued, realizing just how many undiscovered histories lay buried in Arcadia. The entire team cross-referenced every glitched quest affected by this. They believed they were onto something huge. Kang Tuan hesitated to share this terrifying knowledge, but it was too late. He warned them that this newfound quest could be the spark that ignites the Second Great Holy Demon War. Hearing this, the director could already feel a massive headache coming on. Meanwhile, the one responsible for all this, our main character, was still reeling from the revelation. Satan, however, was ecstatic. A chance to finally take revenge on the angels. He urged his master to plunder this sacred ground for all it was worth. Dex approached the object floating in the center of the space. He wondered if a legendary treasure was sealed inside. But as the main character reached out to touch it, a new set of system messages appeared. Access required someone who could decipher an ancient language. At the same time, a wave of holy power flowed into Dex's body, accelerating his MP and HP regeneration. He also received a new quest, the Hidden Remnants. Dex's suspicion grew. There had to be an item of immense value inside, and Satan was buzzing in his ear. As he weighed his options, the system prompted him to inform the Baroness before opening the gate. But there was a problem. He'd already opened it. Besides, he figured a woman clueless about this world's economy would be of little help anyway. Dex also knew that by using his plausibility to force the door, his actions were now bordering on criminal. He couldn't let anyone else know about this place. A smirk crossed his face as he decided to open the treasure chest. The Demon King was overjoyed, but over 10 minutes later, they were still struggling to pry it open. This thing was sealed shut, tight. Both of them were panting, their stamina completely drained. Satan grumbled that if he had more power, this would be child's play. He never imagined he'd struggle so much just to open a rock. The stone had no barrier, no magical seal upon it. His subordinate's words sparked an idea in Dex's mind. He quickly confirmed if a treasure truly lay within. Receiving the answer he wanted, our hero prepared himself. In a flash, he equipped his Annihilator. Satan was baffled by his master's actions. But with no other way to open the chest, Dex chose the path of destruction. He began drilling straight into the treasure chest, and it worked. As cracks began to spiderweb across its surface, Satan mused that this was proof humans were worse than demons. After a final push, the chest shattered open. The feat earned Dex an extraordinary achievement, but the beings of the celestial realm were shocked by his desecration. His affinity with them plummeted to rock bottom. Our hero was now forbidden from appearing before holy beings. He also earned a new title, Destroyer of Sacred Relics. But the look on our hero's face said it was all worth it, until he saw what was inside. Dex's expression froze in confusion. It was just a damn skeleton. A sick feeling washed over our hero. What he'd just destroyed wasn't a treasure chest. It was a coffin. He immediately pinned the blame on Satan, but since the deed was done, Dex figured they might as well salvage something from the wreckage. Satan pointed out the skeleton's necklace. A mysterious light pulsed from the artifact, calling to them. Satan recognized it contained a sacred item, one the angels were saving for a special occasion. He reasoned that if his master took it, the Celestials' grand plan would be ruined. This was the perfect way to get back at the angels who defeated him. And so, our hero, Dex, acquired the Medal of Heavenly Glory, another vital relic. The moment he touched it, holy power erupted from the metal. The force was so overwhelming, it began to destroy Satan. Dex, however, felt an abundant surge of energy. Power coursed through every fiber of his being. He was experiencing the medal's unique authority firsthand. It also granted him access to a hidden class, Holy Prophet. This new path directly conflicted with the main character's current class. The Minstrel of Chaos. The system temporarily neutralized the medal's effect, issuing several warnings. Dex now possessed 2 medals, each unlocking a different hidden class. The blast of holy energy had nearly annihilated Satan. He frantically asked his master what happened, but Dex had no clue. This item was a complete mystery. Even its description was blank. However, the game itself had begun to investigate this critical error. Dex felt he'd just made things a lot more complicated. He could only hope the system would sort it out. Meanwhile, near the McBear mine, a young boy was stopped by a guard, much to his confusion. The guard informed him of the new rules regarding the mine. To even begin mining, one now needed a special pass. Wach, the unluckiest player in Arcadia, was completely unaware. He recalled the widow he'd met and figured things must have changed since then. The guard revealed that entry to this area now required a fee. The boy reluctantly asked about the price of the pass, and his jaw hit the floor. The moment he heard it would cost 30 gold. The pass, valid for the next 30 days, cost the equivalent of 1 gold per day. A single gold coin was already worth $77, or 100,000 won. For a high school student, this cost was simply impossible. His dreams of getting rich were shattered in an instant. His hopes of striking it rich through mining were utterly crushed. But the guard offered an alternative, a tempting trap for a desperate soul. The program's true targets were the players who couldn't afford the pass. The guard began to lay out the devil's bargain. He explained it was essentially a buy now, pay later scheme. The guard then pointed him towards an office where he could learn all the details. And the woman in charge of that consultation office was right here. For a desperate young player, this was more than enough to lure him in. Just like that, they had ensnared another one, making him feel a twinge of guilt. This kid was on the fast track to becoming a mining slave. Not long ago, this mine was practically deserted. But now, it was teeming with workers. Every single one of them had been duped by Dex. Their desperate shouts echoed even outside the mine. This woman, however, was thoroughly impressed with the newly installed system. She found it unbelievable that anyone could fall for such a simple trick. But she knew an idea this wicked wasn't something the Baroness could devise on her own. The mastermind behind this plan, she knew, had to be truly vicious. Meanwhile, Dex completed his quest for 100,000 iron ores without lifting a single finger. The player's forced labor had done it all for him. He then ordered Satan to wrap things up here. His familiar was perplexed. His master was even doing stretches. Though Satan didn't understand the details, he could sense a sinister aura around this whole affair. Dex warned him that their actions could lead to severe punishment, so no one could ever discover the crime scene. To conceal everything, Satan would have to defy his master's orders once more. However, Dex simply equipped the Den Destroyer again. He told Satan his only job was to erase all the evidence. The sheer scale of Dex's schemes was already making his familiar sweat. With a chilling smile, Dex declared he would wipe this place from existence, and immediately got to work. The millennium-old archaeological site began to crumble into dust. Yet even as he destroyed everything, a brilliant aura enveloped him. Satan realized he had much to learn from humans, and that he should probably start taking notes. Back at the Mickey Mansion, the Baroness was ecstatic to see Dex. She had been eagerly awaiting his return, gloating that thanks to his plan, they were now overflowing with miners. She couldn't thank him enough. She was practically salivating over the profits. Countless players had fallen right into their trap. On one track alone, around 9,693 players had signed on. On top of the 30% transaction fees, she also got to purchase all the ores they mined. Mikey was utterly captivated by Dex's methods, but Dex felt that this woman was descending further into madness each time they met. He was now starting to fear for the players trapped in her service. Regardless, Dex's plan had been a massive success. He then informed the Baroness of the honor he was about to be granted. Mickey moved swiftly, telling Dex she had already prepared his cut. It was 10% of their entire business venture, for doing nothing. Dex had earned 120 gold and 23 silver. Mickey then approached Dex, asking him to become her official partner. In return, she would grant him all the power he desired and treat him as a true equal. A system notification popped up, confirming her proposal was genuine. Dex was already deep in thought. An offer this good was almost impossible to resist. The creation of the massively expansive game, Arcadia, was attributed to just one man. That man was Jack, the creator of Arcadia. He is currently in contact with Alice, the game's administrator, AI. It had been some time since they had spoken, so he greeted the AI warmly. Alice reported that numerous fatal inconsistencies were appearing in the game, but there was one incident in particular that she was powerless to solve. She needed him to investigate and determine the best course of action. Jack found this fascinating. As he pulled up the data, he saw the hidden class, the Bard of Anarchy. This was a variable that not even he, the creator, was aware of. He realized a true disruptor had broken into his perfect world, and it was all because of this one enigmatic man. This disruptor in question now also possessed the Heavens Medallion. It was a weapon meant exclusively for the heroes of the Holy Demonic Great War. A single player had obtained the two most sacred relics belonging to the two opposing races. Jack was thrilled to see such chaos unfolding in his world. But because of this, it was now impossible to elevate Dex to the status of Holy Prophet. Alice asked the creator what they should do. The creator simply told Alice that the job advancement itself held little significance. All that was required was to give Dex his prize. Jack instructed Alice that they would simply alter the characteristics of the item Dex received, since Dex had thrown Arcadia into chaos. It was his duty as creator to restore the balance. He informed Alice that an agent named Michael would now handle this assignment. Back with Dex, the system was still awaiting his decision on the Baroness's proposal. But in the end, he rejected her offer. Mikey was completely taken aback, certain that her terms would have been more than enough. Dex simply explained that he was an explorer at heart, and he still planned to travel the entire continent. He promised to reconsider her offer after his journey was complete. He had an unspoken feeling that he needed to cut ties with her now. Hearing his travel plans, the Baroness was overjoyed. She then presented Dex with a letter. It was a letter of recommendation, penned by her personally. With this, Dex would now have protection anywhere he went within this kingdom. This letter was his reward for the quest. However, he couldn't help but wonder why he would need security. Mickey explained that the kingdom was in a terrible state. If Dex truly planned to cross the continent, a letter like this would be essential for his survival. Dex was completely unaware of this situation. He realized this was the kind of critical information one could only obtain by interacting with key NPCs. She clarified that the current king is far too old, and the prince will soon have to ascend the throne. The problem, however, was the prince's youth and inexperience. As a result, power-hungry nobles were beginning to exploit the young prince. And the worst among these men was a duke by the name of Bayon. He acts as the leader of the noble faction, but in reality, he is nothing more than a puppet for a neighboring king. This man was even instigating wars with nearby nations, all to reap massive war profits. Of this, Mikey was absolutely certain. If that happens, this entire nation will be plunged into chaos. Dex sighed. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with this troublesome affair. The Baroness then revealed her hand. The letter of recommendation she provided was a testament to how he resolved the crisis in her city. Presenting this to the Imperial Palace would guarantee he'd be treated as a VIP. With that, the Baroness had officially locked him into the quest for the Maroon Kingdom. He was now tasked to aid the kingdom and seek out the fated hero with the power to alter its destiny. Trapped with no other options, he had no choice but to accept. Through gritted teeth, Dex assured the Baroness he would do his best. His reluctant resolve only deepened the lady's admiration for him. After their meeting, Dex and Mikey said their goodbyes. The Baroness promised she would wait for his return, no matter how long it took. With a final wave, Dex departed. He knew this connection with her had become dangerously complicated. She had placed all her faith in him, believing his journey was the key to reshaping the world. And considering how many times Dex had already upended the world of Arcadia, her belief wasn't entirely baseless. The changes he made had impacted everyone, both inside the game and out. He had single-handedly rewritten the destinies of every human and monster in his path. Arcadia was a world designed for players, but ironically, Dex was the only one playing it as if it were truly real. But all the chaos he'd caused before was nothing compared to this. Satan, his demonic familiar, questioned his master's sudden leap into the political arena. But Dex was locked onto this path. There was no turning back. If he had to play their game, he would ensure he gained enough power to control the board. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light erupted from his inventory. A system window notified our main character that the previous issue had been resolved. The magnificent sky medallion had been completely transformed. The item then began to radiate a blinding holy light, forcing our hero to shield his eyes. Both Dex and the demon could only watch as the artifact pulsed with untamed energy. The power pouring from the medallion was something our main character had never witnessed before. Even Satan was on high alert. The medallion's voice echoed in his mind, bestowing upon him the protection of a guardian angel and a new holy attribute. The item was now impossible to deactivate, permanently bound to his very soul. And before him, a celestial being materialized from the light. Dex stared in utter disbelief. It was the Archangel Michael, the embodiment of holiness and glory, standing right in front of him. Angels and demons, two ancient races, like fire and water. They were eternal enemies, locked in a conflict that could never end. And now, the leaders of both sides stood before Dex, bickering like spoiled children. The moment she appeared, Michael confronted the demon. She accused him of trying to corrupt their holy sanctuary, Mount Fine, demanding to know what he was plotting. Satan shot back that if she had awakened first, she would have done the exact same thing. The two legendary beings continued their endless argument. Dex's face was a mask of pure irritation as he shouted for them to stop, physically stepping between them to keep them apart. Satan boasted that in his true form, he would have already crushed her. But the angel refused to yield an inch. She reminded Satan of his defeat in the last Great War. He retorted that she only won by using a divine weapon against him. That detail caught our hero's attention. A divine weapon, but overall, they were still acting like children, just as the library texts had described. The descriptions of their rivalry had been spot on. The angel, Michael, then turned her piercing gaze on him. "Are you the one who forged an eon contract with this fiend?" Our main character grimly confirmed it. He explained that he'd been given no choice. The contract had been forced upon him. Dex's obvious resentment of the situation caused Satan to let out a fake, theatrical sob. Michael ignored this, informing Dex that he possessed a power known as plausibility, an ability that, in the wrong hands, could be catastrophic. "And there are no hands worse," she said, glaring at Satan, "than those of a vile demon." Michael warned Dex not to fall for the demon's tricks. Since the Eon contract was now unbreakable, she declared that she herself would guide Dex. She would lead him down the path of righteousness and serve as his true guardian angel. Dex felt her sincerity, but Satan simply exploded with laughter. He told Michael her mission was pointless. The angel demanded to know what was so funny. As the ruler of all demons, Satan replied that he knew one thing for sure. He revealed a shocking truth of all the humans he'd ever met. Dex was the most like a demon. He claimed this man had the potential to be more evil than any fiend from the underworld. Dex was stunned. But he had to admit, Satan wasn't completely wrong. His hidden class was the Bard of Anarchy, a role that demanded he disrupt and overturn the entire world. Nearly all his actions were registered as negative deeds, but Michael refused to accept it, holding fast to her conviction. She told Dex their creator planted a seed of kindness in every soul, and it was her sacred duty to help that goodness blossom. The angel vowed to give her all to awaken the hero within Dex. She then added with a gentle smile that he could simply call her by her nickname, Elle. Satan merely scoffed at the scene. He informed Elle that while he might tolerate her presence, he refused to grant her any authority. With a calm smile, she told Satan it was arrogant to think he could monopolize the power of plausibility. "That dream ends now," Elle stated, "for I am here." And so, the bickering started all over again. They were truly incompatible. Dex stared in disbelief. His one noisy familiar had just become two. He roared, breaking up their fight. Our hero reasoned that it didn't matter if his partners were angels or demons. They weren't the real key to changing this world. The real key was capitalism. He smirked at Elle, telling her he didn't give Satan any special treatment either. He then asked the strongest angel, "So, what can you offer me in return for your power?" Elle was completely shocked by her new master's words, but she adapted in an instant, realizing that he operated on a simple principle of give-and-take model. Even in the celestial realm, Dex asked Elle if she had any skills he could borrow, wondering if she could grant him more than just heavenly weapons. Elle seemed a little unsure. She didn't grasp the concept of a skill for the first time. Dex realized these spirit beasts were unfamiliar with game terminology. He clarified, explaining that he was searching for a power, something that would let him face formidable foes, since his own combat prowess was lacking. The angel assessed him, instantly pinpointing what he truly needed. Because of his hidden class, our hero desperately required skills that could support him in a fight. The idea was to move beyond simply leveling up his stats. While Pla's stats were impressive, he couldn't rely on his familiar forever. His only unique abilities so far were diving and mining, both of which were completely useless in a battle. Elle's face suddenly lit up, realizing she could bestow upon her master something truly legendary. A pact was then forged between the angel and Dex. A system window appeared, announcing he had acquired a new skill, Divine Descent. Dex could now wield this incredible power in exchange for faith points. Elle confirmed the contract was complete. The abilities of the heavens were now his to command. Dex wasn't sure how to react. The power still cost faith points, but something was infinitely better than nothing. This was a game changer. He immediately tested his new ability, a massive grin spreading across his face. Our hero activated Divine Descent and was instantly engulfed in a blinding pillar of holy light. The sheer spiritual pressure from the skill sent Satan flying, and the entire forest trembled in its presence. This brilliant radiance was seen by every monster nearby. It seemed he had just painted a massive target on his back. Elle explained how the skill worked. Dex could now temporarily channel the power of legendary warriors, heroes with devout spirits dwelling within them. The first hero was the great thief of loyalty, Parcel, followed by the legendary divine archer, Merlin, and the knight of honor, Farron. Our hero was more than satisfied with this new talent. But as he was testing his newfound power, he heard a rustle nearby. He knew this was going to be very useful. The source of the sound was a group of giant orcs, who surprisingly spoke human tongue, demanding he hand over all his valuables. Instead of feeling fear, Dex just smirked. He finally had the perfect targets to test his new abilities on. Meanwhile, many adventurers were still trapped on Mount Fine, forced to mine ore. These players thought watching a few YouTube videos would be their ticket to getting rich through gaming. But as they dug deeper into the mines, they realized their fantasy was an inescapable nightmare. Even Hume Tech, a player cursed with terrible luck, in Arcadia, had accepted his fate, admitting he'd been completely scammed. All his friends were out there, happily slaying monsters across the city. He wanted to ask for help, but was too ashamed to tell them what had happened. At this point, he didn't even care about the money. His only goal was to escape this miserable pit. He considered just logging off and leaving this nightmare behind. His resolve was wavering after all the backbreaking labor, but his thoughts were shattered by a sudden scream. The guards were dragging a man back into the mine who had just attempted a desperate escape. Another adventurer then told Hume Tech that running was pointless. Even if they managed to get out, the Baroness would issue an order declaring them deserters. In every town and city, anyone with that title would be treated as a criminal. The man suggested that rather than being unable to play the game in peace, they should just keep working to pay off their debt. Hume was so crushed by these words that he abandoned all thoughts of escape. With tears welling in his eyes, he raised his pickaxe and went back to mining more iron ore. Just then, a system notification appeared his mining skill had leveled up, and his mining speed had slightly increased. The unluckiest of players was granted a new title, the Persistent Miner. Furthermore, he had captured the attention of someone known only as the Most Tenacious Flame. This mysterious figure was now observing him very closely. Seeing this information for the first time, Hume Tech was naturally confused by the alert. However, a guard barked at him to get back to work. Before he could investigate any further, back with our hero, he had activated his new talent, Divine Descent. The hero he chose was Farron, the Knight of Honor. Throughout his life, this man was a divine warrior who knew nothing but victory. The mere sight of his blade was enough to strike terror into every demon in the surrounding prisons. His shield had saved countless lives. Every conflict he entered was destined to be a glorious win. For this achievement, he was granted the title of Living Honor. But because of his overwhelming power, the demons knew him by another name. No one could stand against this hero. Farron was called the Demon Slayer, and now, our hero had taken control of his legendary power. Dex had become a vessel for this valiant warrior spirit. He now had access to every single one of the hero's abilities. Satan immediately recognized the sword and shield that manifested from Dex. Our hero was ecstatic, as the skill was everything its name promised. True power coursed through his body, far greater than he had ever imagined. Satan was now groaning in despair. Because of all the heroes, it had to be Farron who descended. He cried to Dex that Farron's name was infamous among all demons. He revealed the man was insane, subjugating every demon he saw, even those who posed no threat. Dex just laughed at this. From a demon's perspective, the hero that humanity cheered for was actually a terrifying monster. With his preparations complete, he turned to face the orcs. The time for games was over. He had kept them waiting long enough. The orcs knew their opponent had just received a massive power-up, since Dex's presence was almost non-existent just moments before. Our hero noticed this as well. The monsters weren't charging him recklessly like others would. He believed they possessed a degree of intelligence. After leaving Mick Barney, Dex had chosen a different path, which is how he ran into these beasts. He took a route that cut through a dense forest. This path was avoided by adventurers because a level 25 area boss and countless hidden monsters lurked within. Finally, one of the creatures charged our hero, beginning its assault, but Dex simply held his ground, deflecting the blow with ease. It was his iron will skill kicking in. Satisfied that he'd mastered its application, Dex prepared to launch his counterattack. With that attack, the Holy Shield's protection vanished. It was time for combat mode. A flurry of skills activated at once. the belief in justice and stoking the flame of dawn. Above our hero, they manifested an impossibly large sword of pure light. The sight alone struck terror into the monsters. But it was already too late for them. Dex watched, anticipating the outcome. In the next moment, a massive beam of light engulfed the entire forest, cleaving through every tree in its destructive path. This was undeniably a light-based assault. And with that single, overwhelming strike, the divine descent skill was deactivated. The system instantly began its calculation. How many claws were consumed? The final count came to 352. The soul of the Holy Knight departed from our main character's body. He felt a pang of disappointment. They all perished from a single blow. Elle, meanwhile, was utterly speechless at the spectacle she had just witnessed. The angel was stunned that a mere human could wield such immense power, and even evolve it. A profound realization dawned on her. Now Elle understood why her creator had guided her to this adventurer. It was to witness the impossible feats this man was destined to achieve. This man, right here. His very existence held the power to change the tides of history. For Archangel Michael, witnessing this firsthand was a moment of pure ecstasy. Although Dex's curiosity about his familiar was growing, a warrior's frustration lingered. He hadn't been able to test its strength in a proper battle. Now, both Elle and Satan were resting peacefully on the ground. But later that evening, our hero remained awake, his mind racing. He was still analyzing his newest ability, Divine Descent. He was glad to have used the skill sooner than planned, allowing him to weigh all its advantages and its heavy costs. The greatest pro. It completely negated any level and power gap when facing overwhelmingly stronger opponents. Before this, his only option was to burn through plausibility points to buy a weapon from Satan. But that method was far too costly, and choosing one weapon type would leave him vulnerable. After all, he would eventually face countless different types of enemies. Our hero was grateful he had endured and gained this power. But Divine Descent also had serious drawbacks. Just for that one use, Dex had already consumed 352 points. And it had taken nearly 3 minutes just to eliminate 3 orcs. Dex shuddered thinking about the cost of facing a truly formidable foe. That was the skill's only flaw. A crushing uncertainty about when he could ever afford to use it again. But when it came down to it, he had to admit, the feeling of that power was incredible. Suddenly, a voice startled him. It was Elle. She explained that, unlike some, she was a very light sleeper. She was, of course, talking about Satan. The Archangel began to speak of the demon's power, noting how it consumed immense plausibility, a fact that deeply concerned Dex. Elle continued, revealing that the hero Dex summoned was no ordinary being. Every other demon feared this entity, for it was a being of immense strength. The very idea that our hero could wield its power was a monumental feat. And as for the cost, she assured him, the number of points used was just right. Listening to her, Dex noticed a unique quality in the angel's voice. Ultimately, our hero concluded that having this skill opened up far more options than it closed. It wasn't a burden, but a trump card against his foes. He just had to use it wisely. Seeing Dex convinced, Elle felt a sense of relief. Her mission was complete. The story now shifts to the Maroon Kingdom, a crucial location that served as the very foundation for Arcadia's Korean server. And right now, the internal politics of this kingdom were in a state of turmoil. Yet despite the power struggles, the kingdom was seen as a strong and well-established power. The Maroon Kingdom's key advantage was its strategic location. It sat perfectly positioned between neighboring nations, allowing it to act as a vital trade intermediary. When other nations needed to import or export goods, they had to go through here. This reality inspired countless merchants to establish their businesses within its walls. And here, we find the Great Merchant Association, or GM, one of the largest of them all. Outside their grand building, a non-permanent customer was grumbling impatiently. He had traveled all this way to meet the head of the merchantry, only to be kept waiting. Just then, someone approached him with an apology. The elderly man was John Smith, the branch manager for the Great Merchant Association. For now, he would be the one to assist this important NPC. He explained that their leader was in a critical meeting in the main hall and could not be disturbed, even for a merchant of his stature. Inside him, this white-haired man was deep in conversation with the guildmaster of the GM Merchant Association, discussing the war that was about to erupt in their kingdom. This man was Duke Barhan, the supreme leader of the Maroon Kingdom's nobility. The other was Jedu, the master of the Merchantry Guild. And just like Dex, he was an adventurer. Jedu thought to himself that for an NPC, Duke Barhan possessed a wickedly sharp mind. He knew the man before him had the power to raise an army and seize the throne with ease. Duke Barhan's influence and power made him an incredibly dangerous man. Yet this very man, who could rule the entire kingdom, had come to their guild, asking for assistance. Even though he never expected to meet this NPC so soon, Choi Jae-do knew this was an opportunity he could not let pass. And so begins the story of Choi Jae-do. He was the youngest son of the chairman of the GM group. His rebellious attitude had always been a headache for his father. He had tried countless jobs within the family company, but every single time, he fell disastrously short of expectations. He was on the verge of being disowned for the endless mistakes he'd cost the company. Now, Choi Jae-do was the leader of the GM Great Merchant Association, a powerhouse merchantry with a firm grip on the Maroon Kingdom. Using his father's money, he started his own enterprise inside the game. This guild's singular goal was to profit from every single player who entered Arcadia. At this very table, Choi Jae-do planned to secure a fortune. It was a meeting of authority and power. One man from the real world, the other from the virtual. Once again, two different worlds were about to collide. Duke Barhan made his move. He told Jae-do he wished to personally meet the leader of the Merchant Association, the one that catered to all adventurers. He gave Jae-do immense credit for how rapidly his company had grown and gained such influence. And for that very reason, Duke Barhan wanted to become their ally. In exchange for this alliance, he had a request for the GM group to buy every single grain available on the market. In return, Duke Barhan promised to pay them a handsome price. This transaction would forge them into formal partners. If everything went according to plan, Duke Barhan would grant the Jae-do Merchant Association exclusive rights to handle the Maroon Kingdom's logistical supplies. For Jae-do, this offer was nothing short of legendary. He agreed in a heartbeat, recognizing Duke Bayan's potential to seize the entire kingdom. As the old man left, a sudden realization struck Jae-do. This was his golden opportunity. A grin spread across his face. He told the elder they were facing the chance of a lifetime. Leaping to his feet, Jae-do urged the old man to contact his father for more investment, but John Smith immediately shut him down. Jae-do was utterly baffled by this rejection. After already sinking a massive 8 billion won into this game, this man was asking for even more, a sum equivalent to 6.2 million US dollars. From his perspective, the profits from this alliance would dwarf such a meager investment. All he had to do was support Duke Bayan's ambitions and supply the Maroon Kingdom with everything it needed. This would place the white-haired man on the throne, and in the aftermath, the Great Merchant Association would become the true economic powerhouse, the undisputed rulers of the continent's economy. At that very moment, another man, Count Brockham, was meeting with someone unexpected, our main character. Dex. Dex had arrived at the location Mick suggested, and without delay, he presented the Count with the Baroness's letter. Count Brockham was impressed. How could a mere adventurer acquire a letter directly from the Baroness? Dex began to explain her words. He was supposed to be guaranteed some form of protection, but before he could finish, the letter was torn in half. Dex was shocked the Count didn't even read it. Count Brockham then pierced him with a stare, demanding to know why he was truly sent here, despite the intense pressure. Dex met this NPC's directness with a confident smile. Unfazed, he simply replied that he honestly had no idea. Besides, he added, he wasn't worried about it. Matters like these were usually handled by people of high status. The sarcastic remark hung in the air, creating a crushing pressure between the two. But the silence was broken by Count Brockham's booming laughter. He was impressed by Dex's sheer audacity. The Count knew all along why the Baroness had sent him. He was sent to help them resolve a conflict that was about to ignite a war between the Maroon Kingdom and the Parkville Kingdom. Dex humbly brushed off the praise, claiming he had no idea how he could possibly help with such a massive crisis. The fact that Dex didn't even flinch at the mention of war left Count Brockham even more impressed. This meant Kyle had already informed him of the situation, showing just how much she trusted him. The Count then asked Dex for his thoughts. How should they handle this impending disaster? The nobles were already allied with Duke Bayan, and the prince was far too young. He was incapable of making wise decisions for his people. With this information, Dex's mind began to work. He told the Count there was a hard way and an easy way. The simple solution, Dex explained, involved the root of the problem, Duke Bayan himself. An organization always crumbles once its leader is removed. The Count understood Dex's cold implication: assassination. Our main character confirmed it with a nod. At this, Brockham laughed even harder. What an interesting adventurer he'd found. His booming voice now felt like a physical weight pressing down on Dex. After calming himself, Count Brockham admitted he'd considered that plan. But Duke Bayan is surrounded by elite adventurers and royal guards. He has protection 24 hours a day. It wasn't a simple task. He told Dex he'd love to meet someone insane enough to even attempt it. To continue working in this kind of situation, pointing to himself, our main character declared that he would be the one to carry out the assassination. The air in the room instantly turned heavy. The Count scoffed, saying Dex wouldn't even be able to scuff the Duke's clothes. In his eyes, Dex was just a level 1 adventurer, completely unqualified for such a legendary mission. But our main character just asked him again. A confident grin now on his face, he challenged the Count, asking if he truly believed it was impossible. This time, the pressure radiating from Dex was immense. The Count praised his overwhelming confidence. Getting to his feet, the old man told Dex to follow him. They were heading to the training grounds. Count Brockham declared that Dex would first have to prove his worth. He needed to see for himself if the Baroness's judgment was sound. The test was about to begin. A powerful energy began to surge from Count Brockham's body. This man was known as the kingdom's shield, and he was a master swordsman. He truly hoped Dex would not disappoint him, but our main character was ecstatic. He activated his skill, Divine Descent, calling upon the spirit of the wandering knight, Kofus. A brilliant green light instantly enveloped Dex's body. In that moment, Count Brockham sensed a dramatic shift in his aura. A second ago, he felt Dex was a novice who had never held a sword, but now, he felt like he was facing a legendary master of the sword dance. The system confirmed it. The soul of Kofus had descended into Dex's body. Our main character then declared the fight would be over in 5 minutes or less. He knew this skill consumed a massive amount of plausibility, so he had to end it quickly. But his opponent heard those words as pure arrogance. Dex exploded forward, unleashing a flurry of skills. He moved faster than the naked eye could see, appearing before the Count in a flash. Though Dex expected to end it in one blow, the old master managed to block the attack, shocked by the incredible weight behind the sword. The swordmaster's skill was on a completely different level, putting some distance between them. Count Brockham realized Dex was no ordinary adventurer, and our main character thanked him for finally noticing. With his power proven, he asked the old man if he truly wished to continue their spar. Count Brockham grinned, knowing he had to show Dex his own true power. The swordsman unleashed his technique Formless Aura Blade. A terrifying surge of power erupted from his body. The Count declared his pride in his skills and promised to show Dex what real power looked like. The battle had escalated in an instant, leaving our hero shocked. The old man unleashed his attack, then stared in disbelief. In response, a lethal Crimson Slash shot toward Dex. He scrambled to defend against it. Just as the Count's attack was about to land, a massive explosion erupted. He stared at Dex's position, his eyes widening in disbelief. Not only did Dex use a skill just like Count Brockham's, he managed to block the attack completely. His version of the invisible sword was on another level. Dex's invisible sword was overwhelmingly more powerful. This was a technique reserved for those who had earned the title of Swordmaster. The system then informed Dex that the skill he'd just used was meant for adventurers at level 150 or higher. As a result, it consumed a massive amount of credibility. Dex wondered just how many points he had burned through without realizing it. Meanwhile, the old Count just kept watching, completely stunned. Count Brockham flinched as Dex turned to face him once more. Dex calmly advised him that their little spar was over. With those words, Dex channeled his power for one final strike, teleporting right in front of the old man. Although the Count managed to block it, the force was overwhelming. An unstoppable power was driving him backward. The old man knew with certainty that if he continued to resist this attack, his life would be forfeit. And the moment the Count showed the slightest opening, Dex seized it. A decisive blow landed on Count Brockham, forcing the sword from his grasp. Having defeated the Count, Dex immediately deactivated his Angel's Descent skill. The old man was simply grateful to be alive. The system then flashed a new notification. He had consumed 28.12 credibility points. In return, he was granted the title Warrior of Miracles. For defeating a vastly superior opponent, his strength stat was permanently increased by 10. But instead of celebrating, Dex was just stunned. He was floored by the sheer cost of the skill. P appeared, explaining that because Dex used more power this time, the consumption rate was naturally higher. Besides, she hadn't wanted to interrupt him since he seemed to be truly enjoying the thrill of battle. She too was captivated by her master's display of power. For most players, the skill's true potential would remain locked away. Elle surveyed the aftermath of the battle before asking about Dex's swordsmanship. Dex informed Elle that he'd mastered the blade in another world, recalling the countless hours he'd spent in other games. Meanwhile, Count Brockham stood frozen in place. He couldn't process it. A low-level adventurer had just defeated a swordmaster of the Maroon Kingdom. He couldn't even follow the path of Dex's blade. He realized that despite witnessing such incredible power, Dex himself remained a complete enigma. The old man fell to one knee before Dex and asked, "What does your sword pursue?" Dex's answer was simple: the wind. That single word sparked an epiphany within the Count. He pictured the power of the wind, an element sharper and freer than anything else, and faster than any living being. In that moment, Count Brockham found a new goal to strive for. The old warrior sheathed his sword and immediately began to train. Dex just watched him, finding the sudden dedication a bit strange. A moment later, the Count bowed his head, expressing deep regret for his earlier rudeness. Dex simply assured him that it was of no consequence. The Count then asked if Dex was certain about carrying out the assassination by himself. Dex replied that it was the most straightforward solution. Duke Buron was undoubtedly aligned with the forces of evil. Brockham's only concern was the potential chaos this move would unleash upon the entire kingdom. An act like this would certainly draw unwanted attention. However, Dex simply asked if the Count was familiar with the concept of the Gordian knot. Clearly, the old man had never heard of it. Dex explained that the Gordian knot was an impossibly complex knot that could not be unraveled. However, there was a way to solve it. When Brockham remained clueless, Dex revealed the only true solution to cut it in half. There was no hope of untangling the problem, no matter how hard one tried. The easiest way to deal with the messy situation was to sever it completely. Dex was confident that everything would fall into place afterward. The Count was stunned by his seemingly reckless attitude. Yet, he realized this was exactly the kind of thinking they needed. Dex's solution was the best they had. With newfound respect, the Count granted Dex full authority to act. He finally understood that this adventurer was not what he seemed. The most fearsome being on the entire continent was standing right before his eyes. A new system message appeared. It informed Dex that he had become a pivotal figure in changing the course of events in the Maroon Kingdom. His main objective had also been updated. A new sub-quest had appeared: assassinate Duke Buron. The fact that quests adapted to his playstyle made the game truly exciting for Dex. Naturally, the mention of killing attracted Satan's attention. El materialized on his other side, trying to persuade Dex to take a different approach. It was a classic clash of methods. El argued that while they should still kill the Duke, they should first notify him and request a formal duel. The main character was utterly confused by this. After all, that completely defeated the purpose of an assassination. Angels truly had some fascinating operating procedures. She insisted the Duke be given at least 3 days' notice, giving him plenty of time to prepare. Satan found her idea absolutely sickening. After another round of bickering, Dex announced he wasn't dealing with the Duke just yet. The two spirits were forced to stop and ask their master for his reasoning. It became clear that Dex wanted to hear both sides of the story before making his final decision. He was certain Duke Buron wouldn't start a war without a valid reason. For an outsider like Dex, gathering information was crucial. He was well aware that a power struggle was at the heart of everything, a situation that played right into his hands, because in the end, all that mattered to him was the potential profit he could squeeze from this quest. And he was leaning towards whichever side offered him the greatest advantage. His two spiritual guides found their master's methods astounding. One could only describe his way of thinking as perfectly, unapologetically self-centered. Promises, for example, were obstacles to be shattered for the sake of profit. Inside the game, that was the only creed Dex would follow. Meanwhile, in the real world, news about Agile Electronics' stock price rippled through the GM group. This quarter, it smashed through $5,000, setting an all-time high. The driving force was a surge of investor interest in their technology, a technology known as Arcadia. Just hearing that name gave Chairman Choi Sun-young, the head of the GM group and Jadu's father, a throbbing headache. Those Dreamer capsules from Agile Electronics were a constant source of irritation. He remembered a time, just 5 years ago, when his company stood as a rival to the Agent Group. But they were losing ground, outmaneuvered by a technological revolution they failed to anticipate. And the Dreamer was Agent Group's masterstroke, a product that didn't just launch in Korea, but ignited a global phenomenon. He now faced a grim reality: diversify beyond old-world industries like construction and cars, or watch his empire become a relic of a bygone era. As he wrestled with this crisis, a call from his assistant announced an unexpected visitor, his son, Choi Jadu. Jadu burst through the door, beaming with what he thought was good news. But when he told his father he needed 8 billion won, the chairman's face instantly turned to stone. Jadu tried to frame it as a final investment, assuring his father this would be the last time he'd ever ask for help. But his casual attitude towards such a massive sum infuriated the chairman. He demanded to know what could possibly require such an astronomical amount. Before he could launch into a lecture about Jadu playing the very game their rival created, a thick business proposal was slammed onto his desk. Intrigued despite his anger, the old man eyed the document. With a confident smile, Jadu urged his father to just read the first few pages. It didn't take long for Chairman Young to grasp the situation. This was all about his son's efforts to colonize the in-game Maroon Kingdom. For several long moments, the chairman silently scanned every page. After finishing, he looked up, his gaze sharp, and asked Jadu if any of this was actually real. Choi Jadu assured him it was all true. He explained his strong rapport with a key non-player character, Duke Bayan, and laid out his plan to seize the entire in-game economy created by their rivals. If his plan succeeded, the Agent Group's virtual world would fall completely under their control. Sun Young made his decision. He offered his son not 8 billion, but a staggering 50 billion won. He told Jadu to use it to win this war, making it clear this was his son's one and only final chance. Jadu's face lit up. He had been given another shot to prove his worth. He thanked his father profusely for the opportunity and quickly left the room. Alone, the old chairman reflected on the proposal. He finally understood. The world inside Arcadia was a reality unto itself. He smirked, amazed that a simple game could hold such profound complexity. For the first time, Choi Sun-young truly believed the world was changing. Back in Arcadia, Duke Bayan's massive estate stood heavily guarded. Inside the Duke's private chambers stood a man named Sereno, an envoy from the Harmony Empire. The old Duke demanded to know the reason for his visit. Sereno explained he was sent with a proposal, knowing full well that Duke Bayan was preparing for war. The Harmony Empire coveted the Harel Plains. They offered to support the Duke's war effort, on one condition that he guarantee them that territory. In return, they would also ensure the old Duke ascended to the throne of the Maroon Kingdom. It was a tempting offer from a powerful neighbor. The Harel Plains were the heartland between the two nations. Securing it would be a massive strategic victory for his country's defense. Duke Bayan saw no deception, only opportunity. He agreed to the terms, and a contract was signed, sealing the new alliance. The old Duke expressed his gratitude to Sereno, pleased with their new partnership. Sereno echoed the sentiment, but with a veiled warning, hoping nothing would cause the Duke to change his mind. And just like that, the Duke had secured a powerful new ally. He felt a surge of satisfaction. All the pieces of his grand design were falling into place. A certain verse came to mind, one he felt was written for him under one person, but above the whole world. It resonated deeply. He was already the puppet master, controlling everyone around him. He smirked. The only person above him was a naive 8-year-old king. This nation, he mused, needed a true ruler to lead it to glory. And that ruler would be him, as he savored his ambitions. An interruption. The man who entered his room was Choi, the head of the GM merchantry. The Duke barely looked at him, asking why he'd come in person. Choi announced that his task was complete. He had successfully purchased all future rations from the Parkle Kingdom's territories. Not only that, he had bought out the market's entire current supply. The Duke was genuinely impressed that the adventurer before him had accomplished such a feat in so little time. He questioned the idea of buying rations that didn't exist yet. Choi simply explained the concept of futures trading, a contract to exchange goods at a predetermined future date. The Duke was impressed by the concept and commended the adventurer's ingenuity. With that, Choi prepared to leave. He had fulfilled his part of the bargain. Now, he just wanted confirmation that their own agreement was still in place. A sly grin spread across Duke Bayan's face as he told Choi they were moving too fast. At this moment, the Duke couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. The old man promised they would discuss it again, after the war was over. Choi tried to interject, seeking a clearer answer, but Duke Bayan's demeanor instantly turned cold. The adventurer's persistence felt like a challenge to his authority. The sudden shift in aura was enough to intimidate the player into silence. In that chilling moment, Choi understood. He had walked right into the Duke's trap, with no other option. He could only offer a polite, hollow response. If he pushed any further, the Duke might just cancel the contract entirely. Duke Bayan had played him perfectly, and as he walked away, Choi Jadu slammed his fist into a stone wall, his face a mask of pure fury. Leaving the room, humiliation burned within him, to be defeated by a mere game character. After spending a fortune to win the Duke's favor, he decided he had to see his dangerous plan through. Jadu had already poured 500,000 gold into the market, buying up every last stalk of grain. The entire 50 billion one his father entrusted to him was gone. And yet, it still wasn't enough to corner the grain supply in all of Arcadia. From this desperation, his master plan was born futures trading, a gambit that would bring the entire Parko Kingdom to its knees. But to seal the deal, he needed 10 million gold, a sum that would be worth a staggering 1 trillion won in the real world. If this gamble fails, it won't just cripple the GM merchantry in-game. It would threaten the entire GM group empire. He knew his father would never approve of such a reckless move, so he kept it all a secret. A tremor of fear ran through him as he wondered how he'd escape if it all came crashing down. All he needed was for war to ignite. From his calculations, it was inevitable. This was his one and only shot. It had to work. As he was lost in these thoughts, trying to prove his worth, a figure brushed past him. Something about them felt different. Who was that person? Choi Jadu lunged forward to catch the individual, but it was too late. The man had vanished like a ghost. Gasping for air, he realized the opportunity was lost. The man's gear looked like it belonged to a total beginner. So why was a low-level adventurer walking so confidently toward the Duke's mansion? Drowning in stress, his paranoia took over. He raised his hand and gave a silent signal. In an instant, men cloaked entirely in black materialized from the shadows. He told them someone had entered the meeting room, and that they were to watch for him. Their orders were simple: bring the man to Choi Jadu. He didn't know who this mysterious beginner was, but he would not let some random variable ruin his plans. Meanwhile, inside the Duke's meeting room, our hero presented the old man a letter of recommendation, claiming it was from Count Brocken. But Duke Baran was far too sharp for that. He knew this wasn't the real reason Dex was here. With a chilling smile, Dex revealed his true purpose: to see Count Brocken executed. The Duke was taken aback. Our hero then laid out a detailed, fabricated story for the old man. He concluded by claiming Count Brocken was targeting Duke Baran, believing it was the only way to prevent a war. But the wise Duke would never blindly trust a stranger. He demanded proof. Dex simply told him that the fact he was even allowed inside this room was all the evidence he needed. He added that Count Brocken was conspiring to harm him, too. Hearing this, Duke Baran finally agreed with our hero. As Dex's familiars began to whisper to him, they told Dex he was going too far, twisting the truth into a dangerous web of lies. But Satan knew. His master was doing this for a reason. A quick signal from our hero told Satan to stay quiet for now. The Duke then confessed he never imagined Count Brocken would resort to such tactics. Dex replied coolly that desperation drives men to do the unthinkable. Having won his trust, the old Duke finally got to the heart of the matter. He asked what Dex wanted in exchange for this invaluable information. This was the exact question our hero was waiting for. He informed Duke Baran the answer was simple. Dex had no desire to see a mere child take the throne. He was here to back a seasoned and cunning ruler. That alone was enough to capture the old man's full attention and respect. But our hero wasn't done yet. He continued, stating that he wanted to see this wise Duke rule over a true kingdom. And with that, his pitch was complete. Duke Baran erupted into thunderous laughter. He asked the adventurer for his name. Our hero revealed his identity, the powerful Dex. As the two shook hands, a silent understanding passed between them. Duke Baran was completely won over by our hero's audacity. After that masterful brainwashing session, Dex left the mansion, leaving Elle to pray for her master's soul. Even Satan couldn't predict such a bold maneuver. Their master had just placed himself perfectly between two warring factions. But Dex calmly explained he was merely gambling with credibility, silencing them both. A war, he said, was coming sooner or later. They were only waiting for someone to light the fuse. But one thing was certain. When the fighting began, Dex had positioned himself to take on a greater role. This meant he would once again become a central figure, earning immense influence. Just like he did during the slime incident, Satan finally understood that war would benefit his master greatly. But he had one question. Why not simply side with Duke Baran from the start? With a knowing smile, Dex explained that such a simple plan would fail. In the world of power, our hero needed a capable pawn even after the Duke took the throne. And that pawn could only be Count Brocken. The Demon King was left speechless, witnessing the true depth of his master's grand design. He realized his master wasn't just taking advantage of an external war. He was instigating an internal civil war at the same time. And with this move, the chaos would be magnified. Dex planned to profit from two wars at once, and he was already in the perfect position to do so. Satan was now completely in awe of his master's strategy. Double the conflict, for double the credibility. And then, a notebook appeared out of nowhere. The all-powerful Demon King began frantically writing down our main character's life philosophy. Dex's schemes were a revelation. This man was more demonic than any creature he'd ever met. As Dex was savoring the moment, a voice cut through the air. Two shadowy figures appeared before him, telling him to come with them. As always, our hero's expression remained perfectly calm. He even thought to himself that the GM event later that night was going to be fun. The shadows took him to their base, and there they had Dex, brought before their master. Choi welcomed him. With a smirk, our hero sarcastically thanked him for sending an escort. Choi returned the empty compliment. He had more than enough men for a simple task like this. Neither of the two powerful adventurers revealed their real names. They both knew something big was about to go down. The two explorers, destined to change the very fate of Arcadia, were now sitting face to face. Surrounded by guards, Choi finally questioned our hero. It turned out his only goal was to confirm a simple fact. Dex couldn't hide his annoyance at such a pathetic reason. Cutting to the chase, Choi demanded to know why he was working with Duke Bayan. Dex owed this man nothing, so he simply remained silent. Choi's fists slammed down on the table. Enraged by the silence, the threats began to fly. He unleashed a menacing aura, trying to intimidate our hero. In response, his own familiars materialized, warning him not to provoke this fool. That's when Dex calmly assessed the situation. This had been a setup from the very start. The man was arrogant, thinking he was safe, because he never revealed his player name, with 5 more goons blocking the only exit. He was confident Dex wouldn't dare to retaliate, but our hero was already considering unleashing his divine descent. Just as he decided he had no other choice, A new voice intervened. An older man, John Smith, appeared, apologizing for their rough introduction. Dex immediately recognized this man was the real power here. He explained that Choi's questions weren't just simple inquiries. The hothead yelled again, warning Dex to stay away from Duke Bayan. A playful smirk crossed our hero's face. He was starting to enjoy this. Choi declared he'd make Dex's life a living hell. But before he could finish his threat, John Smith cut him off. He told his subordinate he'd gone too far and needed to calm down. With another apology, John Smith began to explain the real situation. Dex couldn't help but smile. This old man was interesting. And then, their true identity was revealed. They were from the GM group. Shock rippled through Dex. He had to ask if they were the real GM group, and they confirmed it. A heavy bag of gold coins clinked onto the table. The old man explained that while details were classified, their company had invested a massive sum of money. They had backed Duke Bayan and wanted to know if our hero understood what was at stake. Free money. He happily accepted the bag. All he had to do in return was abandon the Duke's quest. The sudden agreement left the two men stunned. Later that night, after the strange meeting, his familiars demanded answers. Satan was shocked to learn the GM group wanted a war too, but their master was just happy, seeing it as an unexpected bonus to his funds. He now realized the GM group had also bet big on this game. A massive war would bring them unimaginable profits. But since he also wanted a war, their goals aligned. For now. Suddenly, Dex froze in his tracks. There was one problem. The disrespect from that man, Choi, still burned inside him. His irritation festered into a decision. He turned to El and Satan and declared, "I know what to do now." A wicked grin spread across his face. He would assassinate Duke Bayan. El was surprisingly pleased by this dark turn of events. But Satan was not. He protested, arguing against killing a duke, a man with the power to rule the entire kingdom. El, however, was thrilled her master was finally making a decisive move. This way, Dex could also fulfill his promise to Count Brocken. But then Dex told El he wasn't doing it for her reasons. The angel's hopes were instantly crushed. She began to protest his motives, even threatening to forbid him from using divine descent. El started lecturing the main character on his choices. Dex tried his best to reason with his frantic familiar, while Satan simply watched the two of them bicker. But then, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. A devilish smirk played on the Demon King's lips as he called out to his master. Satan offered a tempting alternative. He could lend his master power as well. If he wasn't afraid to draw it from the demon realm, Satan revealed he could grant a parallel ability called Divine Opposition. This was a completely unexpected development. As Satan began to weave the contract, a dark magic circle erupted around the main character. A system notification appeared. The pact was complete. He could now wield the powers of the demon world. Our main character had just found a new way to shake Arcadia to its core. As soon as he accepted the contract, immense energy flooded his being. A new list of avatars appeared for his skill. Divine Opposition. Dex was fascinated by the choices before him. Unlike the powers of heaven, these demons were masters of pure destruction. Satan could see his master was thrilled with this new power. So Dex asked the obvious question. "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Satan simply replied that his master never asked. Besides, he assumed Dex only wanted the righteous power of heaven. But once again, it was clear Dex cared little for such distinctions. He browsed the list of demonic powers like a kid in a candy store. His finger landed on a figure that radiated an aura of death itself. Satan was curious. Why choose that demon above all others? Dex explained he recognized the face from a history book in the library. El, hearing this, checked the identity of his choice, and was utterly shocked. The man's name was Lynn Armstrong, also known as Death's Legion. He was the most wicked dark mage in the history of the world, a true master of necromancy. He single-handedly destroyed 4 kingdoms and an entire empire. His name was forever burned into the history of Arcadia. And in that instant, our main character inherited that very power of death. Wasting no time, Dex began to move, scouting the Duke's estate. He spotted 2 guards patrolling below, the perfect chance to test his newfound abilities. But these veteran guards immediately sensed that something was wrong. One looked up, alerting his partner. "There's someone on the roof." It was Dex, grinning. Our main character activated his skill, summoning the soul of Lynn Armstrong. The dark mage's terrifying power flooded into his body. The pressure was so immense. The guards were frozen in place, unable to move a single muscle. The skill Descent activated successfully. As the system confirmed it, Dex could feel the spirit's power ready to be unleashed. Dex glanced over the spirit skills, confirming they were exactly what he needed. The guards instantly recognized the dark magic radiating from him. They could sense his mastery was profound. He knew he had to go all out from the start. There was no room for carelessness here. The guard captain warned his men not to even think about taking him alive. This man was far too dangerous. He could put the entire mansion at risk. Hearing their words, our main character simply grinned and unleashed his attack. Multiple shadow figures erupted, rushing towards the guards. Impressively, one of them managed to block the assault with a holy shield skill. The rumors about Duke Burton's elite guards, it seemed, were true after all. They were all formidable opponents. Dex then sensed a new presence speeding his way, crackling with the energy of a paladin who had activated his divine power talent. His sword began to glow with holy light, the signature of the Judgment Blade. But Dex wasn't the least bit concerned. He knew their very natures were in direct opposition. Our hero simply invoked the Spirit Spear skill. A demonic mass was summoned, piercing straight through the paladin. In the instant he was struck, the Holy Knight realized the horrifying truth. "He's a necromancer," he screamed, but it was already too late. His companion's face went pale, his body trembling in pure terror. He couldn't believe such a being existed in the Maroon Kingdom. He turned to flee, to warn the others, but his time had run out. Dex knew that necromancers are most vulnerable just before their summons rise. He would never let this guard escape to spread that information. Besides, facing all the Duke's guards without a proper army would be reckless. And just like that, the two elite guards had fallen. A cold smile spread across Dex's face. He had just acquired the resources he needed. As our hero activated his power, the two corpses began to float into the air. A menacing, dark aura enveloped the fallen guards. Moments later, they were reborn. As an intermediate-ranked Death Knight and a low-ranked Ghoul Warrior, Dex dedicated this execution to Choi Jadu, the arrogant young master of the GM group. For in the world of Arcadia, necromancers were a terrifying force. By infusing their mana into corpses, they could summon entire armies of the undead. It was said that a single necromancer could raise a force of their own, an army that could dwarf that of any kingdom. In large-scale wars and sieges, these dark mages were the ultimate weapon. And now, our hero was unleashing his own Legion of the Dead, right in the heart of Duke Burton's mansion. Dex was thoroughly pleased with how his plan was unfolding. The other guards began to mobilize throughout the estate. They had no idea the attack was coming from within their own ranks. They cried out for reinforcements from the Holy Knights, not realizing those very knights had already been turned into the undead. One guard realized the futility of it all. There was nothing they could do to stop this invasion. Dex spoke from the shadows, telling them they had been abandoned, but our main character offered them a single comfort. He would make sure their skeletons were put to good use. The guards were completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of the undead. Soon, they too fell, only to rise again as new recruits in Dex's ever-growing army. Our hero grinned, congratulating his newly converted soldiers, and he gave them a very special mission. He ordered them to hunt down Duke Burton, the very man who had left them to die. The undead knights knelt as one, promising to fulfill his command. Some even had tears of dark energy streaming from their eyes. They were grateful for this chance at vengeance. The undead legion marched on. Dex remained hidden, hoping Duke Burton wouldn't discover him too quickly. His army needed to find the Duke first. With the entire mansion now under his control, the commotion outside finally stirred the old man from his rest. He groggily asked his personal guard what all the noise was about. The guard burst through the door, his face a mask of terror, telling the Duke to run immediately. An army had appeared inside the mansion. The guard was already sobbing in fear. A wave of pure dread washed over the old Duke, but the moment he heard the word undead, he knew it was already over. The Duke desperately ordered the guard to gather everyone to defend him. At last, Dex had located the Duke's hiding spot. Dark orbs began to phase through the walls into Duke Burton's private chamber. The orbs materialized into undead warriors, and the old man finally understood the horrific reality of his situation. His guards tried to flee, but they were cut down instantly. They stood no chance against these relentless undead soldiers. Duke Burton scrambled backwards as more and more undead filled his sanctuary. Suddenly, the Duke recognized the sword held by one of the Death Knights. That was the blade wielded by his captain, Lenry. The horrifying truth dawned on him. Every single monster staring him down was one of his own loyal guards. The Duke trembled, terrified that a necromancer had appeared in his kingdom. Just then, Dex stepped out from the shadows and greeted the Duke once more. Recognizing our hero's face, the old man immediately started to beg and bargain for his life. He pleaded with Dex, saying he didn't need to go to such lengths just to meet him. He told our hero he could have anything, do anything, as long as his life was spared. But Dex revealed his only desire, Duke Burton's death. Choi Jadu's arrogance towards our hero was about to cost the Duke everything. Sobbing, the old man asked Dex why he was doing this. Dex simply told the Duke he should be more careful about the allies he chooses. The war, becoming king. None of it ever mattered to our hero. As his master's plausibility points skyrocketed, the Demon King found the accuracy of his own senses deeply irritating. Dex demanded to know if this power had a limit. Tan swore it didn't. The necromancer's abilities would last as long as his master remained credible. In his true demonic form, the familiar worried about what cataclysm his master would unleash next. After all, Duke Burton was now just another one of our hero's undead puppets. As he prepared to use his skill once more, he promised to handle things perfectly, even if it meant making a colossal mess. Dex planned to use this power to wipe out even more locations, and his next target was none other than Choi Jadu, the Pope of this very land. Meanwhile, at the Holy Empire, the young master of the GM group couldn't find sleep. He prayed no worshippers would wander astray on this dark evening. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, speaking directly to him. It belonged to a woman with hair as white as snow. This was Sylvia, a saintess of the Holy Empire. She had come to the Pope after witnessing a terrifying revelation in her dreams. Her vision showed a vast, shadowy movement stirring in Arcadia. The Pope's face instantly darkened, sensing the evil presence himself. He desperately asked the saintess if she knew where this darkness was. Even the smallest clue could be their salvation. Sylvia then recalled the dying screams of a man, crying out Duke Burton's name. The Pope knew exactly who that was. Duke Burton was the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom. The saintess wept, haunted by the images of the guards dying in such a pathetic state. The Pope comforted her, saying their gods were sending them a warning. Just then, a woman with crimson hair approached them. Both the Pope and the saintess immediately knelt before her. This was Udal, the highest-ranking holy knight in the Empire. With the saintess's divine revelation, the Pope personally requested her aid. He tasked the holy knight with discovering the truth behind Duke Burton's fate. She was also ordered to hunt for the source of darkness that had appeared in Arcadia. Since the Duke's death, his territory had descended into chaos. Its military power had been decimated by 98%, and its production capacity had plummeted by 85%. Fear consumed the region, and everyone near the mansion had already fled for their lives. And the cause of this entire catastrophe was a single adventurer, with one last spell. Dex put the finishing touches on his work. Black flames erupted, consuming the official flag of the Burton Dukedom. A moment later, the system announced his legendary achievements. He had single-handedly subjugated Duke Burton's entire domain. He was also granted a new title, Violent Necromancer. On top of all that, our hero gained 14,000 plausibility points. He now stood atop the mansion, surveying his new kingdom of the dead. He had to admit, it was a truly breathtaking sight. The Necromancer class, he realized, was simply too overpowered. He only wished he'd unlocked this power sooner. He then began to move towards the legion of skeletal soldiers standing below. It was then our hero realized the one true drawback of this immense power. Eventually, he'd get tired of looking at their undead faces every day. But in the end, the Necromancer's power had been invaluable, helping him complete his quest and earn nearly 60,000 plausibility points. Yet, something still bothered Dex. He knew that if he kept this up, it would eventually lead to his ruin. Our hero worried he was abusing his authority. This power wasn't free. He was trading his plausibility points to use it. Soon, he might need to spend more points than he could possibly earn from quests. And that was a dangerous path to walk. So Dex asked Tan for the bill. How many points had he used, pulling out a calculator? The Demon King began tallying up the cost of his master's rampage. To assassinate a duke, obliterate his mansion, and summon an entire army of the undead. The familiar gave his master a wicked smile as he revealed the total. A grand total of 42,284 points. Tan even had the nerve to call his master a weakling. The price was astronomical. Our hero demanded he get at least a partial discount. An idea that left Tan completely stunned. He never imagined someone would try to haggle with a Demon King. Tan tried to reason with him, insisting the price was fair for the power he'd used. But Dex shot back, declaring that he should be considered a VIP customer and deserved some savings, or at least a coupon. Tan was already trembling with rage at being treated like a department store clerk. But our hero wasn't finished. He pulled out his ultimate weapon. He threatened to stop doing business with the Demon King entirely, erasing all his plausibility points if he didn't get his discount. The moment the angel heard that threat, her face lit up with absolute glee. Cornered, Tan caved, offering a new price of 40,000 points. But our hero didn't back down an inch, demanding a price of just 35,000. What followed was a pathetic spectacle of the two of them haggling. It was obvious that Tan was at a complete disadvantage, while Elle just watched the depressing negotiation unfold. Finally, Tan offered a final deal of just 36,500 points. Our hero cheerfully accepted, and they shook hands on it. The system deducted the 36,500 points, and then Dex received a transcendent achievement. He was now the one who defeated the Demon King first. He received it as a new title, On top of that, his negotiation skill jumped by 7 levels. Our hero couldn't believe it. He'd gained a legendary title and a massive skill boost just by ripping off the Demon King. Tan was fuming, unable to believe he'd been so thoroughly humiliated. Elle simply explained to him the beautiful concept of karma. With their business concluded, Dex decided they were done with this place. In the span of a single night, this adventurer had turned an entire territory into a wasteland. But our hero reveled in the chaos. He savored the thought of their shock when they'd realized the mastermind behind this was the very same person who caused the slime incident. Jin knew all the pieces were in place. Now, it was time to begin the next phase of his plan. His mission to utterly ruin that arrogant young master's life. Ever since he was a kid, our hero had a passion for role-playing games. He'd dealt with power-tripping GMs like Jiddu before, and through those encounters, he had perfected the art of taking down those who abused their authority. It was just like completing a high-level quest. The moment Jiddu got on his nerves, Yin set his masterful plan into motion. He opened a specific set of audio files on his computer. Inside was the smoking gun, a secret recording of Duke Buren and Jiddu, plotting to control the economy. The economy of Arcadia. Only Satan and Elle could have obtained such files. Yin skillfully edited himself out of the recording, leaving only Jiddu's damning moments. The recording captured him speaking with a shadowy figure, brazenly declaring his ambition to rule the entire Maroon Kingdom. Our hero even included the clip of Jiddu vowing to drain every last coin from the game's player base. It was more than enough to shatter Choi Jiddu's public image. He uploaded the masterpiece to his YouTube channel, which boasted over 274,000 subscribers. Completely satisfied, he crafted a catchy title and an irresistible thumbnail. Now, all he had to do was wait patiently for night to fall. And with his work done, Yin drifted off to sleep. By then, the video had exploded, already soaring past 1 million views. Viewers were enraged, furious that someone was plotting to steal their hard-earned money, and that man was up all night. Jiddu realized, in that single moment, that he'd made a fatal mistake. Suddenly, his older associate appeared. They couldn't fathom how their secret meeting had been exposed. They'd chosen a location hidden even from elite mercenaries, making them completely blind to this attack. In a fit of rage, Jiddu smashed his fist into the monitor, his control completely shattered by frustration. He swore he would make the culprit regret the day they were ever born. The older man tried to calm his boss, reminding him they had to conceal this from the GM group, but it was no longer a top priority. However, it seemed there was no time left. A call came in from Jiddu's father. Pure panic seized him. His mind went blank. The man knew, with dawning horror, that he was finished. The scandal was already a national firestorm. It was the lead story on the evening news. The report exposed the GM group as the true force behind Arcadia's monopolization. Agen Electronics then released a public statement. The rumors were true, and they admitted to purchasing a massive amount of in-game gold. They even disclosed the total investment, a staggering $750,000. Li Meiying, the CEO of Arcadia, announced that the GM group should temporarily, stand down pending an investigation by the Fair Trade Commission. The game had sparked an unprecedented uproar, and this greatly amused the female CEO. She recognized this as a historic moment, the first time a virtual reality game had so powerfully impacted the real world. The branch manager questioned if this was a wise move, but Mayang declared that this was their chance to prove something to the world that no other company could, that you couldn't simply mess with their products. A cunning smile graced her lips. She couldn't wait to see how this drama unfolded. The CEO knew the longer this dragged on, the more the GM group would bleed. Meanwhile, Arcadia's fame would only skyrocket, capturing the public's imagination. The branch manager could only admire his boss's boldness. She clearly had no concern for what would have happened to the GM group. Instead, the one who posted the video had now captured her full attention. Mayang knew this adventurer was the same person behind the slime, iron ore, and Birduum incidents. The fact that a single player could achieve such legendary feats, making history both inside and outside the game, ignited her curiosity. Meanwhile, in a university classroom, the mysterious player in question was simply napping. Suddenly, Ijun burst in, excitedly telling our main character all about the incident. The hoarding done by the GM group. A master actor. Our hero played dumb, feigning complete ignorance. Ijun raved about how Arcadia's economy was now powerful enough to attract major corporations. Meanwhile, they would desire a certain level of control over this game's priceless assets. He passionately argued that Arcadia was no longer just a game. It had become an entirely new universe. Our main character was pleased to see his friend acting so, enthusiastically. It was proof that everything was unfolding exactly as he had designed. Ijun's reaction mirrored that of every other player. In Arcadia, best of all, that hot-headed young master was now being hounded by reporters. Our hero felt a deep sense of satisfaction. for teaching the arrogant fool a lesson. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. It belonged to a man who introduced himself as Kang Paul-jun. He was a researcher from Arcadia itself, here to give a special lecture for their class. While other students seemed bored, our main character was instantly intrigued. A chance to get insider information about his major directly from someone at Arcadia. Back in the world of Arcadia, Satan was growing impatient. Its master still hadn't returned. Suddenly, its nap was disturbed by an approaching presence. It sensed an immense power radiating from the newcomers. Soon, Satan spotted figures advancing on the mansion after a short while. Their combined strength felt equal to 100 men. Knowing it wanted no part of this fight, it decided to conceal itself. In this, just in time, the undead legions clashed with the Holy Knight army, led by the highest-ranking knight, Uldal. He cleared the area in a single flash, using his sacred light skill. His power completely overwhelmed the undead horde. The entire army of the dead was annihilated in mere seconds. He then knelt to honor a fallen holy knight, now one of the undead. Uldal was filled with regret, believing that if he'd only arrived sooner, this tragedy could have been avoided. He warned the other soldiers that this land was teeming with high-level undead, and that advancing any further would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Yugo commanded his guards to report this to the Pope immediately. He needed the Holy Nation to know a necromancer of legendary status had returned. Back in the real world, the professor began his lecture. He was about to conduct a test that would forever change the lives of these students. Professor Kang Pil-jun explained that the technology behind virtual reality is fundamentally intertwined with the human brain. At any given moment, the two are in constant communication, receiving and interpreting signals simultaneously. However, he revealed that these communication pathways can vary, depending on a person's innate ability to connect with the virtual world. In simple terms, this meant that technologically speaking, some people were just born with more talent. The topic immediately captivated Yujin's interest. It was now possible to measure the speed at which the brain and the device sent and received signals. The lecturer informed them this was known as the synchronization rate. With a new metric that could define their future in the course, the students were all listening intently. The instructor then asked for a volunteer to measure their sync rate. A single hand shot up. It belonged to Kang Woo. Like Yujin, he was a first year, and one that most of the girls found quite attractive. The other students admired his bold confidence. Yujin, however, had a very different reaction. He realized Kang Woo was in his class, the popular guy who was always the center of attention, always the leader. Our main character brushed the thought aside, finding the guy uninteresting. But he was startled by what Kang Woo said next. The popular boy announced how happy he was to be in the same class as our hero. He then strode to the front as the professor began explaining the procedure. It was obvious to Yujin that Kang Woo was trying to provoke him. After Kang Woo entered the capsule with the teaching assistant's help, they explained its purpose was to measure the synchronization rate. While a more precise machine existed, the one they had was more than sufficient. They also assured everyone of its complete safety during the test. The professor excitedly announced they were about to begin. The light inside the capsule shifted to a brilliant blue. Kang Woo believed this measurement was completely unnecessary. He already expected to receive a massive score. Better yet, he would use this to prove to everyone that he stood on a different level from the rest of the class. Since he wasn't particularly fond of them, he wanted to make sure Yujin and his friend finally acknowledged him. Kang Woo loathed people who only seemed to care about themselves. And to him, our protagonist was the perfect example. As the capsule scanned and measured Kang Woo's talent, his final score appeared 21.35%. The guy was certain he'd use this momentum to crush Yujin, since an average person's rate is only about 10%. The professor was stunned. This rate was incredibly high, nearing the recent record of 26%. Kang Woo stepped out, graciously accepting the professor's praise. Wasting no more time, Professor Pil-jun asked if any other students wanted a turn. But Kang Woo had a specific person in mind. He suggested that one other person should also take the test. Yujin. I believe our main character saw this coming from a mile away. Yujin simply smiled, treating it as a lighthearted game. Our boy stepped into the capsule, chuckling because he had predicted this exact outcome. Now, the synchronization rate began to climb steadily. A brilliant flash of blue light erupted from the machine. The professor's assistant panicked, believing the device had malfunctioned. But the professor stopped him, certain this was no error. The light finally stabilized, revealing an unbelievable total synchronization rate of 82.89%. Kang Pil-jun never imagined a university student could shatter the 26% record. Meanwhile, the arrogant challenger was in a state of shock, utterly defeated by the main character. Every other student in Yujin's class was left speechless. Yujin then stepped out of the capsule. He thought his score was rather interesting and simply smiled. A moment later, the class was dismissed. With Choi Yu-il now apologizing to the media, our protagonist scrolled through the news articles on his phone. Yoojun was pleased with how the situation had turned out. He had just given a few guys a lesson in humility and kindness. He also noticed something on his YouTube channel. His video had reached 88 million views, and it had dramatically raised awareness in other countries. Yoojun reasoned that since the channel was making so much money, he wouldn't have to worry about finances anymore. He knew he'd have no trouble paying rent or covering the cost of the capsule he'd purchased. By trading rationality for an item, he could sell to both Satan and the elves. Our hero could make even more money. He was shocked to realize that as a university student, this might be his last chance to eat kimbap. Just then, he heard someone call his name. It was Yoojun's friend, still catching his breath after running over. He congratulated Yoojun, thrilled that he had put Kang Woo in his place. Yoojun was now the talk of all the professors, while his friend's sync rate was a mere 15%. The guy believed his friend was truly extraordinary in every way. He was curious to see how Yoojun would perform if he started playing Arcadia. Hearing this question, our protagonist fell silent. Then, to his friend's astonishment, he revealed that he was already playing Arcadia. Things had been going according to plan lately, and he'd been able to teach a few people a lesson. He was now enjoying some delicious kimbap. On top of that, the weather was absolutely perfect. Our hero revealed to his friend that he'd been playing Arcadia since the open beta. For reasons both known and unknown, he also dropped another bombshell. His in-game name was Dex. This suddenly made the air around them incredibly awkward. It took Yoojun's friend a few seconds to process what he'd just heard. The guy recalled the nickname Dex and broke into a cold sweat. He remembered who Dex was, and a chill ran down his spine. Every online gamer in Korea knew that name. The highest-ranked player in every existing game was Dex. A player who had crushed countless professional teams, Ijin began to wonder if he was just a fanboy, because a player like Dex was nothing short of a living legend. But RMC insisted that he really was Dex. He'd simply wiped all his accounts, leaving no trace of his former glory to show his friend. Suddenly, Ijin remembered the capsule's astounding 92% synchronization rate. In that moment, everything clicked into place. The man dropped to his knees instantly. A score like that was all the proof he needed to believe Ijin's insane claim. Ijin then exploded with excitement, shouting that he needed to get an autograph from the legendary Dex. RMC was completely caught off guard by his friend's fanatical reaction. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Coldheart, a place where only players level 85 or higher dared to tread, powerful monsters lurked in every shadow. An expedition team was desperately trying to clear the area, but they were in a full-blown panic, completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. This group was searching for a necromancer who had asked them to gather all the monsters in one place. Just then, a mysterious woman appeared and unleashed her Dark Swarm skill. Instantly, hordes of zombie frogs swarmed the monsters, tearing them apart. The explorers could only stare in awe at the unfolding spectacle. With just a single skill, one black mage was single-handedly wiping out every last monster. This white-haired woman was the #1 ranked black mage. Level 86. She was known by one name, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. She casually thanked the explorers for luring the monsters, who in turn thanked her for saving them. They apologized for not recognizing her greatness sooner, but she simply told them it didn't matter in the slightest. For such a high-level player to be so humble was rare. When she asked if they could continue luring monsters for her, they agreed without a second thought. Burning with curiosity, one of the men asked if the Black Mage had used her ultimate skill to slay all those monsters earlier. She revealed that by the time they gathered the next wave, her skill's cooldown would be over, assuring them everything would be fine. The man was stunned. A massive area of effect skill with such a short cooldown was unheard of. He finally understood why they said a Black Mage was the ultimate power leveling partner. In essence, this one legendary player was carrying their entire party. After some time, their obsessive hunt came to an end, and they parted ways with words of gratitude. Now, the explorers were already looking forward to their next hunt together. Left alone in the valley was the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. She let out a yawn, feeling that the game was starting to become dull. Checking her status window, she found nothing that could possibly catch her interest. Then, she saw the quest to investigate the body of Duke Baran. The mission required an adventurer to find out if the Black Mage who took his life was the true culprit. This woman actually knew Duke Baran, finding it hard to believe he was truly gone. She considered taking the quest, but quickly dismissed the idea. The player who orchestrated this whole incident had to be a genius, as their identity remained a complete mystery. They had even outsmarted everyone on the Arcadia forums. She then wondered who this player could possibly be. Her heart began to pound at the thought that a single individual could be behind all of this chaos. But she quickly shut down that theory. Even for a top ranker like herself, a feat like that was simply impossible. Suddenly, a quest window flared to life, startling her. It was a linked quest titled A Witch Hunt. This was a personal mission, assigned only to her, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. The game's top black mage had never expected to see something like this. She was utterly bewildered as to why the system had chosen her for such a task. Back in the Reborn dukedom, the familiars were overjoyed to see their master again. They had been waiting for Dex for what felt like an eternity. As Satan and El bombarded him with information, he told them to calm down. The Demon King immediately scolded Dex for wielding the necromancer's power. He warned that with such a sinister aura, the powers of the world wouldn't simply stand by and watch. For the first time ever, El actually agreed with Satan. The name Lich Argameer was on Heaven's blacklist itself. She pleaded with him never to use that power again. That single comment infuriated Satan, sparking yet another argument, pushed to his limit. Satan asked if she was prepared for an official duel. The angel reminded the Demon King of their current win-loss record, more than happy to settle the score again. And just like that, the second holy demonic war began right in front of our main character. It occurred to him that he never gets a single day of peace. Even so, Dex was thrilled that he could still influence the game's events. This meant more recognition, and more skill points were coming his way. He also planned to announce the Death God's resurgence to the world. The news would undoubtedly strike fear into the hearts of everyone in Arcadia. Dex grinned, imagining the reactions of the game's major players. A day later, we arrive in the Holy Empire. Upon his return, Udel reported everything that happened in the Baron Dukedom to the Pope and the Saintess. He revealed the true culprit behind the tragedy Lich Argameer. Upon hearing that name, Sylvia was visibly shaken. This report confirmed what the Saintess had already witnessed in her prophetic dreams. The Prince of Darkness was the greatest necromancer in Arcadia's history. The Pope was now suffering from a massive headache. They had allowed this hidden power to fester in the shadows for far too long. He had believed the lost sheep would eventually see the light, but instead, they had chosen to unleash chaos upon the world. This incident had triggered a major event in the game's storyline. The Pope ordered his most trusted holy knight to handle this matter personally. He commanded the judgment of all evils and their complete eradication from the continent. Udel swore to the Pope that he would carry out this sacred duty with all his might. The war between good and evil was now officially declared. Because of Lich Argameer's actions, a formal quest was sent to every single player in Arcadia. The Holy Empire had made its move to subdue all evil, calling upon adventurers for aid. At that very moment, the white-haired woman received her own linked quest. She was still trying to figure out how to even begin. The world of Arcadia was now split into two factions for the Holy Demonic War, the Holy Camp, and the Evil Camp, warriors of the light and classes of the dark. These two factions were eternal enemies, destined to clash. In fact, every player knew this from the start, and the forums were filled with endless debates about their opposing views. Player killing was a common occurrence from these conflicts. But since no major event triggered an all-out war, it was accepted as part of the game. The game's laws were even designed to prevent this, establishing villages and towns as sacred safe zones for everyone. Guards and NPCs would punish any criminals. But now, a mysterious power was fanning the flames of war between good and evil. Alongside a warning that the Pope had declared total war on all evil forces, the ban on player killing was temporarily lifted. Clearly, the Holy Nation's one-sided declaration had shattered the fragile balance of power between the two sides. The Dark Dragon was still staring at her quest window as she returned to the snow-capped mountain. She couldn't believe she had to eliminate 50 million dark mages to complete this mission. This number was almost the entire population of South Korea, so she could only assume the developers had gone insane. With the conflict still raging, she planned to stay in a nearby town for a while, but a notification flared to life as she approached. The Dark Dragon discovered that this entire area was now a restricted zone. She was completely blindsided by the lifting of the PK ban. This meant the town was also a war zone, and a fierce battle had just taken place within its walls. The system rewarded a priest for defeating a player from the Dark faction. He proudly added his contribution points to the Holy faction's total. He was feeling ecstatic, and as he looked around, his eyes locked onto someone. The person who caught his eye was a woman with striking white hair. She instantly realized this was bad. Very bad. She was now the target of every member of the Holy faction. It was too late when she tried to call for calm and talk things through. "A dark mage has entered the town," a guard bellowed to everyone. The guards immediately charged forward to assassinate her. The fact that even the NPCs were joining in made her realize this quest was deadly serious. The Dark Dragon knew she was left with no other option. Using her Dark Swarm skill, she closed her eyes and annihilated the guards, triggering a flood of red warning messages. A single attack from this woman had wiped out countless players and NPCs. Her name now glowed a menacing crimson. Everything had happened so fast. She was still trying to catch her breath. This woman had only acted in self-defense. But before she could compose herself, more and more players were charging toward her. She decided that her only option now was to run. Meanwhile, Dex hadn't received any notifications about the latest faction quest. When Satan saw this, he informed his master that this was the very reason. He had told him not to wander so far off. Our main character explained that it wasn't his fault. All he did was collect some extra quest rewards. After hearing that pathetic excuse, Satan realized his master was a true psychopath. They had just kicked the hornet's nest, and now the Demon King knew they were in grave danger. All of this was because of Lich Arger's overwhelming power. He paused and tried to figure a way out of this mess. Satan urged Elle to do something before it was too late, begging her to go and mediate. He explained that a massive war was about to erupt, and this was all the result of their master using his abilities so recklessly. Though he believed the angels would never approve of such bloodshed, Elle saw nothing wrong with it. To her, this was a golden opportunity to eliminate all evil beings. She was actually looking forward to participating in this quest. That moment was a grim reminder for Satan that this angel was exactly the same as his master. Then, Dex finally spoke up. He knew this quest wouldn't end easily, and Satan began to unleash his rage on Dex, furious that his entire race was now in danger. He told his master that he was the only one responsible for this, and Satan would never lend him his power again if he didn't act to stop the war. Our main character, seeing his spirit acting so strangely, realized this was truly becoming a problem. In his heart, he knew Satan wasn't wrong. Dex just had no idea the consequences would be this severe. Then, Dex turned to Elle and asked if there was anything she could do to resolve the issue. He even pointed out a specific aspect of the quest he wanted to change. Currently, the Holy Faction needed to pass judgment on 50 million villains as part of their mission. To Dex, these people had essentially done nothing, and it would be incredibly unjust if the power of a necromancer was the only reason they were being slaughtered. He even added, "Hate the sin, not the sinner." He then assured Elle that making this change would earn her a massive amount of reputation points. This spirit was just waiting to hear those words. She informed her master that she would take action immediately, instantly changing her decision. That explains the utterly shocked expressions on Satan's and Dex's faces. She had just received 15 reasonability points from our main character for this. Elle departed the very second that notification appeared. She also transformed back into her original form and headed towards the Holy Nation. A moment later, this angel appeared before the followers of God as she descended from the heavens. Every single person was stunned by what they were witnessing. Sylvia was filled with joy, but also pure astonishment. Elle began to relay a divine decree, a message she claimed came directly from God. She had a proclamation, one that demanded everyone's attention. And with her words, the witch hunt-linked quest was officially altered. Seeing this notification, Dex was deeply pleased. Satan hurriedly watched the events unfold. But from the expression on his face, we can tell something is terribly wrong. Dex was astonished by the changes Elle had made. He asked if this was real, questioning the system itself. To balance things out, our hero had specifically asked to change certain requirements. When these two witnessed what had actually happened, they were left speechless. Elle reappeared shortly after. She was beaming with pride because she had simply followed her master's instructions. This angel appeared far too confident and proud of her work. Meanwhile, this was the expression on Satan and Dex's faces. This was the new quest window for the witch hunt. I'll give you all a moment to process the change. 49,999 players now await evaluation. The two of them were completely baffled. Elle had just cut the number of survivors in half. Our hero felt a sharp sting of disappointment. He'd held such high hopes. But Elle simply absorbed their complaints without flinching. She declared that saving even 100 souls from the evil faction was an act of immense mercy. It was an offer she couldn't possibly improve. And that's when Satan appeared. He strode towards Elle and issued a bold challenge. However, the angelic being simply countered by highlighting the demon's flaws, pointing out that Satan's infamous wrath still raged on, despite her efforts at reconciliation. Dex could only watch, wondering what kind of game developers would create an angel like this one. Still, on the bright side, our hero had made a breakthrough. He discovered that these powerful entities could actually materialize. He now believed his 15 reputation points hadn't been wasted after all. Just then, a brilliant idea sparked within the mind of the game's greatest troll. A plan began to form. Our hero seized the moment, capturing Satan's attention while the two divine beings were locked in conflict. He needed to confirm if the Demon King truly planned to back the evil faction. Dex hinted to the demon that he might have the perfect solution to this whole mess. Meanwhile, high in the snowy mountains, the screams of soldiers and players echoed. They had finally cornered the infamous Dark Magician, and their celebration had already begun. These players swelled with pride, savoring the moment, as they prepared to pass judgment on a member of the evil faction once more. The one they had trapped was none other than the Black Flame Dragon. Looking at how much MP she'd lost in the prolonged battle, The woman knew she had made a grave mistake. Now, she only had enough for 1 or 2 more skills. At best, wiping out more of these players meant facing even greater penalties later. On the other hand, if she didn't act now, she wouldn't survive at all. The black flame dragon was frozen, unsure of her next move. The players closed in, already dreaming of the rewards they were about to claim. Menacing smiles spread across their faces. This woman was the world's #1 dark magician, and her reign was about to end. The players unleashed a combined attack. There was no possible way for the black flame dragon to dodge this blow. With that, she braced herself for death. Tears began to well in her eyes, and yet, nothing happened. When she opened her eyes a few seconds later, she saw the Demon King standing directly in front of her. The black flame dragon couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Satan had materialized from thin air and blocked the player's attack. The man was now thinking about just who this demon was. They even arrogantly dismissed Satan as a mere imp. The king of all demons was enraged by this insult. Then, ominous black spheres began to manifest near the players. They had no idea what these objects were. A few seconds later, the spheres violently exploded. The players were grievously wounded, screaming in agony. Calling Satan an imp had been a fatal error. The other players still believed. The demon before them was merely a summon of the dark magician. Of course, this couldn't have been further from the truth. The black flame dragon was still in utter shock. She knew this tiny form belonged to Satan, the most powerful of all demons. As she stared, Satan's gaze turned towards her. He asked the woman if she was indeed the black flame dragon. The top-ranked dark magician was baffled that this NPC knew her by name. She realized something was deeply wrong. Suddenly, a flood of notifications filled her screen. "You have encountered the eldest of darkness," the system announced. She had also reached a critical turning point in her journey. The black flame dragon was confused. What did the system mean by eldest of darkness? It took her a few moments to grasp the true gravity of the situation. Satan then advised her to stand perfectly still. He would handle this mob of players himself. Hearing those words, the players felt an overwhelming pressure. One of them chose to flee instantly, knowing every second he lingered was a waste of precious reputation points. Satan began to unleash his true abilities. One man charged toward her, convinced Satan was nothing more than a summon. He assumed the demon would vanish if he could just defeat the dark magician. A divine spell was cast, hurtling towards them with holy light. Satan had a moment of realization. These mortals genuinely believed he was a summoned creature. He was completely speechless. The divine magic was then stopped dead by a shield of darkness the Demon King conjured. The player's attack vanished into nothing, leaving them utterly stunned. The black sphere that had been there a moment ago also receded. Satan was now thoroughly irritated. A system message warned the players they were now engulfed by a corrupting aura. Their holy powers tried to resist, but it was futile. The members of the divine faction were being corrupted from within. They couldn't even use their sacred powers anymore. Then, the Demon King spoke. He gave a single command: "Kill all who have been corrupted." A strange force seized the players. His words were absolute. Their own will was being crushed. Satan watched the members of the divine faction turn on each other, and simply stood there. He was even a bit disappointed, expecting more resistance. He concluded that he and humans truly could not communicate. The only exception was his master. Then, the black flame dragon bowed her head and began to thank Satan. She thanked him for saving her life, even though this was the first time they had ever met. The demon's strange reaction made the woman uneasy. She went on, saying she already knew his true identity. She added that she was a great admirer of his. Meeting him in person was a true honor for a woman like her. He grew smug at her compliments. He thought to himself that this woman was quite clever. Satan then moved on to his main objective. He confirmed that among all adventurers, the black flame dragon was the most powerful dark magician. "However, you still fall short of my standards," he declared. He believed that in terms of sheer power, the evil faction had grown weak. The black flame dragon immediately apologized. After accepting her apology, Satan told her to listen carefully to what he was about to say. The Demon King revealed that he had a mission for her. The black flame dragon was confused, with no idea what the demon was about to propose. According to Satan, this player was to become the new incarnation of evil. Although she could sense something sinister in his words, she had no idea what fate truly awaited her. Meet Lin Arger, an ancient black mage who forged a pact with the devil himself, gaining eternal life in exchange for his soul. In Arcadia's bloody history, his name was a curse that painted the continent red, until a hero wielding a holy sword finally struck him down. Maria, the saint's holy priestess, delivered the final verdict. declaring his sins committed with sacred light to be utterly unpardonable. To be defeated by a mere sword, Arger could not accept the humiliation, swearing an oath to one day return and exact his revenge. An eternity has passed since that day, and now Lyn Argyr is nothing more than a prisoner, chained in the deepest pits of hell. But even in damnation, his ambition burns. He screams that his goals were never met, daring to demand another chance at conquest. As he begged for release, a voice echoed through the abyss. It was none other than Satan, the monarch of chaos. This wasn't an illusion, but the monarch of chaos himself, appearing in his true form and radiating overwhelming power. Fear gripped Arger's soul. He never dreamed such an ultimate being would appear in his cell, and he could only bow in absolute reverence. Satan then revealed his purpose, a special project that required Arger's unique talents. A spark of hope ignited in the Black Mage's mind. An assault on the Holy Empire Arger's mind raced with possibilities, but Satan merely scoffed at his pathetic assumptions. The monarch of chaos silenced the mage's rambling. To bring him back to Arcadia would cost an impossible amount of plausibility power. He made it crystal clear that it simply wasn't worth the cost. The Demon King would never do something that would bankrupt him. Arger trembled, crushed by Satan's immense aura. He could only ask in a hushed tone what his master required of him. Satan leaned in with a wicked grin, promising a spectacular show. The plan Arger would use a human body as his vessel. He would stir up some trouble in Arcadia, and then promptly return to hell. But Satan gave him a grave warning: escalate the situation, and true oblivion awaits. And that final death would not be at Satan's hands. The Demon King confessed a shocking truth. His own master was a being far more powerful than him, a demon greater than Satan himself. Arger's mind reeled at the very thought. Meanwhile, the person they were discussing was just letting out a yawn. Far away, on a frozen mountain peak, Satan conjured a dark magic circle, right beneath the black flame of the dark dragon. She could feel the incredible power radiating from the circle. What in the world was happening? Satan then declared he was placing a bet on her. He commanded her to rise to the occasion and exceed his expectations. And with that, the shadow and power of the leech, Arger, descended upon the black flame dragon of darkness. She had no time to react. A system window flashed before her eyes, announcing she had just absorbed the essence of Lyn Argyr. She had also unlocked a secret class Meister of Death. This single event was about to change the Great Witch Hunt quest forever. A new quest window appeared. For the long-suffering players of the evil camp, a glimmer of hope had finally emerged. Satan understood their new path to victory, and it sent a chill down his spine. All the evil camp had to do was conquer the kingdom, or eliminate the Pope. He shuddered, contemplating his master's grand design. Meanwhile, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was receiving a legendary upgrade. Her entire set of equipment was enhanced and completely transformed. The system windows popped up, confirming the unbelievable changes. Her stats had skyrocketed. This was her new status window, revealing the power of a true monster. She couldn't believe all the new skills she possessed. With power like this, her old records on the Korean server meant nothing. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness dreamed of becoming the #1 ranker on the entire server, but Satan's voice shattered her daydream. She was still too stunned to focus. He warned her coldly that he would require a faster response next time. If she valued her life, the Demon King observed her transformation with satisfaction. Finally, she looked the part and was ready for her role. Now, they could proceed to the next stage of the plan. Satan handed her a mysterious scroll. He ordered her to memorize every single word on it, as she would have to recite it perfectly later. As the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness read the scroll, her eyes widened in shock. Once it was memorized, Satan gave the signal to start filming. And with that, the night inside Arcadia turned to chaos. But our hero was calmly sitting in front of his PC. He scrolled through the forums, reading panicked posts from the Holy Camp players. They were all still struggling with their missions. Ian watched the chaos unfold with a smile. In his opinion, the massive event known as the Witch Hunt quest was ridiculously biased. Even NPCs belonging to the evil camp were being hunted down, and Holy Camp players were getting rewarded just for participating. Our hero decided it was time to use this turmoil to fan the flames of war even higher. Things were about to get interesting. The evil camp players were flooding the official website with complaints. They were being hunted relentlessly, unable to even play the game. Ian knew the evil camp desperately needed a hero to rally behind, and for that reason, he had Satan and the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness record a little skit. This plan cost him every last one of his plausibility points. It was an all-or-nothing gambit, and fortunately, Satan was a natural actor. Now, it was time to unveil his masterpiece to the world. Ian uploaded the video, and the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness began her address to every member of the evil camp. The balance of power has shattered. To every dark knight, thief, vagrant, and bandit. To all gunmen, assassins, and black mages across Arcadia. Let us unite our strength. We will end this one-sided massacre. The time for cowering is over. We will fight back. We will rise. And I, the foremost black mage, the dark flame dragon, the lich commanding the Legion of Death, shall be your guide. I invite all who would resist the Holy Empire to gather in the Maroon Kingdom and stand with me." The very next day, at the Mickey Barony, Baroness Mickey surveyed the lands surrounding her city. She could hardly believe her eyes. A legion of thousands of monsters was encircling her entire territory. As she stared at the unbelievable sight, a figure from the horde waved at her. It was our hero, riding atop a colossal skeleton soldier. He had returned to greet Mickey. The Baroness was utterly stunned to see her friend commanding a monster. The monsters and skeletons stood like silent guardians, protecting the city amidst this legion of the dead. Dex and Mikey finally met. The Baroness demanded to know what he was doing. Our hero simply replied that he was just passing through, but Mikey wasn't buying it. Not when Dex had brought an entire undead army with him. Dex calmly reassured her that she had nothing to fear. This undead legion. Besides, Dex admitted with a smirk, he couldn't afford to lose the precious revenue streams from his mines. The Baroness was already prepared for this, thanks to a letter from Count Brocken. The Count had explained everything that happened during Dex's mission. She knew about the undead commander our hero had brought with him. She also knew that Dex had succeeded in turning Duke Bjorn himself into a zombie. The fallen Duke was now the one giving direct orders to the skeletal soldiers. Knowing this, her admiration for our hero soared to new heights. She proudly declared that she had a sharp eye for exceptional adventurers. But Dex simply brushed off the high praise. She insisted, telling Dex his actions had benefited the entire Maroon Kingdom. He had toppled a tyrant who was about to drag the Empire into ruin. For far too long, that very Duke had been exploiting the people of the Maroon Empire. Worse, he was planning a massive rebellion against the throne. She argued that if Dex was unworthy of praise for saving the Empire, then no one would ever be deserving of it. The Baroness continued, praising our hero's aid to everyone. She even declared that he should be called a true hero. That single word echoed in his mind. He knew he'd done it all for power, nothing more. And a system notification flashed before his eyes. With that, Dex swiftly changed the subject. He casually asked why she was late in paying his share from the mines. Flustered, she admitted to Dex that she'd been overwhelmed with work lately. She apologized immediately, promising it would never happen again. Meanwhile, at the Arcadia Korean branch, the CEO's chair was empty. Lion had logged into her capsule. The war between the holy and evil factions had engulfed 2 continents. She, too, was forced to enter the game. Their headquarters was completely unprepared for this crisis. But despite the chaos, they had no authority to intervene and stop it. This was the true purpose of Arcadia, after all. A world of limitless freedom. But even they couldn't ignore a crisis of this scale. To do so would jeopardize all their future plans. In an effort to mitigate the damage, the woman dove headfirst into Arcadia, moving swiftly to Alice's location. Alice greeted her boss, immediately asking how she could be of service. Lion cut straight to the point, stating she was there to modify the witch hunt mission parameters. She declared to Alice her intent to completely remove the death penalty for all users in the evil faction. Alice confirmed the request, and the decision was instantly approved. With an order from a high-level manager, Alice disabled the death penalty for the evil camp. With this single act, the game's balance was restored. Through fire, the world erupted into chaos, unshackled from the fear of death. The evil faction players unleashed their full fury against the holy camp. Now, even if they died, they would simply resurrect and continue their onslaught. The very players the old priest had slain before now stood before him once again. They swore they would kill him and hunt him to the very ends of hell. But the holy camp didn't just sit back and take it. They refused to suffer in silence as the evil camp gained ground. They organized backup forces to support every squad. Their smaller numbers became a strength, allowing for faster and clearer communication. They quickly developed a ruthlessly efficient system for their counterattacks. In this storm of battle, a terrifying equilibrium was reached once more. The endless loop of battle had begun. For an entire day, the Maroon Kingdom was drowned in warfare. This event would forever be known as the Festival of Blood. Just then, a string of notifications appeared for our main character. As the 2 forces tore each other apart, Dex's plausibility skyrocketed. It had increased by a staggering 63,921 points. He had even earned a new title, Shady Schemer. And while the world burned, our hero was relaxing on a rooftop. He never imagined his actions would ignite such a maelstrom of chaos and war. Dex mumbled the word to himself. Hero. When he first started Arcadia, he thought it would be a simple game to conquer. But it had surpassed his wildest expectations. Now, his choices could truly shake the foundations of this entire world. Our main character wondered if he, of all people, truly deserved to be called a hero by an NPC. He smirked, realizing this was the true thrill of Arcadia. He had to admit, the game was a masterpiece, but his thoughts were shattered by Satan's disappointed scream. The demon was lamenting such a tragic waste of plausibility. Dex calmly reminded Satan that he had accepted his terms, so there was nothing to be done. But Satan persisted, arguing he'd used a brilliant plot device just to bring Arger back. Dex then revealed he had used every last point of his plausibility to execute their plan perfectly. Hearing this, Satan fell completely silent. Furthermore, Dex told him that he should be grateful, as they had greatly minimized the damage to the evil faction. The great demon finally conceded defeat. He stood no chance of outwitting this greater demon. Just then, Elle appeared, assuring Dex not to worry about Satan. She claimed that demons. A cunning grin spread across RMC's face. The holy camp was now the centerpiece of their grand design. The angel beside him radiated triumph. She would sacrifice anything to bring righteous vengeance upon the evil camp, to secure victory. She was even willing to wager her own immense credibility. With that, Dex unleashed the skill Divine Descent. The hero he called forth was none other than Kadal, the knight of pilgrims and adversity. Elle assured RMC that this hero's power was more than enough to crush the leech. But just then, Satan himself interjected. He sneered, claiming the leech would devour any hero, even if Arger was nothing but a pile of bones. But the demon lord's words caught in his throat. The moment he recognized the summoned hero's identity, it was Kadal who wielded the holy sword that first defeated Arger. But the realization came too late. A system notification flashed before Dex. This legendary soul had already descended into his body. With this power, he could now challenge the strongest necromancer in Arcadia. Even the legendary holy sword rested in his grasp. Satan couldn't believe it. He couldn't fathom Elle spending so much credibility just to defeat Arger. But this was to prove that, unlike a certain someone, she wasn't cheap. With a look of absolute resolve, she declared she would spare no expense to annihilate the entire demon race. Ironically, in this game, Elle herself appeared to be a demon sword. The king of demons could do nothing against her conviction. Meanwhile, RMC was already preparing to orchestrate an even larger incident to farm more plausibility. Even with 63,000 points, his ambition was far from satisfied. He would ride this wave of momentum and escalate the war to its absolute limit. And if the stakes weren't high enough, he would forge them himself. Just as Dex summoned a hero for the holy camp, the evil camp now needed its own champion. And that champion took the form of Archimedes, Arcadia's greatest black mage. This meant the Holy Empire would need its own representative to counter him. RMC eagerly volunteered, seizing the role for himself. This man belonged to neither the domain of good nor evil. Later, Dex would be the one to punish the cruel sword. At that very moment, in the capital fortress of the Maroon Kingdom, an emergency meeting was underway between the newly crowned king and his advisors. The young ruler was in turmoil, feeling crushed by the weight of everyone's expectations. One advisor was already urging him to abandon the imperial capital. Flee while there was still time, he said, and reclaim the throne when the chaos subsided. But the king refused to take the easy way out. Despite his youth, his thoughts were with the people of his kingdom. He knew his father would never have made such a cowardly choice. Other non-player characters in the room tried to rally his spirits. Speaking of the brave soldiers fighting to defend their stronghold, for a fleeting moment, they found comfort in this news. They believed they could unite and win this war. But their hope was instantly shattered as a terrifying aura flooded the chamber. A fortress guard burst in, his face pale with terror. "There's trouble outside," he screamed. Then, overcome by fear, the guard turned and fled. The king was stunned. Their first line of defense had already been broken. The sheer number of undead marching upon them was simply overwhelming. And leading this new army of the evil camp was the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness herself. The sight alone was enough to drain all courage from the young king. A system window then updated the status of the witch hunt. The evil camp's death toll had surpassed 48 million. The number was beyond anyone's darkest imagination. For a second, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness realized they might actually lose this war. But that was a predictable outcome. Before she arrived before the king, the evil camp's players had charged forward recklessly, without strategy or thought for the consequences. However, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness saw this as the perfect stage to test the new power she had just obtained. With defeat looming, she began to channel the might of Argair. Across the fortress, every adventurer saw the phantom image of Arcadia's greatest necromancer manifest in the sky. His undead legions rose with him. The defending soldiers could do nothing but brace for the inevitable slaughter. "Arger, are you ready?" the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness asked. The necromancer's voice echoed back. "I am ready for anything." The evil camp's hero then unleashed a skill Deathfielder Dark Knight Festival. She followed it immediately with Soul Necromancy, Her execution was flawless. She could truly wield Arger's skills as if they were her own. The necromancer himself praised her, declaring that together, they were a one-man army. Only a being with the power of an apostle could hope to defeat them now. And this legion of the undead was more than enough to crush these pathetic soldiers and adventurers. The dark flame dragon smiled. "Let the siege begin," she proclaimed. She commanded every last zombie soldier to charge forward and seize the throne. Faced with an impossible battle, the defenders began to cower, their morale crumbling into dust. A dark laugh escaped the dark flame dragon's lips. She savored this scene of utter despair. It had been a long time since she felt so exhilarated. Soon, the entire battlefield was drowned in the screams of dying soldiers. The undead army swarmed the fortress of the Maroon Kingdom like a tidal wave of death. The black flame dragon of darkness slowly made her way to the king's throne. The room was now completely empty. She scoffed. She hadn't expected the ruler to actually run away. As she approached the throne, she knew this single act of cowardice made every sacrifice outside utterly meaningless. She grinned. This kingdom had no need for such a pathetic ruler. Standing before the throne, the dark flame dragon placed her hand upon it, making a declaration. A system window immediately appeared before her. She had successfully taken the throne of the Maroon Kingdom. She was now acknowledged as the throne's new and rightful owner. This meant the evil camp had officially won the witch hunt. A new title was bestowed upon the black flame dragon of darkness, the honor of the Golden Throne, granting her complete sovereignty over the Maroon Kingdom. A mere player had now become a reigning queen. All glory to the black flame dragon of darkness. Her heart swelled with pure joy at this incredible achievement. This was a first in the history of the game. Never before had an adventurer conquered an entire nation. She could already imagine the incredible income she would receive as the monarch of the Maroon Kingdom. Now, she had to decide what to do first. The dragon of black flame and darkness began to consider the possibilities. Drunk on power, she was bleeding her new subjects dry, with plans to conquer nearby nations and build her own dark kingdom. But a single voice cut through the party, asking if she was truly happy as the new ruler. The black flame dragon of darkness whipped her head around to find the source. Her eyes landed on a lone silhouette. "You already know who this is, don't you? A man rumored to be able to wipe out her entire undead veteran army, all by himself." A confident smirk played on the man's lips as the Dragon Queen demanded to know his identity. Realizing her army outside had already fallen, the new ruler of the Maroon Kingdom unleashed a storm of cursed arrows, every single one aimed directly at our main character. The true hero had arrived. Dex activated his skill, Adan's footsteps, moving with a blinding speed that let him weave through the deadly assault. The black flame dragon of darkness was now desperate to know who this player was. She had never seen his name in the rankings. But one thing was certain. The look in his eyes, combined with that impossible speed and skill, told her this man was on a completely different level. Our main character then gave her a polite, yet chilling, warning. He admitted what she'd accomplished was impressive. But the black flame dragon of darkness had gone too far, shattering the very balance of the game. To indulge any further would surely lead to her own destruction. The woman was stunned. How could this mysterious player know so much about her? Refusing to be intimidated, she launched another volley of spells. "Who are you?" she demanded. But all he gave in return was a calm smile. Then, in a blink, he vanished. Dex instantly reappeared right before her, like a predator closing in on its prey. Our main character declared he was here to take back the power she had only borrowed. As he spoke, the holy sword on his back began to hum. Reacting to the dark forces around it, the dragon immediately recognized the blade's legendary holy power. At that moment, the system broadcasted the true nature of our main character's attack to them both. The Sword of Eternity's End had chosen its target for a sacred trial. An ultimate death was about to begin, with Arge's very soul hanging in the balance. The black flame dragon of darkness raged against our main character, but with every passing second, the power she once commanded was draining away into nothingness. Dex's voice cut through the chaos, declaring she was no true master of darkness. He warned that her borrowed fairy tale magic was about to strike midnight. The battle between two overpowered champions had truly begun. Dex immediately started to exploit the greatest weakness of the necromancer class. The black flame dragon of darkness was completely outmatched in close quarters combat. But as the #1 black mage in the game, she refused to give up. She even boasted that Satan, the demon king himself, had personally chosen her. As she uttered his name, a massive, sinister magic circle blazed to life beneath them. She scoffed that someone like our main character was nothing but a joke to her. In response, Dex calmly created some distance between them. Focusing his own immense power, he called out directly to Satan, asking if the Demon King could hear the foolish boasts this woman was making. The demon, Arger, immediately reported to his master that he had no connection to this woman. Meanwhile, Arger himself trembled in fear before the holy sword. The sight of that holy blade meant only one thing: the heavens were once again meddling in the affairs of Arcadia. And then, he recognized his master's greatest enemy. Now it all made sense, the reason the Demon King was so agitated. Arger frantically ordered the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness to retreat. He knew they stood no chance against this man right now. But the woman was completely baffled by the command. In her pride, she assumed they had merely misjudged the mysterious man. Surely, only a being with apostle-level strength could ever defeat them. While she was lost in thought, our main character used his skill: follow an ally's footsteps. He instantly materialized directly above the dark dragon with black flames. Panicked, the woman unleashed her death field, summoning hordes of undead soldiers from the ground. Our main character was now forced to face the very warriors he once commanded. These were not mere skeletons, they were elite undead combatants. He had hoped to end this easily, but this annoying skill was proving to be a problem. At that point, Dex had no choice but to unleash the Holy Sword's true power. The system confirmed it. Anti-demonic energy now enveloped the weapon. Not only that, its attack power had increased by 80%. It would also nullify every magical resistance or defensive strength of anyone with an evil alignment. Our main character simply vaulted over the undead legion and brandished his glowing blade. Then, he unleashed a single, devastating blow. A sunburst of holy light erupted from the sword, illuminating the entire space. The dark armor of the undead soldiers began to crack and disintegrate. In a single flash, they were all turned to dust. Our main character once again closed in on the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, who barely managed to summon a shield. She stared in utter disbelief. Her entire summoned army wiped out by a single pulse of light from that sword. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness desperately demanded to know where Dex had acquired such a weapon. He gave her a simple, honest answer. Our main character admitted he had only borrowed it. He had no idea where it came from. This reply only fueled her burning curiosity. "Who would give you such a holy sword?" she demanded. "His drive," he explained, "came from a simple resolve to defeat the devils, no matter the cost." He thought of the powerful silhouette of his master. Just then, the entire fortress began to shake violently as a brilliant pillar of light shot toward the sky. Every player outside, still fighting the legions of undead, saw the colossal beacon. They wondered if this could possibly be a fight between two players. If it was, it felt like they were playing an entirely different game. Then, one of them recognized a face amidst the chaos, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, and someone was completely overwhelming her. From their distant view, her opponent was wielding a sword seemingly forged from pure light. The sorceress tried to summon a powerful demon to create distance, but it was futile. Dex used a new technique. Silence of the Shadow. The great demon was cast into an eternal slumber, meaning it could never be summoned again. The Dark Flame Dragon was in shock, a power that could seal her summoning ability. She never knew such a thing was possible, but desperation took over. Believing her advantage lay in numbers, she summoned and she finally understood. The man standing before her radiated pure hostility. To him, she was nothing more than an entity of darkness. He announced his intention to end this, slowly and deliberately. The woman could only stare back in silence, as the system blared warnings of Argel's uncontrollable fear. It was far too late, but a desperate urge to escape consumed him. Our main character had already delivered his verdict. A death sentence carried out as holy light seared her very being. The Black Fire Dragon of Darkness let out a soul-shattering cry of agony, and the necromancer behind it felt every excruciating moment. This attack didn't just strike the body, it pierced straight through to the soul, inflicting a truly fatal wound. The Blackfire Dragon of Darkness was now teetering on the brink of annihilation. In the aftermath, she demanded to know why Dex would do this. She insisted there was no reason to fight, proclaiming the witch hunt quest was already over. While the woman's words were true, our main character revealed his true plan. He had been waiting, deliberately, for her to claim her throne. He needed the demon faction to achieve victory first. The death of the Black Fire Dragon after it had seized the Maroon Kingdom was the final piece of his grand puzzle. He warned her not to despise him too much for this. Dex declared that with her death, the eternal war between the holy and demon factions would finally reach its conclusion. The Black Fire Dragon of Darkness couldn't grasp his meaning, but she knew she was defeated. Even so, Argel desperately hoped to somehow avoid this fate. But just as our hero raised his sword for the final blow, Argel recognized his face. She realized the man before her was the very same one from whom she had once borrowed power. And with that, Dex unleashed his final, devastating strike. The holy sword pierced the Black Fire Dragon, and in that instant, absolute death and divine judgment became one. The result was catastrophic. Argel's very soul was irrevocably shattered. In the same moment, it completely destroyed the necromancer's contract with the Great Dragon. As Argyle faded from existence, the contract was wiped clean from reality. The necromancer seethed with rage, unable to accept that this would be his second and final death. And then, the very essence of his soul was extinguished from the world. For this feat, a new title was bestowed upon our victorious main character, the Noble Judge. He informed the Blackfire Dragon of Darkness that this outcome was decided before the battle even began. This, he told her, was the price for being drunk on her own power. She was furious about Argyle, but she also accepted her own defeat. It had been a long time since she'd enjoyed a good game, and a faint smile touched her lips. The Blackfire Dragon of Darkness had been vanquished. It was a good game, and well played. In that moment, Dex deactivated his Divine Advent ability. He breathed a sigh of relief, the ordeal finally over. A system message then alerted all players Argyle was defeated, and the Holy Faction had successfully cleared the prerequisite for the Witch Hunt quest. Our main character had achieved his goal, just as he had foreseen. Now, he wondered how Arcadia's system would process this impossible outcome. A paradox was created. Both factions had succeeded in their objectives simultaneously, fulfilling their victory conditions at the exact same time. The system began to buckle under the strain. But then a new notification appeared. The administrator saw the urgent message, the system window icon glowing in ominous red. Emergency analyses were run to determine priority. The administrator, clutching a control panel, began running countless calculations. He quickly understood the situation. The Holy Faction's victory condition completion rate was 94% versus the Demon Faction's 50%. The Holy Faction had prevailed. With things proceeding, the system began searching for optimal scenarios. After sifting through endless options, hundreds of thousands of possibilities were found under code 439230.02. An emergency add-on was immediately launched. Code 283 and its auxiliary changes were applied. Since both factions had met their victory requirements, the system issued its final verdict. The battle had ended in a draw. Instantly, every player stared at the notification before looking up at the sky in disbelief. They couldn't believe their hard-fought battle ended in a tie, despite giving it their all. But in the aftermath, new possibilities began to unfold. Rewards were being calculated for each faction. Based on their contributions, players from the Holy Faction received their compensation. Furthermore, the appearance rate of hidden quests for the Holy Faction had increased. Those reading the message were still in shock, now receiving additional rewards for their efforts. Perhaps the church decided to grant these rewards for more than just raising their reputation. Regardless, the players were ecstatic. They rejoiced, now able to take on hidden quests that not everyone could access. It felt like winning the lottery. At the same time, another notification declared that the Black Dragon of Darkness had successfully taken the kingdom. The surrounding areas and all territories within were unconditionally activated. From that moment on, the kingdom fell under the dominion of the demon state. The skies above the kingdom filled with visions of monstrous creatures. There were dragons and other terrifying demons. For the next year, no nation could declare war against the newly conquered kingdom. And with the help of the demon faction's clans, the kingdom would grow ever stronger. The demon faction players realized that they now had a true home base. They were stunned that the demon entity had actually secured a sanctuary for them. After the devastating defeat in the Great War, their patron had seemingly vanished. Not a single trace left behind. Now, Act 1 had finally concluded. An additional quest. The Advent of the Forgotten Darkness was added, and the Witch Hunt quest was marked as complete. Continental law was renewed, and the mass killing of players from either faction was once again forbidden. A certain king watched all of this unfold. Reading the barrage of notifications, he understood that history was about to repeat itself. He knew an era of chaos awaited them all once more. Sweat beaded on his face as he recalled the vivid images of true pandemonium from the past. Now, no one spoke of the balance between good and evil in Arcadia's design. Many who witnessed the outcome were simply confused. How could it possibly be a draw? Was the system window lying? But one executive director understood that this was not the true problem at all. In that very moment, uncertainty hung heavy in the air. No one could grasp what was unfolding, except for a single, solitary figure. Of course, it was him, the creator himself. The girl stared in disbelief, wondering how anyone could possess a class as legendary as the Chaotic Wanderer. A world-shaking achievement had just been unlocked. The very fabric of Arcadia's second continent was rewritten, and the forces of darkness swelled with newfound power. The great balance between good and evil had finally arrived. With it came the title, Neutral Seeker, and a staggering 210,000 order points. Our main character was more than satisfied with this amount. This power was exactly what he needed to counter the game's creator. Or more precisely, the will of his own class. Should it ever truly demand something of him? Our hero knew he was lucky. Everything had fallen perfectly into place. He'd even managed to announce a hint of his existence to the other players. But this massive influx of order points, and the chaos it spawned, left him with one burning question. What should he do now? What did destiny have in store for him? Just as quest number 2 was completed, he uncovered the hidden aspects of the Chaotic Wanderer class and was granted special rewards. His contribution to the trial of the 49 million evildoers was being calculated. The conquest of a kingdom, the transfer of its power, the vanishing of the Lich. It was all coming to a head right now, especially when it came to his skills. Our hero was stunned by what he was about to receive. A new notification appeared. He could now apply his order points in an entirely new way. He could alter causality itself by infusing order points into inanimate objects. Our main character, of course, couldn't make any sense of it. The explanation was bizarrely vague. It didn't specify the cost, nor did it mention if this was a benevolent skill. For all he knew, it could be for something sinister. Since the description was useless, he decided to test its power for himself, to see what it was truly capable of. He reached out, ready to activate the new skill on an item, knowing it would be quicker to just use it immediately. He summoned the rusty iron sword from his very beginning. Its stats were rock bottom, and the imp, hovering nearby, recognized it immediately. It hadn't seen that blade in ages. Why would his master summon it now? Was he feeling nostalgic for the old days, and planning to bully some rookie adventurers? Our hero just scoffed, saying there was no reason to relive those days, telling his companion not to disturb him. He was simply experimenting with a new skill. The flying demon couldn't believe his master had actually hunted beginners. But our hero already had everything he needed. Grasping the old sword, he prepared to channel his order points directly into the blade. The moment he activated the skill, an unbelievable aura erupted from the worthless weapon. A blinding light stunned the demon. Where was this brilliance coming from? And then, the sword accepted the points. A system message appeared, analyzing past characteristics of the selected item. The process was a success. The weapon was now the bloody rusty iron sword, and the required cost was 9. Would you like to infuse this item with order points? At first, our hero figured a unique item from Tang or Ellie would cost about the same. But his curiosity took over because it turned out to be far more expensive than he'd imagined. Still, his curiosity was piqued, and he had to see it through. The eyes of our main character lit up, a wide grin spreading across his face. That same incredible aura from before now pulsed from his very being. The probability points were transferred. The stats on the iron sword began to shift rapidly. In an instant, the rusty blood sword ascended to a higher rank. All the memories tied to this blade were now forged into its new skills. The rusty blood sword was granted a title befitting its new rank, an item called Bloodsucker. The sword's new characteristics were simply unbelievable. But the most important part was the description, which stated that this blade was truly one of a kind, steeped in the blood of those sacrificed by a legendary assassin. It had been twisted and forged by an unknown power, becoming infinitely more powerful. Of course, its appearance hadn't changed much, but was it really worth that many points? Then again, what did he truly expect from a common rusty sword? Tang, clearly freaking out, demanded to know what just happened. What in the world did his master just do? Had he really possessed such abilities all this time? Then why hadn't he used them before Ellie, who saw the whole thing, figured a huge price must have been paid and decided to simply test how much power the new sword held? Our main character glanced at them, already knowing what was on their minds. He said he was flattered, but reminded them that free cheese is only found in a mousetrap. So, if they wanted to trade for his services, it would have to be a fair transaction. Both his companions were immediately flustered, but our main character simply continued admiring the masterpiece he had forged with his own power. Regardless, this new skill was definitely worth investing in further. It was still hard to believe such a trash item could be elevated this high. His sword now looked like a level 70 artifact. But what would happen if he tried to sell this creation? Our hero's expression suddenly shifted. A bizarre and terrifying aura began to leak from his body. Both of his companions sensed he was planning something. But as he opened his inventory, a new thought struck him. If his skill could transform a common piece of junk this dramatically, what could it do to one of the masterpieces he got from Tange? Our hero pulled out the Demon Cave Destroyer and then attempted to infuse it with his order points. The system message popped up again, analyzing past characteristics of the selected item. But this time, the process failed. At this time, no action can be taken on this object. The item simply couldn't accept the order points. Even the main character was powerless to change it. He couldn't grasp the issue. Why was it impossible to transfer points? And what did it mean to have past characteristics? It seemed that for items he'd wielded for so long, a simple point transfer was out of the question. Having used this item for so long, it had become the only one of its kind. The main character instantly understood the gravity of the situation. He held up a finger, explaining the monumental impact this item would have on the world of Arcadia. His two companions stared at the sword, both in complete shock. How could such a terrifying aura pour from a single blade? Why was its bloodlust so dense? It felt like that of a high-ranking vampire. But our hero immediately sealed the sword away in his inventory. His companion noted that he finally seemed to understand everything. The vampire was not pleased. Watching as our character snatched the sword he was eyeing right from under his nose, the main character declared there was nothing to see, adding that the vampire's own treasury must hold far more valuable treasures. Besides, he added, I'm going to sell it anyway. The vampire was stunned. Did this sword belong to him? He couldn't comprehend why our hero would even consider selling it. He didn't need the gold. The vampire had immense wealth and was ready to offer anything in exchange for that blade. What will it take to earn some decency points? The vampire simply urged him not to worry, promising to exchange them at the most generous rate possible. Ellie chimed in, saying they already had more than enough gold, but our hero just shot them a knowing look. He explained that he didn't need money in the slightest. One way or another, his monthly earnings were about to skyrocket, either from his contract with the Baroness or by launching his video channel. The vampire was growing more and more frustrated with all of this. He demanded to know why he was so determined to sell the sword. What was the problem? Why not just stick with his old weapon? Did this new sword not interest him at all? But our main character only smiled, staring into the vampire's suspicious eyes. He admitted that he was definitely interested, because it was a one-of-a-kind item in the entire world. It possessed godlike stats capable of shattering the world, yet its low requirements meant almost anyone could wield it. However, he mused, what do you think happens when an item like that appears at an auction? The vampire realized it would unleash absolute chaos. Ellie gave her companion a thumbs up, as he confessed that he didn't know for sure either. And so he decided to put it up for auction just to see what would unfold. The very next morning, the unique item was sent to the auction house. When our main character finally dragged himself to his university, he was utterly exhausted. The first class of the day felt like an unbeatable final boss. He was seriously thinking about switching to the evening group next year. But as he sat down, a voice suddenly cut in, asking what he had done. Our hero couldn't understand what his friend was talking about. Was he losing his mind, but his friend simply showed him the live auction? Don't play dumb, he urged, pointing to the seller's name displayed for all to see. By some miracle, it was identical to his own nickname, or rather, the in-game handle of our main character. Where did he find a weapon as powerful as the Bloodsucker? Dex, looking incredibly pleased with himself, just smiled and asked if that was what he was talking about. All right, he said, I'll tell you. His friend was still in a state of shock, unable to believe his eyes. An item ranked the only one. He'd never even heard of such a thing existing. Is there really a hidden class? He stammered. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom how he'd found it. But Dex only said that everyone has their own methods. He kept the true origins of the item a secret. Of course, his friend wasn't satisfied and pressed him for details. He promised to keep it a secret, pleading with him to see reason, because no one in the world knew the true identity of the famous Dex. By that time, the auction was already underway. People at home and in their offices were buzzing about the unbelievable item that had just appeared. The bidding started at 800 gold, and countless people took out loans to even make a bid. The masters of towers and guilds were prepared to pay whatever it took. For them, money was no issue. They just had to have that item. But in an instant, as the bid for the weapon reached an astronomical sum, an urgent notification flashed across the system, announcing a massive surge in bids. An emergency freeze was activated, and all trading was suspended. People gathered in Arcadia's headquarters couldn't believe their eyes. Someone was willing to buy that item for 5,000 gold. The value of the currency was no joke. With one gold coin worth roughly 10,000 won, the entire deal was worth billions. We now see Arcadia's Korean branch. Employees swarmed one of the managers, demanding to know what a rank called the only one meant. The general manager insisted it was impossible. There were only 8 item levels, from magical and rare to epic, unique, and legendary. Up until now, the auction house was hard-coded to only accept items of rare rank or lower. So what exactly was he looking at right now? The CEO, staring at the sword Dex was selling, concluded it had to be a bug. This just couldn't be happening. Following the incident, all auctions for the Bloodsucker were suspended. Furthermore, the item was completely withdrawn from the market. The decision triggered massive discontent among the users. But from the developer's perspective, they had no other choice. They had to prevent a game-breaking item from destroying the world's balance. This one sword had caused a mountain of problems for every Arcadia employee. From that day on, wherever players gathered, on the streets, in their homes, and within their guilds, there was only one topic of conversation. Throughout the day, more and more players grew fascinated with the seller, especially after seeing a name they had only heard whispered in legends. If someone somehow hadn't heard the name, they were told they were living in the past. They spoke of him as one of the most brilliant players to ever exist, a phantom who always played solo, a legend that even the top professionals couldn't dare to stand beside. But he decided to let the rumors fly. Until recently, no one knew what he was up to, and now his name had spread across all of Arcadia. To some, he was a legend, regardless of the items he sold. To others, he was a complete unknown. And to a select few, he was already an enemy. And this is how Dex revealed his true identity to all of Arcadia. Standing upon a roof, he thought, "It's all going to happen now, just as I planned." The administrator stared at the item, a chilling familiarity washing over him. The shape of that sword. He was 100% certain he'd seen it before. It was the exact same blade wielded by the infamous Marauder in that viral video. Back then, it was impossible to find out who the player was. Even with an administrator's authority, tracking the creator was impossible. He knew with absolute certainty, a sword like this could not be a coincidence. The seller's name, Dex, grated on his nerves. And the price tag of over 5,000 gold was a blatant insult. This was a clear challenge. In the administrator's mind, the main character desperately wanted this item back. To do so, he would have to step out from the shadows. The man smirked, believing he'd finally trapped his target. But Dex, upon reading the system message, was merely a little surprised. The message was direct. An administrator had bid on his restored item. He was instructed to contact the customer service center for details. Reading this, Dex knew the item's stats had been the perfect bait. He expected the administrators to get involved eventually, but he never imagined they'd make such a direct, clumsy move. Kang, who had been watching silently, finally asked his master what was happening. Our protagonist simply reminded him of the sword he had recently crafted, and calmly stated that it had been taken from him. Tan was utterly shocked. For someone to dare do such a thing, they should be hunted down and punished immediately. So many points had been spent on that blade, to just have it taken away. Tan asked if his master understood that this was nothing short of a robbery. He then swore he would help, because he is always ready to stand by his master. Tan is loyal and willing to go to any length, but our main character, after a moment's thought, just smiled. He turned to the vampire and said, "Then just give me the points. I can simply make another sword and sell it again." After all, a man like Tan surely had plenty of points to spare. Tan stared back, utterly disappointed, asking if Dex really thought he was some rich young master. Of course, our protagonist wasn't joking. He understood the game company now despised him, but they were operating completely in the dark. He had listed an item crafted with decency points. All they knew was that if his actions were beneficial, they would have allowed the sale. Instead, these managers resorted to the most extreme measure. They simply stole it. A confident smile played on our main character's face. They hadn't sanctioned him. They hadn't even tried to make contact. This proved one critical thing. While they now knew his nickname, they still had no idea who he truly was, or where to find him. The fact they hadn't tried to contact him before meant one thing: the game itself couldn't track his presence. They were powerless to take any drastic action against him. He mused that this must be the hidden power of his class, the chaotic wanderer. What other ability would let him calmly unleash chaos that even the game's management couldn't stop? What kind of insane genius created this class, he wondered. The desire to meet that person grew stronger every day. For now, thanks to these abilities, he was untouchable. Pulling his gloves on tighter, he decided it was time. Time to really give those administrators a headache they would never forget. We cut to the Korean branch of Arcadia, where the office was in utter chaos. Everyone stared at the CEO in horror, completely unable to act. The only thing they could assume was that the help desk had been overworked lately, burning the midnight oil to solve this crisis. But the CEO just kept repeating the same name over and over. Dex. They had found no culprits for their recent troubles. But now, it was clear as day. This game-breaking item was created by a single user. The CEO, reporting to his superiors, admitted that none of the recent incidents were in their control. From the witch hunt to the item duplication glitches, none of it was planned. They were just watching from the sidelines, forced to react. They desperately needed to take action. But what would the director say? The director, a woman with ice in her veins, simply asked the CEO if he could predict what would happen tomorrow. The director continued, her voice sharp. "We are the heads of this company, not fortune tellers. It's only natural that they can't predict every move a user makes." But as she said this, her expression hardened. She declared that the time for waiting was over. It was time to make a move. "Do you remember," she asked, "the plan we prepared?" The CEO's eyes widened in shock. He remembered. He couldn't believe they were finally going to unleash it. The director gave a single nod. Execute it. And with that, a massive announcement appeared across the game world. The Battle of the Bamboo Stick was about to begin. The event promised a single arena where all players would be equal. For the first time since Arcadia's launch, an official PvP championship had been declared. What was this event that had come out of nowhere at the same time? Popular forums exploded with activity. Posts declared a war between the forces of good and evil, fiercely opposing each other. Which side would the players choose? Our main character observed all of these developments. He even saw news that the raid set from the 120th level would be released soon. It seems he had miscalculated. The user growth rate was far higher than he'd anticipated. Players above the 100th level were already starting to emerge. The battle against foreign servers for dominance had been ignited. In the future, player leveling would become 1,000 times faster. In other words, over time, his current advantages would only shrink. The leveling system was evolving faster than anyone thought possible. This was the exact scenario he had been dreading on his path to power. And yet, as he leaned back in his chair, he calmed his racing heart. Because even if someone dared to attack him, he only needed to spend a few of his special points to turn any crisis into a golden opportunity. A faint smile touched his lips. He realized that no matter what they thought, it was time to let them deal with their own chaos. Besides, a thrilling new event was about to begin. One that had captured the attention of not just him, but every single administrator. At first, players scoffed. A bamboo stick. What could that possibly do? They wondered what the point of this event was. Was it some kind of spy from a rival company? Maybe they were just trying to ruin the game. But in the end, the rules were brutally simple. The name itself told you everything you needed to know. This was a massive, large-scale PvP championship where the only weapon allowed was a bamboo stick. The last one standing would claim victory. Players were free to use their abilities and skills, but only the stick could deal damage. This turned out to be a brilliant twist. Damage wasn't tied to physical strength or any other stat. In other words, every single class had a chance to win. The phrase used at the end, "the last survivor," was incredibly alluring. The fact that this event appeared now showed that they were trying desperately to draw our main character out. Though he wasn't planning to join, the prize for the winner was far too valuable. By becoming the last survivor, the player could claim one specific item from the inventory of every user they had personally eliminated. However, you could rest easy knowing no one would actually steal those items. They would be kept completely safe. He couldn't help but be interested. It would be strange to turn down such an invitation for fun. At that moment, he finally connected to the channel. 1 week later, they arrived at Dream Island, the special event map. For the bamboo stick battle, the place looked more like a theme park, and everyone there was talking about whether the great Dex himself would participate in the event. For a whole week, users had talked of nothing else, saying that in the Battle Kingdom, he was practically invincible. Just reaching the top 30 was considered an outstanding result. They were discussing team play, but one of them said the other must not have been listening. He claimed that other players couldn't stand it and had conspired against him, because they couldn't win otherwise. Everyone believed our character was a monster, a true god of combat. There were even rumors that he'd been taken over by the game developers themselves. Dex, finally entering this world, understood that the players were still the same because 2 years had already passed since he'd last made a major appearance, and they still followed his every move, causing quite a stir. But as for the map, even he hadn't expected this. Whatever he'd imagined, the map surpassed all his expectations. After looking around, you couldn't even believe you could eat. Delicious food here without worrying about extra calories, and visit amazing places without spending time or money. Perhaps these were the innovations virtual reality had brought to their lives. But at this rate, all the travel agencies would soon go bankrupt. At the same time, the people around him began to say they were haunted by a strange feeling. Ellie said that they weren't just in some incomprehensible space, but it also wasn't the demon world. It was as if they were in a completely different dimension. On the other hand, Tan was furious. He knew his master didn't care about him, but they still had a contract that he should take care of. His companion, because escaping to another dimension was just too much. But our hero simply said that they'd still flown to him in the end. Tan pointed at the space portal in the middle and said they still had to suffer to find it. Was it so hard to give them a heads up? Did he not know how to use his mouth? Of course, both companions realized it was pointless to argue with their master, so they decided to ask what wind had brought him here. Something was definitely wrong, because how could they not know that? Such a majestic dimension existed somewhere, but Dex looked away and said that this dimension was quite interesting. He was immediately distracted by a girl. She apologized for bothering him and just wanted to ask if the person in front of her was a hidden class player? For sure, judging by her reaction, it had to be the blue-haired girl before him, clearly a mage based on her outfit. How could she possibly know? Was it really that obvious? But the girl, with a strange light in her eyes, replied that it was hard not to guess after. They so easily tore through space, practically ripping it open. The girl was definitely talking about the spirit beasts right next to our main character. Our character couldn't believe that the girl in front of him could see Tan and Ellie. The girl said she had indeed seen them. Of course, she couldn't say she saw them clearly, but they radiated an extremely powerful energy. They definitely weren't ghosts, but probably pets. In fact, it was someone who could summon helpers. Even the main character realized that his situation was really bad. He couldn't let someone discover this before the competition even started. The anxiety was clear on his face. He was in real trouble. He thought he needed to get out of there as fast as possible before others smelled something fishy. But as luck would have it, the people right behind him started shouting that a star sorceress was standing next to the carousel. Was this really the woman ranked second on the leaderboards? They also noticed a man in a hoodie, or rather, our hero. They didn't know who he was, since Dex had never been seen before. So his only solution was to cover himself with his hood. Of course, the star sorceress apologized once more, since she was the reason all eyes were on him. She hoped he wouldn't misunderstand. She was just very interested in his appearance and had no intention of bothering him. She introduced herself as Stella, a mage from the hidden class. The Star Witch stared him down. She confessed that even with her eyes of truth, it was nearly impossible to see through his creations. It seemed the wielder of truth was far more powerful than he appeared. But if he feared she would expose his identity, her interrogation was over, letting our hero finally catch his breath. He admitted she was surprisingly kind. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this Star Witch was somehow connected to his destiny. Her face was plastered on every newsfeed. A true celebrity. Almost instantly, a crowd swarmed her, eager for a handshake. They begged for photos, but even as the cameras flashed, the Star Witch's gaze found our hero. It was a silent warning, get out of here, now. Her mind was already calculating her next move. The moment our protagonist bolted, his companions were stunned. They couldn't believe that she had effortlessly pierced through their defenses. What terrifying power. But for our hero, one truth was clear. This woman had been tailing him for a long time. Their reunion during the competition felt inevitable. But was this a recent development, or had she been watching from the start? A chilling premonition told him that this time, luck wouldn't be on his side. The festival was in full swing. Streets overflowed with people, fireworks painted the sky, and the Ferris wheel turned, full of blissful tourists. Then, an assistant administrator finally made her appearance. She was tiny, with simple clothes, light hair, and a baseball bat slung over her shoulder. After a brief moment to compose herself, she addressed the massive crowd. I trust you've all eaten your fill and had a wonderful time. Because now that you're all rested and relaxed, she announced with a grin, I can finally get to the real announcement. Since you're all gathered here, how wonderful it's time to begin the bamboo forest competition. Players stared, comparing the tiny girl to a mischievous pixie. Some even called her cute, until a wave of pure energy erupted from her tiny frame. Pay attention, she roared, because in fact, the long-awaited battle of bamboo sticks starts right now. In a flash, every person received a simple bamboo stick. The item description was chillingly simple. A weapon made of bamboo, a symbol of absolute equality. Its properties read like a death sentence. This weapon's attack is completely instantaneous. It inflicts instant death, ignoring all armor. It cannot be blocked. It is immune to magic. For the first time in a long time, our main character felt a true thrill course through his veins. High above, the administrator's bat grew to an impossibly colossal size. Time to clear out all the useless trash, she declared. With a mighty swing, she cried out, I summon the Golden Knight, and brought the giant bat crashing down on the festival attractions. The crowd panicked. What in the world was this pint-sized monster doing? The very ground began to twist and reshape beneath them. The Star Witch had found her way back and decided to ascend. And another participant, Casillas, also realized that the game had truly begun. It seemed all the key players of this event were gathering, even a formidable woman named Angelica. But our hero felt no fear. He simply stood and watched the world transform below. Soon, groups of players began scrambling into nearby buildings for cover. From her perch, the tiny administrator watched them with glee. Now everyone held a bamboo stick. Dex realized this was no ordinary item, as the admin girl began. To say that the number of participants was about 3 million, a huge number she hadn't seen in a long time. So this would be one of the most hellish survival battles. The rules are absolute and cannot be changed. For your convenience, a survivor count will be displayed in the sky. She then screamed, demanding that they begin the battle. Until only one lucky person remained. Immediately, chaos erupted. Countless bamboo sticks swung through the air, seeking their opponents, which was interesting because as soon as the competition started, a fierce battle had begun. Everyone who was an ally became an opponent, or vice versa. Many people were happy about this, but then they were also disappointed by the defeat. The administrator girl also thought that all the people knocked out at the beginning had used up all their strength. They were just weaklings. There were still some noteworthy people like Stella, a night girl, or our hero. He thought that all the opponents had revealed themselves, and now he had to deal with this item, which could finish any user in one blow. But now each of them had their own power. It was natural that someone would have powerful equipment. One of the men right behind our main character also tried to finish him, but Dex dodged. The other guy seemed to be an experienced person, saying that most likely the enemy decided to run away because he was very scared. Judging by his equipment, he was generally a rookie. The attacker said not to take it personally, but unfortunately, he would have to become his first victim. Our main character looked straight at him with disgust, telling him to look up. The attacker thought it was just a lie, but at the same time, a bamboo stick fell on his head, forcing him to the other world. Dex understood that he would need a stealth skill to participate in this competition. So what kind of skill would psychokinesis provide him? The system was happy with this suggestion. It said that the main thing was to pay with points. And then, he immediately decided to summon what he wanted. Before the competition began, our main character had learned something new. When trying to understand the skills of spiritualism, specifically that it could be used to summon not only humans, but also other creatures as well as demons. At the same time, a ghost named Mist was identified and spiritualism was activated, giving a special ability to the main character. The ghost he summoned didn't really exist in reality. It looked more like a black cloud, but this time, it was perfect for this event because it easily dodged all attacks. All the attacks aimed at our main character passed through him. Of course, people thought they had pierced him, but they had not succeeded. So Dex just sent them to the other world. Looking at all this, it was very clear that there were no rules in this competition. It was simply a battle for survival. This was a huge advantage, because the most important thing was just to survive. From now on, he would have to try a little to stay out of sight of others. The system looked at this and thought it was a great idea. It asked if it understood correctly that now the main character decided to hide, and then attack strong players from afar. But our main character did not understand what it was talking about, because this was not the time to hide. This was the time to have fun. They'd even use spiritualism to justify their actions. In short, if there are no witnesses, the crime never happened. A cold, predatory grin spread across our hero's face. Tan realized these weren't just players anymore. They were demons in human skin. And so, he began his hunt for more player kills, driving them into the depths of their own despair. Of course, they chose to attack him first, so he felt no guilt in retaliating. The Star Mage knew she was in a position of absolute power. As a result, countless challengers swarmed her, only to be crushed by her might. A brilliant magic circle materialized beneath her feet. It was clear she was a masterclass magician. She sought the one opponent who could finally give her a real challenge. She yearned for the moment she could face a truly powerful adversary, surrounded by nothing but weaklings. Her expression screamed with the desire for a worthy fight. And at that moment, a strange new factor appeared on the battlefield, a bamboo stick. This single bamboo stick seemed to drive people to madness, making them believe they were invincible. Suddenly, we see a formation of players, united by this strange object. They declared that before the bamboo stick, all were equal. Under its protection, it was time to unleash the fury of the common player. They preached about punishing the ruthless tyrants who used violence to climb the ranks. They called themselves a revolutionary organization, complete with their own exclusive uniform for this battleground. They saw our main character as their first target, just another nameless player. But he merely scoffed, knowing their pathetic ranks stood no chance against him. One of their captains shouted that for his disrespect. He and his soldiers would bring him to justice with the bamboo stick. In an instant, the entire mob charged straight for our hero, Dex. He, in turn, simply stood there, watching them with a detached curiosity. There was no fear on his face, no excitement, nothing. The moment the bamboo stick was about to land, his entire presence simply vanished. It was as if he had faded into thin air, becoming nothing but dust. The guards who swung at him couldn't believe their eyes. How was this possible? Their aim was perfect, but then Dex reappeared right before them, a smirk playing on his lips, a silent message that their efforts were futile. A system message flashed for all players. This target cannot be attacked. The skill was called Unstable Presence, a passive effect from his ghostly mist ability. It allowed him to completely phase through any and all attacks. The crowd erupted, screaming that using such a skill was unfair, but our hero saw no issue with it. He replied, "This isn't unfair. It's just a passive effect. Now this is unfair." He raised his own bamboo stick and began his slaughter of the revolutionary club. The club's leader watched in horror. 4 strikes in a single second, without using a single active skill. What level of synchronization with the capsule was required for such a feat? But our main character felt nothing but pure ecstasy. The thrill of tearing through the members of this pathetic club. With a final, single strike, the leader himself was evaporated into nothingness. He muttered that he shouldn't have lost like this, but his regret came far too late. The Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization had been completely annihilated by a single player. Our main character, Dex. Everyone else fought with that insignificant stick, but after this display, no one would dare to cross his path anytime soon. Now was not the time to stand out, or you would be torn to shreds. But he had achieved something incredible, defeating over 1,000 people alone, wielding just a bamboo stick. He had ironically become the very symbol of equality it represented. This earned him the title, Revolutionary Fighting for Equality. But even with these achievements, all he wanted was for this twisted event to finally be over. He glanced at the player count. Less than 3,000 remained. In the first few hours, hundreds of thousands had been wiped out. The number of players had plummeted at a terrifying rate. But now, with only the strongest few left, the kill count had almost ground to a halt. The character realized that if he wanted this to end quickly, it was time to start hunting himself. The map was enormous, but tracking down every survivor one by one was a challenge he was willing to accept. But as Dex was lost in thought, a girl came rushing towards him, screaming for him to get out of her way. She was a terrified player, charging blindly with a bamboo stick. The girl knew she couldn't stop, bracing for the inevitable collision with our main character. But the moment her body should have made contact with his, she passed straight through him, tumbling to the ground. She stared back in sheer terror, convinced she had just seen a ghost. Dex simply replied, something like that. He knew it was just his passive skill. But who was this girl? Looking closer, she seemed like a complete novice. The fact that she was still alive at this stage was a miracle in itself. Just then, the Star Witch appeared, a delighted smile on her face as she saw our main character. The moment we first met, she said, I felt it. There was something special about you. I knew I was right. The man before her was truly extraordinary to have survived this long. After all, Stella held the second spot in the overall player rankings. The girl who had just stumbled through Dex scrambled to her feet, begging for his help. Our character looked down at her and wondered, why should I help you? The girl was too terrified to speak, so our hero put the pieces together. I take it the Star Witch is chasing you, he said. So why should I get involved in someone else's fight, especially when my opponent is the number 2 ranked player, who also happens to be a mage? Although players could only be eliminated by bamboo stick attacks, magic still worked, making the situation even more troublesome. The Star Witch, however, now understood. The man before her was far more powerful than she could have ever imagined. Dex, deciding to stay out of it, said he had to finish what he started, and announced he was leaving. He wouldn't mind a duel with a skilled opponent, but the timing wasn't right. He needed to leave this place as quickly as possible. But just as he turned to depart, a voice stopped him in his tracks. A sudden system message sent a jolt through him. He glanced back to see the Star Witch aiming her bamboo stick at the girl behind him. But our main character moved to intercept. He claimed he didn't know what was happening, then yelled that his only instinct was to protect the girl standing behind him. Angelica was frozen in shock as our hero shielded her. A quest window had appeared, warning him that a great evil was working tirelessly to plunge the world into chaos. His mission was to find an ally, marked with a special sigil. And just such a mark was now glowing brightly above Angelica's head. Of course, this all took place in the mysterious world of Arcadia. The first question anyone ever asked upon arriving in this strange land was, is this really just a game? But for Angelica, it was clear she didn't belong. She wasn't a gamer. She wasn't one for fantasy worlds. This realm was far too special for an ordinary girl like her, a place where she felt she could never find her footing. Because of this, she felt completely unsuited for a world like this, a stark contrast to the simple life she knew. But in that moment of despair, someone appeared, offering to teach her everything. An old woman approached her, sensing the girl was lost. Without hesitation, the elder invited Angelica to become her disciple. Dressed in a black corset with striking blue hair, this woman was clearly no ordinary non-player character. She was different from everyone else. Angelica was stunned. Was she truly being offered such an incredible opportunity? Just like that. As her training began, the old master taught her that the true essence of magic wasn't just spells, but the expansion of one's mind, knowledge, and skill. Angelica could only achieve mastery if she learned to see the world through a new lens, dedicating herself to concepts far broader than she ever imagined. Gazing at the moon, her master asked her to truly see the sky the way the stars blazed, and how the moonlight seemed to pour into her very soul. How could anyone find that ugly? Unlike other mages, this archmage was drawn not to earthly power, but to the eternal stars and the majestic moon. She passed this unique magic, a style of her own creation, down to her two students Stella, the Star Witch, and Angelica, the Moonlight Magic Girl. She presented them each with a grimoire, explaining that she would soon depart on a long journey. These books were her final gift, the last legacy of her life. The day those two magical tomes merged into one would be the day a great wizard was born, one whose power would transcend all human understanding. In each girl's eyes, a unique symbol appeared, the mark of the magic they had been taught. This book was their one chance to become that great wizard, and even a girl as unremarkable as Angelica had received it. However, their teacher never knew that this chance could one day become her greatest curse. It was obvious Angelica had no ill intentions, but Stella was already lost in dreams of power, determined to become the majestic magician her master spoke of. And so we return to the present, where our protagonist saw that very same mark of destiny hanging over Angelica. He remembered the quest he had just received, find his companions. He wasn't thrilled about the situation, but he had no choice but to stand in Stella's way. A scowl formed on Stella's face. Wasn't he the one who just declared he wouldn't interfere in her business? Our hero could only apologize, but even though he was breaking his word, he knew he couldn't back down now. So he demanded that she let Angelica go. With a cold look in her eyes, Stella asked what would happen if she refused. He simply replied that he would have no choice but to eliminate her. He drew his own bamboo stick, and the air crackled with tension. A fight was about to erupt. Stella scoffed, unsure if he was joking. Did he really think defeating her would be so easy? With a crazed expression, she instantly unleashed her chain lightning magic, sending arcs of pure energy tearing across the ground. Our main character never saw it coming. He hadn't expected Stella to be so fast. Not even his defensive drain could save him. The lightning struck him head-on. His stamina plummeted in an instant. A paralysis debuff took hold, rendering him completely immobile. And then he saw it, a fireball, a magic grab, and a star slash, all hurtling towards him in a deadly combo. Angelica realized Stella was going for the kill. She screamed at our protagonist, begging him to run away. But it was far too late. A series of massive explosions engulfed him. All Angelica could do was watch in horror as our hero stood on the very brink of death. All of his stats had dropped to 0, but since death in this event could only be dealt by a bamboo spear, Dex managed to say that it was impossible. He was right. In this event, everyone was equal. Players couldn't be killed by anything, except for the bamboo stick. Our protagonist, having lost every ounce of his strength, could barely prop himself up on one elbow. His body had completely given out. Watching from above, Stella sneered that she had worried for nothing. She thought he was special, but in the end, he couldn't even take a few hits. She hoped that when they met again, he wouldn't be too upset about dying at her hands. Stella raised her bamboo stick, savoring her victory. She declared that whatever happened, Dex had started this. He shouldn't have stuck his nose in her affairs. Yet even in this deplorable state, our main character could only manage a faint smile. After all, this was just a simple event. There was nothing to be offended about. Seeing him like this, she assumed he had accepted his defeat, thinking he was an interesting guy. But as she swung her bamboo sword for the final blow, a system notification stopped her cold. This target cannot be attacked. What was this notification? How was he not dead? But it was too late. Our main character simply thrust his bamboo stick forward, piercing her defense. He calmly stated that their agreement was to not harm each other. This was just a friendly event. After all, her face twisted, clearly furious with this unexpected outcome. How is this possible? Why isn't he dead? He merely explained that he got lucky. A skill had activated just in the nick of time. Otherwise, he would have been the one tasting defeat. Standing nearby, Angelica's bamboo staff slipped from her trembling fingers, clattering to the ground in utter disbelief. The man before her had just defeated the very person she could never overcome, the second-ranked player in the entire server. Just moments ago, she thought our hero had 0 chance of survival, but the figure standing there was Dex. The intense battle had drained his stamina, and the world began to spin. Angelica rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Dex assured her he was fine. Aside from not dying, he was actually quite pleased with how everything turned out. But Angelica could only bow her head in gratitude, explaining that without him, she would have certainly been killed. Our main character glanced over, modestly saying he barely did anything. Still, one question burned in his mind. Why is Stella so obsessed with this? Angelica hesitated for a moment before explaining the long and complicated story. In short, before their master departed, she gifted each of them a powerful item. If one of them could master both artifacts, they would ascend into a mage of legendary power. Our hero immediately understood. Stella had been consumed by greed. She was hunting Angelica not just for power, but to eliminate her completely and seize the artifact. Angelica confirmed it was all true, her voice trembling. She usually stood frozen in fear, but our hero's question broke her trance. So, what's your plan now? At first, Angelica didn't understand what he meant, but he clarified, pointing out that Stella isn't an opponent you can just run from. She holds the number 2 rank for a reason. How could Angelica possibly surpass her? Could she even find the time to hunt monsters or level up? Angelica's gaze fell to the floor as she admitted she had no idea. Dex then asked for her level. 43, she replied. The number was perplexing. It wasn't particularly low, but it wasn't high either. Then, a more serious question came to mind. Isn't that the level 20 academy uniform you're wearing? She didn't even have the basic accessories he recalled receiving as a quest reward back at level 15. The girl answered in shame, explaining that she had no money for new gear. All her time was spent desperately fleeing from her relentless pursuer. After a moment of thought, our protagonist understood everything. A solution sparked in his mind. It was time to test a skill he had been saving for a long time. He remembered the dignity point transfer skill. A wide, joyful grin spread across his face as he bounded towards Angelica, who flinched back in embarrassment. But it was too late. Our hero had already asked her to hand over every single item she possessed. As she complied, a small pile of worn gear appeared on the floor. Of course, she was incredibly embarrassed, thinking this was some strange request. But our protagonist, despite the beautiful girl before him, simply told her to step back. He had something he needed to check. Angelica did as she was told, moving to the side. The man before her wasn't even looking at her. She stood there anxiously, wondering if she could truly place her trust in him. But our protagonist, having heard her story, could sense the history within her gear. He knew these items had been cherished for a very long time. He activated his power, channeling it directly into them. His hands began to glow as he spoke the incantation required for such moments. Dignity point transfer. The girl watched in shock. What were dignity points? The brilliant light erupting from his hands filled her with fear and awe. And now, lying before her were items of unique quality. First was the cloak of poverty, followed by the armor of poverty, the boots of poverty, and all the rest. The system revealed that their gray, lackluster stats had received a massive boost. It turned out that the effect of the dignity point transfer was determined by how long and how dearly the items were used. Angelica couldn't believe her eyes. These were really her old items, transformed. Dex confirmed it, adding that it was a good thing she'd held onto them for so long. Otherwise, he wasn't sure the skill would have even worked. He admitted they weren't legendary, but they were a powerful new beginning. Angelica stood there, knowing she should be grateful for such an incredible gift. But why? Why would someone like him go so far to help her? She finally asked the question burning in her mind. Just who are you? The protagonist smiled. What if I told you I'm your new partner? He then took her hand again, his gaze locking with hers as he said they had a lot of work to do. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Angelica. Player Dex has sent you a friend request. Will you accept? Angelica was stunned. She had seen that nickname somewhere before. She had been wary of him being too kind, suspecting some kind of trick. But now, every doubt in her mind vanished in an instant. She still couldn't believe it. The #1 player on the server, the legendary star of Arcadia, wanted to be friends with her. It made no sense. At the same time, however, our hero asked for a promise. No one could ever find out about this, about their partnership. With a completely serious expression, Angelica swore she would take this secret to her grave, from his perch in the protagonist's hood. Tan commented, this was a strange decision. Until now, he had guarded his true identity with his life. Our main character admitted that was true, but he had changed his mind after thinking through every possibility. Because of the recent auction house incident, everyone knew he had started playing Arcadia, so there was no longer a point in hiding his name, especially from people he chose to trust. The real question was what kind of image he would present to the world. Would he be a villain or a hero? Just then, Angelica urged him to look at one of the main event displays, the counter showing the number of players left. The player count was plummeting, soon to drop below 1,000. Our main character looked up, realizing only 2 targets remained out of more than 3 million players. He didn't know who was pulling the strings, but they were clearly a bunch of bastards. Just then, 2 figures materialized before them. Our protagonist initially thought this would be an easy kill, but after seeing their gear, he realized they were likely no pushovers. A duo. Why had no one dealt with them yet? One was clearly an assassin or rogue class, while the other was a berserker or a tank. They recognized our heroes as mere newbies, thinking this would be an effortless victory. Of course, our main character was thrilled that the final pieces had finally arrived, so he ordered Angelica to handle them immediately. Angelica was stunned by this command. What could she possibly do? Her only real skill was hiding, so she didn't get in the way. But our hero insisted she had no time for doubt. Now was the moment to test her new items. "Those two are all yours," he told her. "Finish them." Angelica was still in shock, but the pair standing before them had already lost their patience. They lunged straight for Angelica. A jolt of panic shot through her, and she decided to activate all the items from her new set at once. The staff's power flared, activating a protective shield. The attackers scoffed. It was just a first circle magic skill, completely useless against them. They thought once the shield shattered, the fight would be over. As for Angelica, she grew frantic as she saw the barrier begin to crack. This couldn't go on. She had to do what our merchant taught her. She began to cast the shield spell, over and over again. In an instant, dozens of layered shields formed in the air. Her enemies had no idea what was happening. How could she cast so many spells in a single moment? Even our protagonist, watching from the side, understood. The items equipped on the girl were of some ridiculously high, incomprehensible grade. Sure, she would never be able to defeat a monster. But that wasn't the point. The most important thing here was the 100-point set effect. It meant that when all the pieces were used together, Angelica could cast first circle magic nonstop. This effect reduced first circle mana consumption by 99%, second circle by 50%, and increased the cost of third circle spells by 1,000%. With incredible delight, he watched as Angelica continued to unleash her magic. A storm of magic missiles rained down on them. It was the last thing her opponents ever saw. After eliminating the last two players, the number of survivors finally reached the 1,000 player mark. The first phase of the Bamboo Festival was complete, but our duo had no idea that their easy day was far from over, because the Archmage of the first magic circle had just been born. A true PvP psychopath who would grind you into dust until nothing was left. This was the day that Angelica truly awakened. A look of pure, unbelievable joy spread across her face. A system notification appeared. The candidate for the assistant position has reached the required trust level. The player named Angelica is now your assistant. Depending on the assistant's performance, you can earn bonus points. The number of points earned at this moment was 243. Our main character stared at the title Assistant Angelica and felt like a king. He only hoped she would grow into an invisible monster, one that countless others would be powerless to defeat. Meanwhile, the CEO overseeing the competition realized that the main character had finally been caught on camera. He wanted to track the mysterious player, but was informed that he lacked sufficient authority to request information on the selected user. The CEO had no idea what this player was up to, but he wouldn't let it go so easily. Just then, the second phase of the Bamboo Festival began. Scores of people were gathered in one place. The girl with the stick in her hand reappeared on a rooftop, announcing that something unexpected had happened. She expected many high rankers to be left at the end, but it turned out that most of the survivors were actually low rankers. She could see that even a level 43 player had survived. There were even users who hadn't broken the level 50 threshold, which was amazing. But was it really just a matter of luck? Or was it a display of skill? Her eyes, of course, were fixed on Angelica. She began to smile, saying that everything they didn't understand, they would find out in the second phase. The girl jumped and laughed, saying that before the next stage began, she needed to explain two extremely important changes. The bamboo sticks in their hands immediately began to glow with a new light, and the girl said they shouldn't worry, because everything was now fair. They had decided to improve some skills that proved to be a little too childish. First, the bamboo spear could now be charged not only with physical attacks, but magical ones as well. In other words, tricks like ignoring physical attacks or absolute defense would no longer be able to block the staff's power. Of course, she said all of this while looking directly at our main character, Tan. It was obvious she was doing all of this just to target him. So what would he do now? But our hero simply smiled, saying that he'd just have to be extremely careful not to miss any of the coming fights. This way, he'd get to see who would win this competition. The girl continued her speech, and many who heard it couldn't believe such skills even existed. Physical attack, nullification, and absolute defense. They understood that it was completely unfair. Who on earth had been using those? But the girl immediately added one more thing. Because of certain items, there was a serious imbalance, and their festival was a fight for equality. So, such items were against their principles. Therefore, in the upcoming second and third phases, all set bonuses from equipment would be disabled, all except for standard weapons. Of course. Angelica knew this was about her. What would happen to her equipment set, but the host had finished speaking? Those were all the changes. So now, it was time to begin the second phase. But was everyone happy? Of course, our main character wasn't. But he understood that even if he complained, no one would care, The girl also announced that from this moment on, a poisonous gas would radiate from outside the map. It would spread as fast as a person could run. They would need to hurry, with a startling hunger in her eyes. The woman announced that it was time to begin. The festival was now officially open. The administrator then used her third-level skills, realizing the emergency patch was complete. Now that it was installed, restrictions on various side quests had been altered. Naturally, these changes violated the system's own criteria. Penalties should have been incurred. But the CEO couldn't care less. A developer, looking at his boss, asked if he was truly sure, advising him to avoid fines if possible. But the CEO just replied that everything was under control. The developer was terrified. If anything went wrong, he'd be the one fired and forced to pay the price. The director explained that our hero was the one who created the bloodsucker in the first place. It was his fault they were facing these massive problems and resorting to such extreme measures. For the management, the greatest benefit was revealing all the circumstances. This festival was meant to honor the creation of the servers. It was the ultimate trump card their Korean branch had, designed to silence all the complaints and frustrations from the players. And their plan: eliminate the problematic kid during the second stage. At that very moment, our hero looked at Angelica with pity. He told her they had to split up, but if they succeeded, they'd meet again in the third stage. Angelica was in disbelief. Was he really getting rid of her now? Just because her gear was useless? Our main character clarified that her items had always been made for her. If she wasn't useful, they would have abandoned her long ago. But her recent contact with that witch had brought nothing but trouble. His words stabbed Angelica right through the heart. She pleaded, saying he had to be joking, but he confessed he wasn't sure he could protect her. Then, he gently patted her head. Her trust in him was absolute. He stood up, revealing he had a plan. But it was incredibly dangerous. Angelica listened, unable to imagine what he was plotting. Our hero just waved his hand, telling her she could still use her weapon. The main thing was to avoid picking a fight with any monsters. Watching his retreating back, Angelica declared that their next meeting would be in the third stage. Soon, our protagonist was far in the distance. Angelica realized his passive skill had only protected him from a single one of her attacks. But was there more to this man than she knew? She sighed, concluding he probably wouldn't cheat even if he had the chance. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, our main character activated spiritualism. He commanded it to transform him into a dark king. A swarm of demonic creatures surged forward, penetrating the player's body. Our hero could now temporarily wield their powers specifically: poison resistance, invulnerability, and the ability to command poison itself. His entire skill set now revolved around venom and its antidote. Ellie, standing nearby, couldn't believe her eyes. He was willingly tapping into the demon world again. The sight clearly upset her, but our protagonist told her not to worry. It was just a useful tactic, making his demonic skills more effective for the moment. That was all. Our main character turned to the vampire, saying that if his idea worked, they'd likely get away with it since no one would be paying attention. Tan thought for a moment, agreeing the problems would be minimal. From what he could tell, it seemed more like some kind of competition. But wouldn't our hero get slapped down for trying to cheat again? Of course, our main character knew that sometimes. He appeared far too naive for a devil. Tan was shocked, refusing to believe it. He asked if it was really true. But our protagonist confirmed it. The rules themselves were built into the map. To be precise, the rules weren't designed for his specific situation. So he would simply act differently from everyone else. Eventually, a toxic gas would flood the area, forcing all the players into the center of the map. A fierce final battle would erupt. The first stage had already culled a huge number of players. Now, with special actions restricted, the second stage should be simple to clear. And his method was simple: avoid every other player until all 1,000 of them were eliminated by the gas, leaving him as the sole survivor. With that, our character stepped into the realm of death. A deadly poison slowly enveloped his body, but his passive skill, resistance to poisons, immediately activated. Invulnerability kicked in as well. His very blood absorbed the poison, rendering it completely harmless against him. Meanwhile, the administrator watched as the second stage exploded with action. Skills like Walking Wind and Shield Smasher flashed across the battlefield. She laughed, finding this chaos far more interesting than the previous stage. Here, only the absolute strongest would survive. She was amused by the different levels, noting that in every group, there's always one who defies all standards. She was likely referring to a girl with white hair, known as Silas. A party of 4 players moved to confront her, but in the next instant, the girl blurred into motion. She unleashed Rampage of a Swordsman, cutting down everyone who stood in her path. From the side, a sniper took aim, firing a magic arrow, but even an enchanted projectile couldn't find its mark. The girl dodged effortlessly, stunning the shooter. How could anyone have such reflexes at that distance? But it was already too late. She had found him. She launched herself towards one of the roofs, leaping to an impossible height, and prepared to strike him down. It was obvious to everyone watching, Silas possessed a hidden class. After slicing through her opponent, she realized there were no words to describe her skill. Everyone else was cowering in fear, yet she stood apart. Where is Dex hiding? She wondered. Clearly, she knew exactly who he was. By the time the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival concluded, only 2 survivors remained, Silas and Dex. Until that point, Silas had crushed every single player who dared to face her. Corpses lay scattered at her feet, a testament to her 8 consecutive victories. Her defeated opponents stared in utter disbelief. Was that some kind of impossible combo, using hidden skills? They had agreed to a fair duel on the bamboo posts. So what was this? What kind of twisted justice was this? How could anyone defeat the monster standing before them? She believed she could defeat them all. But Cassilla knew. 3 minutes was nowhere near enough time. In that moment, it felt just like the game from her past. To defeat your greatest enemy, you must become infinitely stronger. Let's rewind. Akaros was an RPG released 20 years ago. Back then, it was so popular they called it the national game. But this game demanded god-tier control and physical skill. Then one day, a service termination notice appeared, signaling the end of an era. The game engine was old, its graphics outdated. Slowly but surely, the game faded into history. But our hero was one of the few who loved Akaros until the very end. To her, the shutdown message had to be a lie. This wasn't just some game to her. It was 20 years of her life, filled with hard-won achievements and precious memories. Because of that, her #1 rank was absolute, untouchable. Until a certain player showed up. She saw a player with the name Dex, the first to ever truly challenge her. And in the PvP that followed, she was killed. It all happened in a flash. The girl couldn't process it. Why? Why was it over so quickly? He attacked precisely 3 seconds after her rage strike landed. Was he exploiting server lag or some other hidden trick? It was more likely that this player understood the game on a level far deeper than her own. But what in the world was going on? Then she noticed a message from him. Not bad, for the #1 ranker. He had reclaimed his top spot. It was time for her to bow out. And with that final taunt, he logged off. In an instant, the pride she had built in Akaros for 20 long years was effortlessly trampled into dust. Now, the hidden class she's received allows her to fight with any weapon she can get her hands on, thanks to a hidden skill called Quick Selection. With this power, she can replicate the fighting style from her last game. This hidden class feels like it was created just for her. It's too perfect to be a coincidence. This is her second chance, and she will use it to finally catch up to her rival. This was her moment. Meanwhile, a CEO watched the main character on a monitor, sitting amidst the fog, and questioned a developer. "How is there a poison fog here?" he demanded. The developer stammered. "According to the system data, someone possesses a deadly poison. It's causing a toxicity of level 200 or higher. That's beyond the server's maximum threshold. The highest recorded resistance is 160, and yet that girl has survived for 30 minutes in a level 200 fog. This couldn't be a unique item, since their inventories were restricted. It had to be a special characteristic." He raised a finger. "Is it a skill effect?" But the CEO immediately shot him down. "Impossible." The developers had to agree. No physical skill offered that kind of immunity. Her resistance should have been lower than rank 3. Even if she did have such a skill, she would need to be at least rank 5. That wasn't a level a player with basic abilities could ever reach. The developer said all this, trying to calm the CEO down, but it was already too late. The CEO realized that if things continued, their main character would actually overcome the fog. That would lead to a scenario where she wins. And failure was completely unacceptable. Instantly, the CEO turned to the system. "Administrator," he commanded, "grant me override authority." He began manually increasing the toxicity level, ignoring the game's normal parameters by using his admin privileges. This action was directed against a contract player. A clear violation. A warning flashed. A penalty will be incurred for this illegal change. He was now under administrator authority. 2 illegal measures had already been implemented. A new alert popped up. "Be advised, further illegal commands may be rejected by the system." A list of penalties appeared on the screen: salary reduction, suspension of annual leave, and a formal report to the board of directors. He would endure any punishment. All he cared about was protecting Arcadia, the game his employees had worked so hard to build. He refused to let one freak ruin everything. He would take full responsibility. At that exact moment, a notification appeared before our hero. The poison mist's effectiveness had been dramatically increased, and now, all resistance skills were impossible to use. Our hero looked at the notice, her eyes wide with shock. The administrators? They were openly trying to eliminate her. Even a fool could see that this was impossible. No matter how deadly Akaros was, a poison of this level just shouldn't exist. So, what could she do? Our main character knew she couldn't just wait it out. It was time to finish this properly. Tan couldn't understand what our protagonist was talking about, but her eyes were locked onto the participant's scoreboard. She whispered that after so much time, her old opponent had appeared, and that this time, her own skills had definitely improved. Every weapon was an intangible blade, crafted from pure mana, able to morph according to the user's will. A truly fascinating power. At the same time, our hero began to manifest his own arsenal, conjuring a shield, a dagger, and a bow to test his new ability. The demon was stunned by this incredible display of mana manipulation. The angel, too, knew that a normal master couldn't possibly change weapons so fluidly. Clearly, our protagonist was a prodigy. With his practice complete, he declared himself ready for the real fight to begin. The skill, instinct, had activated. The warrior's eye located a worthy opponent. And it was Casillas, who was clearly waiting for him. She barely had a moment to react. A thrill ran through her. The one she'd been anticipating had finally appeared. But our hero opened with a taunt, asking if she looked like she came from a failed farming game that shut down from lack of players. He then demanded she reveal her hidden eye. Enraged, Casillas unleashed her arsenal, her composure completely shattering as she lost her temper. But our protagonist simply analyzed her technique, understanding that shifting weapons at such an impossible speed bordered on true magic. Their abilities were one and the same, because now, our hero could do it too. As Casillas witnessed his skill for the first time, her eyes widened in disbelief. Right before her, he began to morph his own weapons. Could this truly be a hidden class? The battle instantly intensified. He unleashed a fluid combo attack, perfectly mirroring her own. Had he intentionally copied her signature skill? Dex sent her flying into a building, taunting that it would be embarrassing to lose again. He dared her to come at him with everything she had. She had to prepare for the worst. The fight raged on, a blur of motion as both warriors shifted their weapons at incredible speeds, their forms and skills constantly changing. But Casillas was furious that our hero could mimic her power. To her, this felt completely and utterly unfair. How could this be her signature skill? Quick Pick allowed her to instantly change and equip items. Yet the man before her didn't need to equip anything, his weapons simply transformed. Even with Quick Pick, she couldn't begin to match his speed. She believed she had to win this exchange, no matter the cost. But as the battle raged on, it became painfully clear that our protagonist had already surpassed her in sheer ability. He coolly stated that he expected more from her. Facing him, the girl desperately wanted to claim victory as fast as possible. She could not bear to lose again. With her pride on the line, she glared at him and asked, did he have that skill, too? But Dex simply replied that if she meant master of all weapons, then yes, it was indeed very useful. Having such a powerful skill would be a huge advantage in their fight. He began to laugh, saying it was just another one of his talents. Why was she so surprised Casillas realized he was mocking her? Fine, she would unleash her true power and go all out. She slammed her bamboo staff into the ground. Stretching out her hand, a brilliant blue light began to glow as she declared that it was impossible to fight him. With a weapon she hadn't completely mastered, no matter how powerful a blade is, if you can't wield it properly, it's utterly useless. This was the lesson she had learned through countless hours of training, and through every single enemy she had slain. Our hero watched her, his expression growing serious. If she cast aside the bamboo, something far more dangerous would take its place. The girl paused, revealing that before she ever attacked with her staff, she would first destroy it, unleashing her true strength and her true sword. As she stood there, her eyes began to glow with power. She grasped the hilt of her sword and began to slowly draw the blade from its sheath. It shone with that same brilliant blue light. Was that an ancient artifact? Why did it radiate such a dangerous aura? Our hero wanted a closer look at this formidable weapon, but it was too late. She had already struck. In a fraction of a second, the attack landed. The blade struck our protagonist's throat, but it wasn't a fatal blow. After landing the strike, Casillas was completely focused. She remained silent, her mission clear. Critical damage had been dealt. A deep gash now caused a bleeding effect, restricting his movement and recovery. Our protagonist clutched his throat, and then he collapsed to the floor. The attack was so fast, even he couldn't perceive it. Tan and Ellie could only watch in horror, screaming his name. But only the angel recognized the blade. It seemed strangely familiar to her. Casillas pressed her attack, closing in on our fallen hero. He desperately threw up his defenses, activating a skill. A shield materialized, ready to block her next blow. So he had decided to resist. It was a grim reality. All our protagonist could do now was desperately parry the onslaught with his skills. But he knew this wasn't his failure. His opponent had grown impossibly faster the moment she drew that sword. He knew exactly what was happening. So After a moment's hesitation, he rose from the ground. He decided to do what the celestial being had asked of him during their last conversation. The tense atmosphere was heavy. But now, the angel finally understood everything. She rushed to her master's side, urging him to look at the ancient sword in the girl's hands. At first, she thought it was just a strange item, but she knew its history. She had received a message from the master of all weapons, the very being our hero was the incarnation of. He said that sword originally belonged to him, prepared specifically for his one true successor, the one who would carry on his legacy. She explained that wasn't all. It was tied to a skill, along with the sword, which grants ascendance. There was supposed to be another item that transfers skills as the user grows stronger, but its master could no longer sense the trace of that said item. This enraged him. He knew something was terribly wrong. The situation was clear. The sword's true power had been sealed away. Our hero was thrown by this suggestion, because it was obvious Casillas likely possessed the skills of a heavenly being. Now it was undeniable. She didn't just have similar abilities. She wielded the exact skills exclusive to the heavenly beings. Calypso Casillas felt the air suddenly shift. But our main character, watching awkwardly from the sidelines, realized he couldn't get a single word in. Right now, he only felt pity for one person, Casillas herself. At the same time, he looked at the girl and asked about her sword, wondering if she'd gotten it after completing a quest. Casillas had no idea what his question meant. Was she trying to buy time? Our hero simply demanded an answer. If she wanted a quick end to this, she needed to give a quick reply. He repeated his question about the sword one more time. After regaining her composure, the girl paused for a moment, then confirmed that was exactly what happened. She had received this sword after finishing a strange quest. But was there some kind of problem? Had she done something wrong, or was he trying to tell her something about this blade, the master of all weapons? Calypso couldn't help but ask about the necklace that came with it. Our main character grew anxious, sensing that something terrible was about to unfold. He asked, "Besides the sword, wasn't there also a necklace?" The girl was stunned. How could he possibly know that they had certainly never met before? How could anyone know what she did at the very start of her journey? Of course, that didn't matter. Our hero only cared about the existence of this necklace. Did she have it with her now, Casillas? Clenching her fist slightly as if to hide any emotion, stated that it was true. Along with the sword, she had also received a necklace. But it was an unidentified item, so she didn't think it was important. The shopkeeper in the village where she was staying said he didn't have the skills to appraise such items. He told her she should buy an appraisal scroll to check its features. Our main character, beginning to understand what truly happened, felt a growing dread. He asked in a trembling voice, "And what happened?" He prayed to the heavens that his suspicions were wrong. But Casillas hadn't wanted to spend so much money on a scroll. Since it was an unremarkable item anyway, she sold it along with other junk at that same village shop. She even mentioned how much she got for it. About 15 coins. Realizing that paltry price reflected her current appearance, the master of all weapons was simply stunned. His eyes flooded with rage, disbelief, and disgust. He was furious that his own heir had sold his legacy. His voice boomed, declaring that he would disown this successor. A storm of notifications and outrage now poured from the master of all weapons. System alerts flooded our main character's screen. Warning after warning hammered into our hero's mind. What in the world was the master of all weapons planning to do? But it was the final notification that truly shocked him. He saw that the master of all weapons was requesting temporary, full possession of his body. The master promised that upon entering, he would bear every hardship. Our hero knew that if this being fought in his place, he would be eternally grateful. But was such a thing even possible? He asked the angel, as this was the first time he'd ever faced this situation. She replied that, according to the rules, it was impossible. But if the master of all weapons was fully prepared to bear the potential costs, the burden would likely be immense. Was it truly worth it? The angel held her head, realizing how complicated this all was. But if he was this determined, and since it involved the sacred bond between a master and their successor, it could be considered an intervention in another world. Thus, in the name of the Archangel Michael, the angel granted the master permission to interfere. In that instant, a colossal force slammed into our main character, pouring into him wave after devastating wave. The girl stared in shock at this unbelievable power. Could it be that he had some hidden ability? The master of all weapons had completely taken over the player's body. His entire being was now under control, temporarily restricting independent play. The player switched to observer mode. Now, the master of all weapons spoke through our hero's mouth. He asked the girl what, exactly, she had sold. He lamented that his successor couldn't understand her master's profound love, a love she had taken so lightly, only to sell it to a greedy merchant. The girl didn't understand what this speech was about, but then she looked forward and noticed our main character, or rather, the master of weapons, had begun to use every last bit of power he'd been conserving. He had entered a state of exhaustion. It was clear this battle required a period of rest, and he had to be as careful as possible with his physical condition. He took a critical hit and crashed to the ground, not realizing what was happening. The ancient sword with the lost name also began to react strangely. What was going on? The master of all weapons simply approached her directly and said, "Quick select is not merely a skill created to change weapons rapidly. It is a fierce desire to possess the entire world, a power created to own any weapon that has ever existed." The girl listened, unable to believe his words. And the main character, or rather, the master of all weapons, declared, "This is power. This is the supreme strength you could have obtained by following my teachings." Now the girl realized, this wasn't the Dex she knew before. The girl truly could not comprehend who stood before her, because she knew for certain it wasn't our hero. She couldn't understand why her sword was reacting to this person. But now the master of all weapons just stared at her with utter contempt, saying that the sword was grieving. It grieved for its lost other half, the necklace. The girl had no idea what he was talking about, as the master of all weapons was speaking only in his mind. The master began to muse that if he'd only had a little more time, she wouldn't have been so reckless. He could have found someone truly worthy and made them his successor. But unfortunately, he was out of time. And so, it was his fate to find only such a worthless disciple standing before him. At that moment, he threw back his hood, revealing eyes that blazed with power. He declared that she should be grateful to have met a noble soul who had lent him this very body. It was the only way he could meet his successor once more. The nameless sword trembled violently. Or perhaps, its master's sorrow surged through the very blade. Weeping, he plunged it deep into the earth. The master of all weapons offered a faint smile, admitting that while her idea wasn't brilliant, it wasn't entirely foolish either. After all, in a way, it was destiny. It was fate that this sword had fallen into their hands. The only path left for them was the one the master had just envisioned. The girl could only stare, completely bewildered, unable to process that the man before her had just started a conversation with a sword. What was happening? He closed his eyes, focusing. First, he had to deal with the person before him. Then, he could turn to his old friend. The nameless sword radiated discontent at first, but as it processed the situation, a wave of recognition washed over it. It knew its master. It had found its name, and now its hidden abilities began to awaken. Item magic was elevated to the unique rank, and a hidden quest was received. Find the lost necklace. The girl noticed the sword's presence growing stronger, its soul almost palpable. Her hand trembled, struggling to contain the immense power she could feel coursing through it. She felt a deep yearning and a new resolve, finally understanding the true meaning of the hidden class she possessed. The man's voice echoed that this reminded him of the old days. But then a warning flashed on screen, stating that the weapon master had reached the maximum allowed intervention. The intervention would now be deactivated, severing his control completely. The sword master apologized for this, for having to meet such a terrible student. But still, he thanked our main character for allowing him to witness the grand reunion between a master and their charge. Control was then returned to the player, and observation mode was shut down. Our hero could only stare at his own hand, trying to understand what awaited him. But an intervention of that level, it was simply unbelievable. He owed it all to the master of all weapons for showing him something truly special. But just as he thought this, the girl standing before him suddenly collapsed. Magical wounds flickered across her entire body. It was a fatal status effect. Her body had no strength left, and she was barely clinging to consciousness. She was fighting with the last ounce of her will. Our hero decided to wait for her. If he didn't, he might lose the chance to speak with her forever. The moment the girl awakened, our main character asked her a single question. Had she really sold that weapon? He made it clear that from the very first glance, this was obviously a hidden quest, not some ordinary role-playing game scenario. Had she never played a game like this before, it was practically a cliché in this day and age. Every word struck at the girl's pride. She listened in silence as he kept laughing, saying no one in their right mind would ever think of selling the necklace that came as part of a set. The girl could only reply that the games she used to play had no such quests. His opponent's ignorance truly began to annoy our main character. He figured this girl was just a complete amateur, nothing more. Regardless, it seemed this necklace was an incredibly important item. So our hero advised her that once this was over, she should go to the shopkeeper and demand its return. The woman, of course, had no other choice. She realized she would have to do that anyway. But what was our main character's class? Because the person who had just fought her was not him. She thought it seemed like someone or some spirit had possessed him. He just replied that his class was probably the same as hers. But he was incredibly nervous, understanding the girl's astonishing level of skill. And then a smile began to spread across his face. He said that now was the time to settle the final question, while pointing with the bamboo cane. The girl clearly understood his evasion and smiled back. She said it would take another 3 minutes to escape the special fatal state. Just as the poison mist enveloped them, signaling the end of the fight, it seemed the decision had been made. They wouldn't be able to fight again. The moment felt like two close friends saying their final goodbyes. Our hero could only reply that it was a shame for things to end like this, because it would have been amazing to have a proper fight next time. But the girl, with a smile still on her face, replied that he would just have to wait a little longer. The next time they met, she would definitely be able to claim victory. Our main character, holding the cane in his hand, said that he had expected as much. He even felt like he should just give up. And then he immediately struck his opponent with a single cane. A notification appeared that our hero had finally won the match against the last player, as he whispered that he wanted to see her again. And with that, the final winner was announced. A crown materialized above our main character's head. All the main battles and bamboo cane duels had been broadcast in real time. Many promising candidates had been eliminated, including the top-rated Star Wizard. The community had been calling for fairness. The girl who fought against our main character at the end, who put up such a good fight until the third round, and had been defeated so unexpectedly. A new player named Dex had appeared, and while his victory seemed absolute, the users' reactions were divided. The internet exploded, with users claiming they had believed in our hero from the very beginning. Others cried for the girl, who had only managed to take second place. The nickname that had defeated every other player began to be revealed to the entire community. The viewers who rushed to their screens had only heard rumors of a powerful opponent. Now, they finally began to understand that before them stood a black dragon of darkness. Her true name was Black Dragon. Aged 24, she was a girl sitting in front of her computer. Realizing she was glad she hadn't participated in the bamboo cane matches, she had almost met someone she never wanted to see again. Just then, the receptionist appeared right above our main character and began to laugh. She held a giant cane in her hand. She was thinking that now was the time to deliver the promised prize. Instantly, a box labeled Mystery Box appeared before him. It appeared to be an ordinary box, but its description claimed it was forged by a mysterious power. It was said to contain the one item a person desires most. In reality, the administrator explained, the system analyzes the foes he has vanquished and selects the most fitting reward accordingly. One of these treasures was reserved for our hero alone. He had to make the perfect choice, one that would leave no room for regret. A massive list of unique, legendary items shimmered before him. The administrator saw a priceless collection. But to our main character, it was all nothing more than trash. The odds of finding items like these were less than 1 in 10,000. Nothing here was remotely ordinary. But in that instant, a brilliant realization struck him. He turned to the administrator, a cunning glint in his eye. Did it matter what the item was? So long as it belonged to one of the defeated players, the administrator confirmed his theory, and with that, his decision was made. The moment she saw the item he had chosen, her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. She stammered that his choice was unusual, but our hero just smiled, stating it was simply the spoils from a fallen player. The administrator had given her word. Those watching the selection couldn't believe it. The receptionist, so smug just moments ago, was now radiating pure panic. Why did she look so terrified? But the staffer immediately agreed, forced to honor our hero's conditions. She handed him a simple bamboo stick. A wave of triumph washed over our main character. This was exactly what he had wanted all along. The CEO, monitoring the situation, was completely floored by this choice. We cut to the Arcadia Korea branch, where an emergency meeting was already underway. The CEO called for their attention, thanking them for attending on such short notice. First, he demanded they simply listen. He needed to discuss the bamboo stick battle event, which had concluded just a few hours ago after so much preparation. As they all saw from the broadcast, a major problem had occurred during the prize distribution. Of course, one woman immediately raised her hand. She claimed she was off duty and couldn't monitor the situation due to overtime. Just how serious is the problem? She asked. The other directors could only bow their heads in dread. The winner had chosen an item they never, ever expected. The CEO said it was better to show them than to explain. On the main screen, they displayed the chosen item, that unassuming bamboo stick. A stunned silence fell over the entire office. This was why the CEO was personally leading the press conference. The biggest issue, of course, was the bamboo stick's special trait, an instant death sentence. The true problem was that the target didn't matter. This didn't just apply to high-difficulty raid bosses, but also, it applied to targets currently considered invincible. The general manager confirmed their worst fears. If our hero used this on an invulnerable being, like the Dragon Lord Aerie, that target would likely perish instantly. While it wasn't 100% confirmed, with Arcadia's coding, It was a terrifyingly high probability. The hall erupted into chaos. They couldn't process the news. What if he didn't aim for the Dragon Lord, but just a key non-player character? The entire main scenario would collapse. Should we just give up now? One director asked. The CEO admitted he had made a grave error that he couldn't prevent. Despite all their monitoring, to prevent the absolute worst-case scenario, an intervention was now required. The head of the company himself appeared, declaring that they would have to contact Alice immediately. Alice was on the line in a second. "Thank you. Now, what do you people want from me?" But the woman simply stated she had a request regarding the bamboo stick battle event. The bottom line was, they needed to block the selection of that item. But Alice, after reviewing every possibility, declared that such an action was impossible. The director demanded to know why. But Alice explained the user had already been subjected to 2 baseless patches. He was promised no more patches would be applied, and was even provided with documented proof. At that moment, the CEO gulped. A wave of guilt washed over him as a video played, showing the CEO himself promising this would be the final patch on the matter. He was clearly struggling to contain his fury. "So it seems," he grumbled. But Alice warned him to avoid her intervention as much as possible, as this was far beyond her authority. It looked like he'd have to explain himself. Sweating under pressure, he began making excuses, trying to pin the blame on our main character. But it was far too late. We're transported back to our hero, who could finally swing his new bamboo stick. The vampire floating nearby couldn't understand why he was getting goosebumps from this simple item. Our protagonist was confused. "Didn't you see it during the event?" he asked. But the vampire explained that seeing it in battle and having it exist in this very dimension were 2 completely different things. He confirmed the vampire was right. The moment he was transported to this space, he had gained a monumental power, enough to topple an entire continent with a single swing. An unbelievable, world-breaking power. Our hero, holding the stick, knew he had made the right choice. It was the ultimate reward. But just then, the administrator requested to speak with the player. Should our main character even bother answering this call? Of course, the situation was too interesting, too curious to ignore. He didn't keep them waiting for a reply. Now, the use of all his skills was suddenly restricted. The young man was teleported into a private space. There stood an Arcadia administrator named Helenia. Looking like a fire spirit, she pleaded for his understanding. She explained she had requested this meeting due to the results of the battle he'd won. Our hero, wasting no time, asked her to get straight to the point. Why was he summoned here? He understood that administrator customization was done in the Spirit Tribe. Perhaps this was an option not yet available to players. But an admin was still an admin. The administrator began to explain that everyone was aware of his battle, and that the item he had chosen was special. It was never meant to be an event reward. If used within Arcadia, it could have a devastating impact on the story's progression and cause catastrophic damage to the game itself. Therefore, they had decided that the item required an adjustment. Our hero's eyes narrowed. Did this mean they were going to take away the prize he had rightfully earned? But the staffer said no. After all, the gentleman standing before her had obtained this weapon fairly. This was a mistake on the management's side. They intended to get his consent first before sending an adjustment request. Would he be willing to cooperate? It was time to hear the terms. The administration had come forward with 3 distinct proposals. First, limit the bamboo stick's number of uses. Second, restrict its effective range. And third, severely weaken the weapon, replacing it with a suitable item. It was a risky decision. Openly admitting the item's dangerous power was a problem. In other words, this was a judgment that could only come from the very top. Of course, our hero instantly understood that none of these plans were truly in his favor. They had clearly agonized over these countermeasures. But he simply replied that he understood the gist of it. But what was in it for him if he agreed to this adjustment? The administrator, knowing the game and our protagonist's aggressive style, had expected him to immediately lash out. But he was far calmer than she ever anticipated. She explained the compensation would be handled by the user reward program, a system controlled by a powerful artificial intelligence. Simply put, it's an algorithm that functions like an administrator itself. Since the bamboo stick incident was a direct result of their company's error, he was entitled to proper compensation. Would he care to review the offer? In that same moment, a strange system window materialized before our hero. But was this truly a fair offer? Or was there a catch? The admin team had just claimed they couldn't review user compensation. Yet here they were, the very ones promising to pay it. And perhaps this was a personal decision. But she had one more thing to add to the deal. Our hero's interest was piqued. The administrator leaned in close, her face just inches from his, and promised that if he helped them, their management would never interfere with him again. A promise of no more additional, unjust patches aimed directly at him. What was he thinking? This personal guarantee had clearly caught his attention. But was it enough to make him accept? With absolute confidence in her eyes, the administrator confirmed it was true. She was making this vow on her name, as the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch. After hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, was the actual CEO really standing right in front of him? But the administrator simply turned to leave, thanking him for listening and adding that they would meet again. Her abrupt departure left our hero completely baffled. She only asked for his cooperation in the future, stating it would be a perfect excuse for them to continue their relationship. Meanwhile, a massive crowd had gathered for a virtual reality exhibition. An Arcadia booth stood at its center, where a presenter was confident their new product had captured the audience's imagination. The device looked like the old Arcadia connection gear, but this new system had integrated VR technology called Sweet Dream. It was time for a demonstration. By uploading an image to the Sweet Dream system, a unique program would analyze the data, showcasing its incredible graphic and programming capabilities. To put it simply, this was a revolutionary device capable of creating an entire world from nothing but imagination. Everyone was invited to test it out. Of course, our hero tried it, only to find it much more difficult than it looked. The visuals were so awful. He worried his eyesight was getting worse. Having had enough, our hero decided to get as far away from this place as possible. All he really wanted was a nap. But then he overheard whispers from the crowd that many other users had already been connected for over 10 minutes. Others were clearly having a blast. Unlike our hero, it all reminded him of the bamboo stick duels. Despite his friend's concern, our protagonist refused to say a single word. Regardless, at that moment, the deal was struck. A mutual agreement to adjust the item was finalized. The bamboo stick was changed to a single-use item. As a reward, 1 million points were transferred to his account. Our hero was now completely immune to any patches applied to him, as well as 10,000 gold and a secret message, telling him to contact the CEO directly if he ever faced any difficulties. It even included her personal number. Several weeks passed. A group was summoned to an emergency meeting, where a man sat waiting for them, his face hidden by the shadows. He greeted his assembled team, telling them that the moment they had all been waiting for had finally arrived. Dex had finally appeared. He ordered all his forces to gather in Arcadia. At this time, Arcadia was enjoying a period of peace, and many players were enjoying the tranquil atmosphere. They relaxed under the sun, discussing the legendary bamboo stick battles. Most agreed they could never win like him, but they would all choose the way of the bamboo, the path of our hero, path of R. But for him, that famous livestream had created a massive problem. Now, countless people recognized him on the street. He tried to move without being noticed, but after the broadcast, every single eye was on him. He had to disappear, and he had to do it fast. Summoning a celestial creature to his side, he made his escape, vanishing instantly. He fled deep into a forest, where a vampire vassal appeared, asking why his master seemed so worried. But our protagonist simply replied that he was searching for a place, free from any prying eyes, a response his subordinate couldn't understand. After all, don't most people crave fame and attention? An angel, hovering nearby, asked why she could sense such fear coming from their master. Our hero grimly stated he had every reason to be afraid. For years, he had been hiding from the obsessive stalkers who were hunting him down. An angel and even a demon asked what kind of stalkers he meant. But then, they realized he was talking about the newcomers in Arcadia, the ones searching for a man named Dex. They were storming through the streets, approaching every player they saw and demanding to know if they were Dex. They were causing immense trouble for everyone. But a girl helping her friend whispered that she'd heard rumors about a group of crazed fans relentlessly pursuing our main character. It was the infamous new guild named What Color Are Dex's Underpants? The vampires finally understood their master's warning. This was going to be far more difficult than they'd ever imagined. The angel couldn't comprehend what she was saying, so the demon simply sneered that a freak like her with chicken wings would never understand. In this world, if someone becomes prominent enough to attract society's attention, they will be hunted to the point of utter exhaustion. Realizing they were talking about fanatics, she called upon her flying mouse for aid. The insults thrown were like daggers, and in an instant, a chaotic brawl erupted. Our main character finally exhaled, admitting this whole situation was wearing him down. Those fanatics, he grumbled, were absolute freaks. From his experience, they just keep coming, even after you cut them down. What was he supposed to do? The demon mused that this was an undeniable truth, a problem he once faced himself. Back when he first became a demon, contenders swarmed him, demanding a piece of his power. Of course, he solved that problem by slaughtering every last one of them. But he knew that wouldn't be a permanent solution. So he poured his time into forging a special artifact, the Mask of Deception. This mythic-grade mask, stitched from the hide of a high-level monster, was designed to conceal one's true self and project whatever image the wearer desired. Our hero questioned its purpose, noting its low physical stats. It wasn't made for combat. Was it? The demon scoffed, saying the mask's value went far beyond mere numbers. Did he have any idea how many high-level monsters were sacrificed just to create it? The protagonist was speechless. He could feel it now. This mask was a formidable power. No skill or ability could pierce its veil. Its absolute concealment. In short, as long as he wore it, no one could discover his identity unless he allowed it. The demon then offered, saying he could borrow it if he wished. Our hero's eyes locked onto the mask. He immediately asked for the price, for a mythic-grade item. He knew the demon wouldn't ask for pocket change. The demon began his pitch, weaving a tale of complications and troubles, before casually stating he'd only ask for a mere 100,000 points. Our main character knew that was a fair deal. It was a steep price, but he had no choice. After earning 1,000,000 points from the bamboo pole trial, this mask was the perfect tool to escape his pursuers. In that moment, the mythic artifact, a power of deception and disguise, enveloped the player's body. Now, the player's identity was completely hidden. Elsewhere in the city, his stalkers reported in, frustrated. They'd searched everywhere, but their target was gone. The man in charge rallied his troops, insisting their prey couldn't have gotten far. After all, a message confirmed his presence just 30 minutes ago. The witch and the others were certain he couldn't possibly escape their grasp. But where was their target as our hero finally stepped into the main square? His hair had turned snow white, and his eyes had taken on a demonic glow. He thought to himself that this item was incredibly useful. The demon boasted proudly, claiming he never lied about its power. Now, our main character could finally monitor the market and walk freely among the crowds. Before, he couldn't even get close to the gold price information. Glancing at the board, he saw a record-breaking item sell for 1 billion. But the mask he just bought its true value was closer to a staggering 10 billion. Just as our hero ventured a little further, he came face to face with the very people hunting him. They stared directly into his eyes, but after a moment, dismissed him. This was someone else entirely, a being leagues apart from their target. Our hero was more than satisfied with the mask's effect, admitting its usefulness was undeniable. "Indeed it is," the demon replied. "But do you know whose beautiful face you now wear?" The demon instantly answered his own question. It was the face of a vampire named Rod, a rival who had challenged him and paid the ultimate price. He recalled Rod's pale skin and crimson eyes, a perfect, distinct look. Of course, our hero thought the demon had an ego the size of a mountain. But who was this? Whispers followed him everywhere he went. He quickly realized this face would bring him a whole new kind of exhausting attention. The demon didn't see the problem. If he didn't like it, he could simply change his appearance at will. After checking the mask's functions, he saw it could mimic any target he had personally slain. This was truly a fascinating item. Now, while his mission was progressing, he knew it was time to make a move. And his next stop was the home of an old friend. We now see Angelica again, who was with Dex. She was overjoyed that nothing had happened to him after the battles concluded. Our hero apologized, explaining he'd been caught up in some things. Angelica pouted, saying she understood he was a celebrity now and all. But was ignoring her messages really necessary? The mood shifted instantly. Our main character stated the real reason he contacted her, a rank 2 star witch, was hunting her down, aiming to kill. It seemed she had survived so far thanks to the items he'd given her. But that luck wouldn't last forever. Because the level of combat magic she could wield was nothing compared to the Star Witch, next to that monster, she was just a child who couldn't even clear the second round of the bamboo trial. Angelica didn't understand. Was he telling her to just give up? But Dex just smiled, saying the solution was simple. She needed the grimoire the witch was after. And in the meantime, she needed to rapidly level up her skills. For this purpose, he had already prepared someone. Standing in the distance was Celis. She immediately ran to Angelica and began peppering her with questions. Was it really true? Was she the one who would be training Angelica? Her greeting was full of excitement, but our hero confirmed the reality of the situation. Angelica needed training. Her skills weren't bad, but she was far too inexperienced. That's why he wanted Celis to be her mentor. Celis asked if she did this. Would he keep his promise to arrange another meeting with her master? Our protagonist told her not to worry about that for now. Although it would be difficult, he was sure it would be possible one day. Angelica was still on edge, but our hero just kept teasing, saying she probably didn't have the guts for that meeting with her master anyway. He then placed a hand on her shoulder, his tone turning serious. He was counting on her, because he could only trust an expert in terrible games like her. Celis clearly wasn't thrilled with the compliment, but she agreed. She would train the girl so she wouldn't fall behind, so she could survive anywhere. Angelica was confused, realizing they were talking about her as if she wasn't there, but it was too late. Her two allies were already heading off into the forest, leaving our hero to watch them go. And the story of her recovery began exactly like that. With Cassilis gone, our main character was already on his way to a new land. studying his strange new mission to build relationships. One day, he approached a bridge, only to be stopped by a guard. The man's hostile gaze made it clear he wouldn't let him pass without papers. To avoid unnecessary trouble, our hero simply stated he was from Area 1, and the guard immediately changed his tune, pointing the way forward. Standing nearby was a woman, who mentioned there were just a few documents he needed to sign. She immediately began chattering away, desperately trying to distract him. But he was already reading every single word of the contract. It was filled with a mountain of ridiculous clauses. But our main character calmly stated he'd heard this was one of the 10 worst territories for players. Hearing this, the guard was utterly baffled, with no idea what was happening. But it was too late for them, because our hero was now demanding to see the Countess. Soon, we are shown the opulent mansion where the Countess resides. Mountains of gold were piled before her. She was delighted by our main character's arrival. As soon as he entered, he cut right to the chase. Asking what interesting business she had, the Countess simply pointed upwards, lamenting that far too few people come seeking adventure these days. But even though the numbers were low, she would do her best to exploit even the most inexperienced newcomer to their last breath. They were nothing but milk cows, meant to toil in the mines she struggled to staff. Our hero understood he was facing a truly terrible monster. He warned her that if they continued to exploit adventurers this way, the entire kingdom could fall to a player known as the Black Fire Dragon. Was this a threat worth considering? She just laughed it off, calling it the natural order of the world. Besides, she offered him a massive pile of gold, because wasn't that what truly mattered? And anyway, by the ruler's decree, she was required to provide support. Everything operated just as she planned. It was clear to our hero that he was standing before a completely unhinged woman. The Countess was simply more terrifying than he ever imagined. But at the same time, the profit he'd already made was a staggering 734 gold coins. Along with a handful of silver and copper, it was an incredible sum. Going from 10 gold to over 700 in 3 months was unimaginable. But the Countess pressed on, speaking of inviting high-level masters to her lands, arranging new routes, and so many other grand plans. These were all things she wanted his opinion on, right now. But first, she needed to know why he came. She promised she would do anything he asked, but our main character said there was just one person he wished to meet. He was then taken to one of the mines, a place called Pei. The manager grumbled that if they were new, they wouldn't work as well as the others. But our protagonist was only searching for one person. That person wore the same insignia as his allies. He worked far faster than the others. So she knew he was the one her hero would ask about. The goblin manager replied that this particular seeker had tried to escape to another land, but they had caught him, and for his defiance, they were draining every last ounce of his labor. It was obvious this person had a 5th grade item, or perhaps even higher. So he made his move. He demanded the goblin allow him to speak to the man. Number 1 immediately looked over, seeing the main character calling out to him. He approached the manager, assuming he was about to be punished for slacking off. But our hero simply asked for a moment of his time. Number 1 asked who stood before him. Our protagonist's reply was simple. I am the one who will grant you your freedom. Number 1 told his story how he had escaped, only to be captured and forced to work here. Our main character asked why he ever signed the contract. He should have read it carefully. The boy could only reply that he signed it all without reading, admitting that he was only 15 years old. The main character slapped his own forehead, realizing he really needed better help. But the angel at his side rushed forward, whispering in his ear. She said the scent of fire emanated from the boy, a scent she recognized from powerful fire spirits, or those with a deep connection to the fire attribute. Usually, people like that possess a natural talent for forging. She hadn't met someone like this in a very long time. Our hero turned back to the boy. Are you willing to do anything if I set you free? The boy screamed yes without hearing any of the conditions. He immediately fell to his knees and began swearing that if released, he would serve him faithfully. He begged to go with them, crying that he never wanted to mine iron again. At that very moment, the player's contract shattered. The magical shackles binding the boy flew apart. Now, it was finally possible to check his skills. Upon inspection, one thing immediately sparked his interest. A line that read, "The oldest fire seeker, the first beta tester of Arcadia." Arcadia's development had been kept a complete secret until its release. So, for someone to have played a closed beta version of such a game was thought to be impossible. Even our hero demanded to know who he really was. The boy started to explain, but then bowed his head, claiming a friend had given him the game. Our main character didn't believe him for a second. So the boy decided to try another excuse, saying it was all possible because he had a very smart friend, but this was a secret he couldn't possibly reveal. Our main character sighed, judging by the boy's trembling. It was obvious he was lying. He decided to cut the conversation short. Instead, he proposed a simple test for the boy. The challenge was a trial by combat to hunt down and slay a kobold, all on his own. With his bare hands, the boy thought it was absolutely legendary. To him, standing on the brink of death was the ultimate thrill. But in reality, our hero saw things differently. The kid's combat skills were a joke, and his crafting was even worse. Crafting here was notoriously difficult, so perfection wasn't expected. But it was still a critical skill. How embarrassing to be a closed beta player, stuck at this level. Why on earth was he stuck being this kid's assistant? Was this some kind of twisted punishment? But the angel floating nearby told him to cast those thoughts aside. Did he truly believe a blacksmith only needed forging skills? A master craftsman needs more than just talent and power. They need the creative fire to pour their very soul into their creations. However, in her eyes, that wasn't even the most crucial quality for a smith to possess. Standing before a blazing furnace, hammering steel with thunderous blows. Above all else, they need the tenacity to never, ever give up. And after hundreds, even thousands of strikes driven by an unbreakable will, a weapon of immense power is born. That is the true path of the blacksmith. The boy before him had faced a hopeless situation and refused to surrender. Because of that, the angel saw in him more potential than anyone else. Our main character demanded to know where Ellie was getting this information, or rather, why she held the kid in such high regard. Ellie claimed it was all too complicated to explain. If this kind of information leaked, it could send shockwaves across the entire continent. Once before, during the intervention of Weapon Master Tut, his actions defied the laws of dignity, and the gods themselves paid the price. If something like that happened again, it would shatter the very order of the heavens. Our hero realized that with enough dignity, she could be convinced to speak. Ellie admitted he was right, but that it was already too late. That's when our protagonist declared he would pay any price she named. Information that could shake the continent was clearly worth the cost. His curiosity was a raging fire he couldn't ignore. And so he paid 1,000 dignity points. The secrets of the past were unlocked, replaying the memories of the Archangel Michael himself. The first holy war against the demons marked the dawn of the mythical era. In this age, gods wielding countless different powers reigned. Gods of the hunt, of music, of war, of justice, of time. There were endless deities and the cults that worshipped them. However, one of them wiped that entire era from existence, erasing all human memory of it. Our hero understood. One cult had annihilated all the others. They declared their god as the one and only. This fanatical cult was none other than the Holy Nation. It turned out the nation that preached justice were the descendants of those who drowned the continent in a sea of blood. If this truth ever came to light, the continent would once again erupt into chaos. This was the secret the gods fought to conceal. After that catastrophic event, the other gods lost all their followers, fading into forgotten deities no one even remembered. Our hero realized the boy's skills likely belonged to one of those long-forgotten gods. The angel revealed that the first to bring light to the darkness was the father of all blacksmiths, Buenus. And it was he who was watching over this child. This was why he couldn't make the boy a mere assistant. He had to help him grow and develop, even if he was far from a master smith himself. Ellie then asked if he should perhaps take the boy to the dwarves. Our main character questioned the logistics of this plan. How could he know where they were after all this time? No player had ever confirmed the existence of other races. How could he take the boy there without knowing the location? The angel admitted she didn't know either. But just then, Tan appeared, claiming that he did. He revealed that the dwarves lived deep underground. Our hero demanded to know where, but Tan would only say it was incredibly far. A journey that would take about 5 days of flight. A distance that vast could only mean one of the 5 forbidden zones. The Great Dayu Desert, a place where the environment itself could kill you. Tan and the angel both made their desire to go crystal clear. And so, our hero decided they would all make the journey. A short while later, the Great Desert loomed before them. He explained that not even the native desert tribes dared to venture this far, as it was teeming with monstrous creatures. The moment our main character stepped into the zone, he noticed the boy right behind him, his eyes burning with determination. The kid was incredibly grateful for receiving such powerful items. Dex told him not to worry, since buying gear like this was nothing to him. He should consider it payment for all the time he'd toiled away in the mines. Overjoyed, the boy swore an oath to follow the man before him to the very end, leaving Dex completely bewildered. Our heroes were now deep within the desert. The scorching heat was draining their stamina at an alarming rate, forcing them to rest. The boy was already exhausted, and our protagonist had to support him. Unable to understand why his stamina was depleting so quickly, the boy continued to sing his praises. But our hero knew he had a skill called Ice Sorceress that granted him heat resistance. So he simply told the kid that maybe one day, he'd have a skill like that too, for 3 days. The two wandered through the endless sands. They were on the verge of giving up, thinking they would find nothing. The boy was convinced the information was unreliable, but our hero picked up the pace, telling him not to worry. The information was 100% accurate. They just needed to move faster. Tan, who was resting in midair, suddenly detected several creatures approaching. At that exact moment, 2 level 160 scorpions burst from the sand. Our main character instantly unleashed a spell, flash freezing the scorpions in their tracks before moving in for the kill. With a single swing of his pickaxe, the boy shattered the frozen monsters. They exploded into fragments, and he was granted a bizarre title known as Freedom Fighter. Just then, another person appeared, a young freelancer, his face etched with the pain of his recent trials. But Dex cut straight to the point, asking the one question that mattered: what was his level? The boy revealed he was level 72, an unbelievable jump from level 24 in just 3 days. A shadow crossed Dex's face as he simply said, "You just follow me." The young freelancer knew this was his only shot. He'd burned through so much of his spirit just to stay afloat. Now, all he could do was pray they'd find a single clue. Tan, sensing the shift in the air, immediately approached our main character. "I may have a suggestion," he whispered. He spoke of a legendary dwarf, a master craftsman known even in the demonic realms, a being known only as Golden Hands. This was the genius who forged the Infernal Forge, crafting weapons with the unholy power of hellfire itself. He doesn't deal with demons, but his legendary skill is whispered in every dark court. Our protagonist's interest was piqued. He asked for more details, but the demon had a single request first. He confessed a deep yearning to know how our hero truly feels. Being bound as a familiar, tethered to our main character day and night, made it impossible to experience the world. The angel, too, was trapped in the same state. Our main character saw no reason to refuse. In an instant, the demon's consciousness flooded into his body, seizing control. He could finally feel again the rush of sensation, the feeling of being alive. "Enough talk," the demon declared. "We go find this dwarf, now." With a quick apology for his abruptness, he began to scan the area like a predator. His eyes fell to the ground beneath them. "The place, it's right here." No one could believe it, but Dorov, activating his gear, confirmed it. "I feel a unique energy signature," he announced, radiating from deep within the earth. This was the energy of the Forge of Sands, the last dwarven ark he had sacrificed everything to defend. But how could they possibly reach it? The dwarf simply scoffed. "What are you talking about? Why use such a clumsy method, when there's a much easier way?" Our hero understood instantly. He turned to the young boy, his voice stern. "Get back, as far as you can." Then he summoned his mighty hammer. Ignoring the boy's terrified screams, he swung with all his might, smashing the hammer into the ground. The desert floor shattered like glass as our heroes plunged straight into the abyss below. Deep in the darkness, a single point of light appeared, ascending to meet them. A voice echoed with ancient longing. "I can finally look upon this city once more." But Dex, seeing it for the first time, was left breathless. This was it. The Forge of the Sands, the lost city of legend, was real. A system window flashed before him, unknown area. Discovered legendary achievement. First to discover the last dwarven city report. This to your kingdom for a massive reward. A new title was granted, Relentless Investigator. All stats received a massive boost. And with it, a new quest appeared: meet the dwarf. But inside the city, countless dwarves drew their weapons. Their voices a hostile chorus: "An outsider has breached our home." Our hero knew this quest would be anything but easy. And that's where this chapter comes to a close. If you made it this far, show some love by hitting that subscribe button and dropping a comment. We'll see you in the next recap.